Hey guys, and welcome to Platinum 2. This is Zerg right here. We're just happy right now, okay? We're just happy. We're just having a good time. There's no reason for the laughing. We're just having a good time. Okay, get ready. It's time to begin our journey to Platinum 1. We got a Protoss, and what we're going to be doing in this game, okay, is going to be we are going to be, well, first of all, we just supply blocked ourselves because we made another drone and then an overlord. That's incorrect. If this happens to you, feel free to gas trick, okay? How you do that? Build a gas, build a drone, cancel the gas, mine your mineral line. What happens is that when the drone gets built into a gas, it frees up one of your supply. You can then spin that supply with an overlord and then cancel the gas, and suddenly you're at 15 out of 14. So we kind of messed that up, but we fixed it by doing that. What I just did is it's microscopically less efficient than if I just go 13 Overlord. So 13 Overlord is better, but going for a gas trick is better than just letting your larva cap. So that's why that makes sense. Also, Protoss, he was blocking my natural, so we're just going to take this base. As a Zerg player, we don't give a single hoot. We don't give a hoot, okay? He's leaving with that probe, which is fine. Oh, he's coming back. Okay, well, okay, I was going to say, since he's leaving, it's fine. But if he's coming back, let's actually send our Overlord over here to our third. We should do this anyways, to be honest. Just to see if he wants to cannon rush it.
The hive cluster is under attack.
Overlord will confirm. But we're going to go 3 bases anyways, right? So it's okay that our third is now our natural, and then we can make our natural later. That's okay. We'll deal with it. The big one is just keep your build going as is. Like, keep making drones and stuff, and don't let it fall behind. Everything we've already talked about up to this point in time in this series, it still all applies massively. The whole idea of, you know, developing your habits, learning your priorities, making your drones, 5SD, that kind of stuff. It's very, 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 very useful. But yeah, we're going to be scouting his base. Again, the big thing about Platinum for Zerg that's different is we are going to be adding in extra scouting now. And look at this. We see gateway, core, gateway. Standard build. This is him being worried about getting hit by speedlings early. So he makes that second gateway really fast so we can get a nice wall going. He's not making anything out of the gateway, which means he's waiting for either a stalker, a sentry, or an adept, which is, again, pretty standard. But he expanded. And the timing of this expansion is gateway and then nexus. Or even gateway core then nexus, because the core is even done before the nexus. Which is fine. That's super standard looking. Oh wait, no, what am I doing? No, sorry. We're going for a layer. I forgot. Okay, and you know what we can do as well? You know why I can take this third? Because we know he went for a natural, and we know we're not getting attacked by anything. That is why we can take a third base. We scouted his natural, and we're going to take a third anyways. We are going to take a third anyways, so we start our thingy. ViBE, why are you going early layer? Because so far I've been teaching you guys roach speed builds. That is what we've been talking about so far throughout the series. So now let's go ahead and send our second overlord down to his natural. Let's send our first overlord back over to like the open airspace. But now we know this guy's going multiple gates and a robo. We've confirmed this. We've confirmed this with our scouts in his base, and that is totally cool. It's totally cool. Let's go ahead and rally my hatcheries to my natural now. Oh wait, what's going on here? Bye. Okay. Let's just go ahead and grab my drones and A move the adepts for now, and then shift right click a mineral patch, and let's just, you know, this is going to be more efficient than letting my drones continuously die. Okay, we'll grab my drones and send them back now. The lings are here. We don't got to worry about it too much anymore. Have my lings go down to my third and just keep making drones, guys. This whole time when he's been attacking me, we have not stopped making drones. Okay, so we're sending a ling down to his third. We're sending a ling in front of his natural. And we're chilling. The lings will just sit there. We are focusing a lot on scouting his, you know, his timings of everything. We can go ahead and start a, we can go ahead and start our roaches. And our gas got undersaturated with the adept attack. Let's take more gas too, on top of that. We've just been making drones, essentially is my point we're making right now. We haven't really been too worried about dying to anything yet. So we've just been making drones. We have not been worried about dying to anything. Because again, he expanded. He went for an expansion first. Now we can clearly see, okay, look at his army. It's starting to build up a bit, right? And we have a decent economy going right now. Which is, we got 52 drones going right now. It's not the best, it's not the worst. But let's go ahead and make the safety roach number. This is like a little bit more than 2 base saturation. We went a little bit over, but it's okay.
We require more this metamorph.
But again, let's make safety the safety amount of thingies of roaches. Let's go send a Ling again out in front of his ramp. And if he's moving out, we're gonna keep making roaches. That's the plan. If he is moving out, we keep making roaches. And he is. So we keep making roaches. This is now going to be a defense. Because look, no third base, guys. We have a Zergling at his third, and we see there is no third. Okay, so let's grab a rally point, put it near where our army is, keep producing during the fight. We can throw an inject down before it starts. And A-move his shit. Keep making roaches, because it looks like we're kind of losing units here. We're kind of trading. Inject. 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 Keep making roaches, because it looks like we're trading still. As long as we keep producing, we should be okay.
Not enough energy.
Keep producing roaches. And now, so we have a decent amount of roaches. It looks like at this point now we are overpowering this fight. Oh, he's building more though, so make another round of roaches. Can spread our creep while we're doing this. Go back and inject again, just to see if we can.
Our forces are under attack.
Okay, now he's on the retreat. Okay, so now we can leave. We can just let it be. What we can do now is we can make an overseer with our overlord. That is, again, overlord placement is nice. Having a overlord behind his base is huge because we can now scout with it. While we're gonna scout with it, let's do this. We're gonna switch it into now Hydroden. We're gonna take another base because we're also now making drones since this is a drone window because we just defended everything. So we're making drones while we scout this. His third base just started. So that effectively was a 2 base all in. And now it didn't work well, so now he's gonna transition into going into a third. So perfect that we're making drones now. We can see a Templar Archives, which is for Archons. We can see a Twilight Council, but he's still making Stalkers. So what I'm feeling like now is he might go Stalker, Sentry. Oh, lots of Stalkers. He might just go like Stalker, Archon, Immortal actually. Let's fix our economies. So we got 9 drones extra on the main. Grab 9 drones. Natural needs 2. Send him over there. Third base can pull 4 off. Cool. And let's send him over to my new base. What's my drone count at? Now it's at 80. We're good. 80 is good. We quickly droned up. We didn't waste a lot of time. We quickly droned up after the attack for our drone window. And now we can go into like mass hydras. Let's also get ready to go into a hive. We're still at 80 drones. Because I just made one new one to replace that drone I just made, new infestation pit. And we can start. Do I have a queen? Oh, it died right there. That's right. Let's make another queen. We'll make a new queen for the purpose of. We'll make a new queen for the purpose of creep spreading. Also, I see someone in chat saying ViBE is so patient. If I were him, I would be attacking that third base. But here's the thing, though. If you defend a timing and you're not at optimal saturation yet, and instead what you do is you just start making more roaches and you go counterattack across the map, you completely sacrifice a drone window. There's no reason to attack because if we scout, his third is not even like it's barely started and our third was like done and it's fully saturated, we know we're ahead by a large margin. So that means we can max out a lot faster than he can. So throwing away my drone window, all it does is puts me in a position where I might throw away my lead, because then I'm going to fight a low economy game with Protoss with low economy Zerg, and it's not the most efficient way to play it out. Alright, so we're kind of moving my whole army on this prism. See if we can get rid of it and kill it. Nice. Okay. Now we are maxed out, guys. So what we'll do now is, well, one more time. Let's go ahead and set one more thing up before we move out here. Let's go ahead and spread my creep one more time. Let's inject my bases one more time. And let's do the whole spore spine thing. And let's also start a new base because we need to transfer drones. Spore spine spine. Spore spine spine. 3 drones on the main. 3 drones on the natural. 3 drones on the third. 3 drones on the fourth. 76 drones right now. Let's just make a round of drones. We're at 78. This is fine. We made him for the fourth. Now let's move my army over here. Get rid of this crap, and then now let's go attack him. Because we're ready for like DTs and random garbage that he could do. He does have Templar tech unlocked, as you can see. This is not a Dark Shrine, but he could very easily have made one as well. So now we're protected from any type of a random counter. And look, there is DTs right there, by the way. So great. I just solved that problem before I moved out, and now I don't have to worry about DTs. This is the only way he could come back in the game right now. And now he's gonna have a really hard time dealing with this attack. But now, since we know he's going DTs, let's go ahead and make some overseers and get overlord speed. Because if he defends this with DTs, I can't really do much here. So we'll A move, shift, A move, shift, A move, and call it a day. Drone count could be a little bit better still. And make hydras. While we're getting hydras, let's go ahead and start getting lurker upgrades.
We require more minerals.
And let's also get our range upgrade for hydras as well. We can go ahead and get some creep timbers once again. Creep, 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 creep. All those creeps, all those creepies. Get some static D here as well for the DTs that could possibly happen again. And my army died, so that's fine. We can drop some changelings, and let's go to new bases. New bases that he may or may not own yet. Meanwhile, let's fly our overseers into his base and let's scout tech. Look, here's a base. This is the next location we're gonna attack. Now let's get into his base and let's see what tech he's doing. Archon, more stalker, more zealot, DT, cool beans. So yeah, we know exactly what it is. It's just more gateway units. That third is also not fully saturated, so that's nice for us. Makes me feel like we have a nice lead. Let's quickly check our bases, just for saturation purposes. Good. Inject it, and good. Not good. Fix that right now. I just injected the hatchery, and we're good. 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 Drone count is good. We're at 82. Let's go ahead and make some lurkers. And then now, just in case we can't win the game, let's make a spire. Just in case we don't end up winning the game with this next attack. Inject, inject, inject. Creep, creep, creep. So we know where, like again, at this stage now, economy phase is over. We don't give a shit about economy because we're already at max economy. So that doesn't matter. Now we care about attacking and positioning. So let's look where his army is with just some type of a scout. Where is your army? We know what base we want to hit, but are you here? The answer is no. So how about we do this? Look at this, a completely undefended base. Let's attack like this, okay? Because look, there's only one entrance he gets to this base. Let's go here. Burrow my lurkers right now. Attack this base. This now means that if he comes from this angle, my lurkers have a nice engagement, and I can just now kill this base for free. And here he comes. And we're killing a base. Okay, now let's take a second. Drop some more changelings. Send a couple of them around his bases. And let's go find his army again. He's still here. Okay, so if he wants to fight me here, let's just fight him here. We're A-moving. Okay, he's chilling. He's holding. So now let's A-move into it, and let's just burrow when we get into his face. Right now, we're close. Burrow. Okay, let's make hydras. Don't forget to macro while you fight. We can go ahead and do another round of creep and injecting, and also fix my economy. Send some drones over. Inject. We can take another base somewhere else, and let's do a nice injection, and I mean a nice creep spread round, so we can claim more of the map. Okay, we looks like we won the fight. Nice. So let's up around my lurkers, and let's move forward again. Once we get close, burrow everything, and burrow everything. Okay, and now look, we found another base with our creep. Even our creep is actually spread far enough to see that he has another base. So, you know that if for whatever reason I'm like, you know what, I really don't want to attack into his natural anymore. It seems like a bad idea. Like maybe I'm gonna lose my army. I could just run over to his other base over here, and kill it as well. We could just ran over here and sniped another base out. Now, let's talk about this game a little bit. ViBE, can you talk about eggs? I'm just gonna say this right now, Tofu Hunden. Eggs don't matter because I am still using select all army every time I move out with my army. I am not actually using, like, even though I put shit in a control group right now, I am not actually using control groups. It's just habit to make control groups, and I can't delete them when I do it. But I'm not actually, like, shifting hydras into my army and then moving out with it. It's literally, I'm literally select all army, attack. Select all army, attack. Select all army, attack. I'll start talking about things like eggs and stuff like that when we get to Diamond League, when micro actually becomes a thing, and we actually start using control groups for army. But first things first, okay? We already kind of skipped it. Let's talk about it really fast. Which is, if a Protoss ever does this to you, okay? You have two options. There are two options here. Number one is you can try and attack if you attack the probe with your drone, the drone will win that fight. 100%. Okay? The drone will win this fight every time. But the thing you gotta worry about is if the probe, before it loses the fight, if it goes, you know what, I'm gonna build a pylon somewhere in this big block right here to make your expansion not be able to be built. If the Protoss does that and he lets the pylon finish, this is annoying. All it does is it delays your economy very, very, very hard, and it puts you in an awkward place. So it sucks, basically. It's annoying. So again, you have the option to go, do I want to take the fight here and maybe have the risk of getting blocked anyways? Or do I want to just be like, all right, well, I don't want to waste a single second. Like, there's a chance I might get my natural down at my natural, but I will still have it be delayed even if I try to work around your probe. Another way to deal with it is you just go, you know what, fuck it. Just, you can control my natural, I'll just go to my third, and we'll, and I'll take my third now. That's now my new natural. This is another way you can deal with it. This is probably, I would say, it's the more consistent way to deal with it, if the probe happens to be there fast enough to block that. But most of the time, if you go for a 16 hatchery against Protoss, you will get there before the probe does. But if it does happen to you, just don't be afraid to take your third base as your natural. And now the rest of the build is, you know, as is normally. So far, everything we're doing is the same at this point. What if he micros his probe and he blocks the third as well? How can he micro his probe and block the natural and then block the third? I'm just going to say that the only way that would happen is if you mismicroed. If you walked into the probe and then you were like, you know what? Screw it. I don't want to go to the to the other base. I want to stay here with your probe. And then you're like, no, now I want to go to the base. And he is like always in the zone with your probe, or his probe is in the zone of your drone to not build a hatchery. It's very, very unlikely that that's going to ever happen. Honestly, that like the chance of that happening is so ridiculously low. It is insane. The only way a Protoss player could micro his probe to that degree, and I'm trying to explain a situation that will never happen, is what's kind of happening right now. The only way a Protoss player will be able to block both of your hatcheries, but this still doesn't take any effect, and I'll explain why, but I really don't like explaining this because I can't give you a visual, but I'll still do it. If you walk into the probe, that is a mistake. First of all, if your plan is, if you want to, okay, let me say it like this. Sorry, I'm getting so flustered right now. Because it just won't happen. It won't happen. Let me try it. Let me try. I'll try to just bring it back together here. You have a choice, right? I walk down my ramp. I see a probe sitting in the middle of my natural. I have a choice. Do I want to fight that probe, or do I want to just bypass that probe and take another base of my own? That is a choice. If you make a choice and then you go, you know what? No, I want to change my mind now. After I made my choice, that is indecisiveness, and you should work on that. So, for instance, if you want to just expand and you go attack the probe until he builds a pylon, and then you want to go take your third base, that is indecisiveness. That is not great. That's why if you're that kind of a person that falls into situations like this, just here's your decision. I'll make it for you. Bypass the probe every time and take your third base. The only time it really ever makes sense to attack the probe is if the probe is like patrolling around and you think you can squeeze a hatchery in the timing of when it slips out of the area where it is. If the probe is literally just sitting in the center of it and you think that this guy is going to build a pylon, it's going to be really annoying for you. And you'd be less annoyed if you just bypassed it and take your third. So again, for anyone who is not willing to make up their own mind and you're confused about it, I'll make up your mind for you. Run past the probe and take your third like we did. Every time. I'm actually just going to say that because I feel like giving you guys options is a mistake because everybody will be confused then.
Be decisive.
Yes, you have to be decisive. Giorgio, thank you very much for 1,000 bits. You have to be decisive. And here's your decision. And until you can make up your own mind later for whatever you like. And if you get the GM, you can make up your own mind. But for now, probe is blocking your natural before you can build it. You pass that probe and you just go take a base. Just go take a base. That's all it is. Just go do that from now on. That's your plan. Like we did this game. And then the other thing too is this is the thing I was going to explain, but it's really harder to explain without a visual example. And it is if a probe is auto attacking your drone, which means when your drone moves, the probe is following it, and as you curve your drone to the left or right, the probe curves with it. That means that Protoss is on a move on your drone. And when that happens, this is the visual example I wish I had, but when that happens, all you have to do is stop your drone and then start moving it again for a second, or curve your drone into the probe a little bit. But what happens is when one worker attacks another worker, whatever worker attacked the other one, it comes to a complete stop to attack. And in StarCraft, there are two things. One of them is momentum, and one of them is move speed. Like initial momentum and then move speed. And initial momentum is not. It is always slower than move speed. It's like turning a car on and going from like 0 to 50, and then you maintain 50. Okay. Like you have to build. It's acceleration. Exactly. Thank you. It's fucking. That is the word I'm looking for. Acceleration. You have acceleration and you have just constant speeds. And when you have somebody and you like bait them into attacking your worker because their shit is on auto attack for you, they're trying to attack you. Their thing will come to a stop and then what happens for you is when you take an attack, when you receive damage, it doesn't stop you. You can still be moving full speed. All you have to do is curve it or stop and then move. So your acceleration has already started when theirs completely stops and then has to start over again. My point is if you do it like this, okay, this is turning into a really big tangent. Okay, thank you, Tofu Hunden. This is what we're talking about. Here's the visual example. Look at my hair. Holy shit. Look at the drone. Okay, watch closely. I'm only going to show this once and we're going to move on. You guys can rewind the YouTube video repeatedly if you want to watch it multiple times, because I don't want to take too long on this one piece of the game. But look at this. Okay, well, this is a bad example actually, because it's not what I wanted. Tofu Hunden. What the hell is this? That was some Harlem Globetrotter shit right there. Okay, that doesn't apply. You have to be GM to execute that. No, we juked that guy. Don't try to juke people. Okay, that's yeah. We'll move on. Okay, we'll move on. If we come back to the situation, I'm sure we will at some point in this series. We'll come back to it. Okay. But yeah, what I just said is acceleration and momentum are different things. And you can mess up someone's acceleration if you don't lose your own momentum and then you make distance between you and their worker by letting them attack you while you still have full momentum. That's all it is. And then it gives you enough distance to actually expand while they're chasing you. Moving on. This was a tangent. We're moving forward, boys. We're going past this. This took too long to talk about a probe. Again, long story short, oh, he's got a probe there. Just take your next space. Okay, now moving back on to what we see. We see a Protoss player who has a core that is done before the Nexus. Okay? This core being done before the Nexus means this Protoss most likely went Gateway, Core, Nexus, Gateway. Okay, that is the build order. If the Nexus was done before the core was done, then you could tell his build was Gateway, Nexus, Core. Now, if we want to look at this a little bit more logically, first of all, as simple as it is in Platinum League, realistically, the only thing I really want you to understand from this is, oh, he expanded. And that means we can take a third base. As Zerg. That's all that means. If he expands, you are more than welcome to take a third base. The only thing I want you to do before you take a third base is spin your larva. So keep spinning larva until you have a nice juicy bank like we do right now. And then if you take a third, I'm totally fine with it. So we can totally take one any second now. I can afford it while spinning my larva. And you can see my larva is still able to be spent. I have 2 larvae right now, and I could easily spend that on either an overlord and a drone or 2 drones, and still I would be able to afford either one of those. So we're good. Perfect time to take a third because we know we're not getting all in yet. And again, here's the thing, right? We did say this guy did a 2-base all in, but a 2-base all in doesn't hit right this second if he goes for a natural. Like if he takes his natural, he can't just be like, you know what, at 3 minutes I'm all-inning you now, because he doesn't have the money to do that. So if he takes a natural and he is going to then, after that, 2-base all in you, you're going to be talking about getting all in around like 6 minutes. 5 minutes at the earliest. If it's like something really low tech. Yo, Clever Name Suck. Thank you very much for the 9-month resub. Welcome back. Oh, daddy. Oh, yeah. Clever Name Suck. Thank you, dude. And also, Safety Scissors. Thank you for the 25 bits. Much appreciated. Dun, dun, dun. And then we also saw he had a robo. You can click on the buildings when they're... This is a big reason why enabling enemy unit selection is very important. You can click on the buildings as the Zerg player and you can see what they are. It literally says what it is. And we saw the robo in his base. So if you ever see a Protoss player who goes for Gateway Robo, what you should assume is going to happen, it's not a guarantee, but what you should just immediately start assuming is going to happen is this robo, if it's first, is going to be producing things that are not a warp prism. Okay? My point is there's a high chance he's either going to make Immortals or he's going to make the next robo building, the robotics bay, and he's going to then make Disruptors or Colossus. You do not ever make a robo facility first and then go, you know what I'm going to do now? Make a prism so I can all-in you with gateway units. If a Protoss player wants to all-in you with gateway units are like way more effective if you have an upgrade on them, which would mean I would be more expecting a warp prism to be made if he went for a Twilight Council and then a robo. That's what that means. So seeing a robo first, right after the core, this kind of makes me feel like he's going to be making Immortals. Just straight up. I'm kind of expecting Immortals now. That's what you should think when you see a robo as a priority tech structure that he makes first before anything else.
Our drones are under attack.
So we kind of just moved the adepts, the annoying adepts, and then that was that. And now we have the Zerglings still, but now we droned up. The drone saturation is a little bit awkward because we did lose a couple drones. We lost 7 drones to his adepts right there. We also have the saturation is it's a bit out of order now because we had to go main third and then back to natural. So it's not super standard as to like, okay, main natural third. It's a little out of order, but it doesn't matter because all we got to do is just make drones. The grand scheme of things is we're still just making drones. That's it. If we, I would say this, okay? This is the good way to look at it. Instead of being paranoid about trying to organize everything perfectly all the time, do your best, but spend your larva as fast as you can. And then if you ever have a problem where it's like, okay, we got 22 drones here, we got 3 drones here, and we got 15 drones here. Well, then just grab some drones off the oversaturated base and fix it. Just send them over somewhere else. And then you can re-rally then later if you mess it up a little bit. Because if it will feel a little bit awkward to do this at first, but it's still more worth it just to spin your larva. Don't think about it too hard. Just know that we have already established the mindset of check your base, check your base, check your base. Oh, shit, well, oversaturated, we can grab a drone and send it backwards instead of forwards. That also works just fine. You just need to check your bases and make your larva. And now we still make the we still make, you know, after we have like 2 base saturation, we still make the roaches that we normally talked about, where we, you know, we make like the 10 roach rule, more or less. And we see with our, so Overlord, and again, Overlord placement, we see, boom, a nice army right here with our Overlord. We see, we have another Overlord backed up behind his base that we can scout into his base later on, but we already know what he's doing. So we don't really need to throw an Overlord in right this second. We already have a good idea what's happening. And here's how we can tell this already right now. What did we see early on? We saw the robo. We saw gateways. And like I said before, if you see someone make a robo after the core before any other tech, you should be expecting Immortals or Colossus or Disruptor. He's physically showing me Immortals right now. Okay? So we now know, oh, okay, cool. It is confirmed it is Immortals. And now here's another thing. Look at my main. Look at my natural. Look at my third. Decent economies on all of them. Not the best, but decent economies on all of them. And now, this is when it can get a little confusing, but it still makes sense. So this is actually my natural right now, because this is the order of bases that we took. So this one should have more drones because it was up sooner. But look at the Protos's third base, which is what our natural is, okay? Because this was the third base we built. This is quote-unquote our third. Look at his third. It doesn't exist. So this is again, and again, we know this because we have a Zergling here. It's just chilling. So this is again something that reinforces the fact that the Protoss is actually behind. So, and then not only do we see an army building up at his base, but we also see that he does not have, we're crushing him in economy right now in terms of the fact that we have another base saturated. So this is great. Like, I feel like my position in this game is great. It's good. And we're going to kind of really pay close attention now as to what the development is going to be after this point. The later this third does not get taken, the more likely he's most likely going to just launch an attack on me. That's what it seems like. So this, again, this Overlord placement is perfect because we see the door of his base and we can see when he moves out. We're literally looking at his army. And then look at that. His army is disappearing. It disappeared, and what are we doing? We're reconfirming. This is again, this is still one of our first 4 lings we made, just in general. We have not made lings all game. I made the first 4 lings when my pool was done, when I started 2 queens, and I've periodically been sending a ling out here and there to go scout around the map. I am now sending out this ling because I want a backup confirmation. Because I'm expecting, right? We are expecting to be attacked by something. We just don't know when. He might wait and build up more army longer. He might attack me really fast. The longer he waits, the more ahead we get because we're mining on a more efficient economy. Look at our economy. Look at his economy. Every second that goes by, we are gaining a lead, gaining a lead, gaining a lead. That's why the supply is looking like it is. The supply is not 74 versus 74. It's 92 versus 74. And it's going to keep growing with us growing at a faster pace because we have more production than he does. And we also have more economy than he does. Because we have more bases. Like, it's just how it works, right? So he actually, with how late his third is, he is the one who needs to attack soon. But my Overlord, I have it in a place right now where it can't see everything, but at the same time, it's also in a safe cliff spot. So unless he has like an observer or some shit, he can't see my Overlord. So, and again, it did a great job because it never died, and it saw everything in the front of his base. But I just want to send a backup Zergling, and where we're going to send it, I'm not going to send it right here to go die right away. I'm going to send it down to like right here, where the circle is. Because, again, I have a Zergling right here, and if he decided to walk this way to take his third base, not only could my Zergling here see that, and then it would die, but I have an Overlord right here that I could literally inch up to like right there, and I could see, is he going to make a third base or not? I could confirm or deny if he's going to expand to a third eventually, or if he's going to just not expand at all. So I have perfect, nice Overlord placement here. We still have a backup scout for the expansion, but then the Zergling placement is also still scouting for the expansion and also seeing if he comes this way with his army. If he goes this way with his army, if I leave a Zergling right here, like this one is headed towards, I can see him if he comes down the ramp, and my Ling will see anywhere he goes. It'll see if he goes this way. My Ling would see that. If he goes this way, my Ling would see that. Most likely he's not going to go either one of those ways. If he's going to do a 2-base all-in, he's most likely going to go straight at my Zergling because he's going to go across these bridges straight to my base. So my Ling would die to that. And if my Ling dies to that, it's something to pay attention to. So we know we're getting all in then. And that is when we start building army. Like, we still make the safety roaches, but as soon as we see, oh, he's moving out, that's when we go, all right, time to crank those units. Because here's the thing again, okay? This is why this makes sense. I really want you guys to understand this concept. If this guy moves out at a efficient 2-base timing, if he goes for a 2-base all-in and it is efficiently done, okay, it's efficiency. It's timed well. I will not be able to make full saturation of drones on all my bases. I will not be able to go to 80. If I did try to go to 80, I would die. But the scout will tell me, stop droning, make army, he's pushing. So then I can stop droning, make an army, and then there we go. And in that time it takes him to cross the map and go for the attack, if it's an efficiently timed all-in, I can make enough army to withstand it and overpower it if I macro well. Now, if this guy never moves out and he never even touches my scout here, if we keep expanding and keep droning because he's really passive and he never attacks, if he waits until I have 80 drones, it's also not only going to mean that I have more drones, but it's also going to mean I have more production because I'll have more bases. And then my production levels, instead of making like 12 units every 20 seconds, now I make 20 units every 12 seconds or whatever. Or 12, you know, I'm sorry, I said that really weird, but you get what I mean. I make more units in the same ratio of time. Like, if I have more production, more bases, more money, I make more units at a faster pace. That's all it means. So if this guy never attacks for a long time and then he attacks for a really late, weirdly inefficient timing, even though I droned, I would still be fine as long as I'm macroing properly, because I have the time to react to him crossing the map. And we can see, okay, he is actually crossing the map. We are in the middle of making our safety roaches. And then now, when he's crossing the map, we go, well, he's not taking he's not going for a third. He's in the middle of the map right now. He moved out. We know he's going Archon, or we know he's going Stalker Immortal. So now all we do is just make roaches. Because he's moving out, and we confirmed that. So let's look at it really quickly here. Actually, this is going to be a nice example for you guys. Check this out. Look at army supply. For Zerg, it's 12 army supply. That includes queens, by the way. So we have 8 supply and queens, and we have 4 supply and army. This is literally 1 roach so far, and 4 Zerglings. That is what we have. Look at the units tab. We have 3 Zerglings. One of them even died already. We have 3 Lings and 1 roach and 3 queens. That's what we have. Protoss, however, has 20 army supply, and it's a sentry, 5 stalkers, and an immortal. So army supply for him is looking a lot better than ours while we're in the droning phase. And then we get, like I said before, we go into this like safety roach phase now, where this is our safety amount of roaches. And now our army supply is, look at the Protoss' army supply, 30. Look at Zerg's army supply, 41. We just ramped up a lot faster than him because we made, first of all, we made the safety roaches, and as soon as our Ling confirmed, oh, he's all-inning me, we continued making roaches. So now our army supply just goes, it fucking explodes over his, because that's how Zerg works. If you just give yourself a little bit of time to react, you can react, and you can be a reactionary player. And now when we finally take the fight, and the first real battle starts happening right now, army supply for us is 49, army supply for Protoss is 34. So just literally just like 1 minute ago, Protoss was doubling our army supply. And now we're 49 and he's 34. Now we have a nice lead over the Protoss, which is why we look at the supply now here in the top. And again, the reason why our supply ramped up so fast is because roaches are supply heavy compared to drones. And again, we're not microing here, guys. This does not like, obviously we did micro, it would be nice, but we're not microing. It's not what makes you a good player right now in Platinum. Just macroing is what makes you a good player. And we overpower it over time because we're just macroing. We're just making sure the roach flood never stops. And now look at the juicy supply up here. So if you go back to work, and now he's making probes again. So if we look back at workers, our worker count is still somewhat similar. It's still somewhat similar, which is okay. But our economy is not somewhat similar, and the reason why is because some of his probes are inefficient, and all of our drones are efficient. We're working on 3 bases, and he's only working on 2 bases, and now he's going to start a 3rd base. And his start still hasn't even started yet. And now that we just killed his army, okay, that's step 1. I could, even if he doesn't go for a 3rd base, I could at the very least have 1 wave of drones. Just to give me that extra edge in economy to make shit even faster, because if I made 1 round of drones, I could make a 4th base, and then I could start fighting a 2-base all-inner on 4-base production. So there is a drone window right now that we have created for ourselves because we just killed his army. So look at our drone window. We make drones. And now we made one round of drones. Just 1. But look at this. We're not just making drones, we're also making a scout, and we're going to go look at his base, and we're going to see, are you or are you not taking a 3rd base? And since he does take a 3rd base, we are safe to make another round of drones now. Because if someone 2-base all-ins you, and they go, you know what? Let's expand again now. It's going to definitely slice into the production of their future all-ins again, and it's going to buy you even more time. So now our drone window has like increased a bit because he just lost his army, and then he also takes a 3rd base behind that. Our drone window is humongous now. It's great. I feel like I could totally, at this point right now, we're at 60 drones. We could squeeze out 80 right here. So we make another round of drones. And again, 3rds get scouted, so we just slam out 11 drones again. We scout his base right after we scout the 3rd, and I can see, let's look at this really fast. We see another round of stalkers. We just confirmed composition as well once again. We know he's not tech switching. He can't afford that right now. But look at this. Army supply again. Let's compare army supplies while we're making nothing but drones for the last like 40 seconds. 54 army supply for us as Zerg right now. 32 army supply for Protoss right now. Even though we're making drones, we still maintain a bigger supply advantage over the Protoss in just army. That's not even including the worker lead we have. In just army, we are winning as well. In terms of just numbers we have. And the reason why, again, that makes sense is because of this. We killed his army, and we did not then run across the map and waste our units on his reinforcements, which is giving him defender's advantage. We killed his army, he ran away with what was left over, and we sat there on those units that were now still alive and made drones on it. So we didn't need to stop making drones to remake units that we sacrificed, because we didn't sacrifice anything. And now speeding it up to ×4. That third base, this is kind of the end, I would say. This is the end of looking at the economy. We should know at this point now, we have a massive lead in economy. There's no reason to think otherwise. We have seen for the last 4 minutes of this game, we've had 3 bases saturated and he didn't have a third at all. That is massive. That's so big. And we're at optimal saturation of drones, and now, again, we're not fucking around. We're not sitting around being like, I'm not sure what I want to do now. As soon as we hit optimal saturation of drones, we immediately started going back into army again. We didn't just sit there on larva thinking about what we should do. We just picked hydras because we also saw earlier that he's still remaking gateway units, and we're gonna go hydra lurker eventually. But look at army supply now. We have 72 army supply, and Protoss has 46. So we're being efficient about what we're doing. We're focusing on injecting. We're focusing on spinning that larva, and we're capitalizing on these drone windows that are there, and then we're just cranking as soon as we hit that drone window that we want. We're not just sitting around, again, being indecisive. We're immediately switching back into army, and we're just ramping that supply up really fast with whatever we're gonna do.
Our forces are under attack. Metamorphosis mutation complete. Mineral field depleted.
And now we're maxed out. And as I said before, it's nice when you max out to do things that can eliminate future problems. Like, for instance, when we made static D. It's not big. I don't think you're going to have, I will not tell you to do this anymore when you're like in Masters League and stuff like that, really. Like, you can still make static D if you know you need it. But I'm telling you guys to do this thing right now with static D, with Protoss, Terran, and Zerg, where I'm like, make a turret, make a planetary, make 2 cannons and a battery, make a spine crawler and spore crawlers, whatever. I'm telling you guys to do this because what it does is, this game is a perfect example of it. And we'll come back, we'll let that happen one more time and we'll talk about it then. But it prevents future problems from happening. It makes the game go at a faster pace overall. And here it comes. So what's happening right now? Our army is maxed, and we discovered with changeling scouts where, like, you know, we saw, or we kind of have an idea where his base is. Like, we know he's got a third. We want to attack across the map. That is the goal here. That's the plan. We're like, let's go attack him because we didn't waste time. We hit our drone count, and then we just slammed units out right behind that. So we want to attack. But imagine, I have no overseers right now. Imagine if I didn't make any static D, and I was like, oh shit, I got a DT in my third base. I got DTs in my main. I got DTs in my natural. Because this Protoss player made a bunch of DTs, and he just right-clicked the mineral lines. He's like, go over there, go over there, go over there. And let's say I don't have static D, and then I'm like turning my army around when I have this massive window to kill him. And I go, oh, well, fuck. Okay, run my drones, run my drones, run my drones. Okay, all my drones are running. More drones are getting swiped off and killed. And it takes me like 30 seconds to get all my drones in safe spots and kill the DTs, to run around all my bases and kill the DTs. And then it takes me like another like 30 seconds. And then I also have to spend all my larvae remaking drones that died to fix everything that just got fucked up. And that's considering that would go fast. Maybe it would even take, like, overall, instead of only a minute, maybe it would take me 90 seconds in total to fix 3 bases simultaneously getting slammed by DTs. It would be annoying. It would be super frustrating. And what it would do is, if we look at the timer, if the Protoss had like another like 60 to 90 seconds to macro, instead of his supply being at like 129, it could be more like 150, 160. Maybe even like right 160 to 170, depending on how efficient he is with producing his units. It would just give him a higher chance to get back into the game again. So doing things like this, where if we're not the most efficient right now yet, which I don't think we are, we're not the most efficient yet at doing multitask. I'm not going to be doing things like, oh shit, DTs, third of my hydras, third of my hydras. Third of my hydras go to main, third of my hydras go to natural, third of my hydras go to the third. Like, I'm just going to split my army and then have like 3 overseers going in simultaneous, like, multiple directions. Do I expect platinum players to do that? Fuck no. I don't expect that. So doing things like this, suddenly this guy sends 5 DTs to my base. That could have been really annoying. And DTs show up, and this is what happens to them.
Field depleted.
They just get fucking pounded. DTs are dead. DTs die. And DT dies. And his whole DT attack just got completely shit on. And we don't give a fuck. We're just like, oh, he made DTs, and good job, Spine Spore. Doesn't matter. And now, that 90-second window he could have created for himself, or something around there, it doesn't exist anymore. And now we're just like, no, I'm actually here, and I'm ready to take a fight. So this supply difference is still huge. And really what ended up happening just now instead was 10 supply and a lot of resources just literally got dumped in the trash can for Protoss because he just threw 5 DTs to their death. So my lead even got expanded even further. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And then we're A-moving right now. We're just A-moving. We're not worrying about microing right now, because this is why. Again, microing in Platinum doesn't help you at all, because let's hit production tab really fast. Let's look at what Protoss has been producing this whole fight. The Nexus has been going for 43 seconds, and the Gateways have been going for 41 seconds. I'm going to go ahead and say that nothing has been produced for Protoss this whole fight. And we can further confirm that within this nice juicy bank. And the reason why this is because this Protoss is very, very, very tunnel visioned. And I'm not going to lie, every Platinum player will be like this. This is why anyone who says, ViBE, why aren't you making this unit that needs to be microed? That's why I don't tell you to do that. I get this question every day. ViBE, why don't we make micro units? Because you can't handle it. Honestly. Because if you make micro units, you will tunnel vision the fight and you will not macro. And microing a fight and neglecting all macro throughout that fight is not the proper way to play StarCraft. That will make you always be the guy who says, why can't I ever get out of Platinum League? Why am I stuck here forever? It's because you don't macro. So look at the supply. Supply, we took a nice juicy lead. Look at the money. We are macroing during the fight. The Protoss is totally just staring at this. And then finally, the army we had here comes to a conclusion. It dies. It almost overpowered it. But it doesn't matter, because we were not basing the game off of that one fight. That's the thing I want a lot of people to really understand, is when you take a fight with someone in StarCraft, you shouldn't be thinking to yourself, okay, I'm about to launch an attack. This is going to make or break the game. I'm either going to win the game now, or I'm going to lose the game now. You should not be thinking about fights that way. What you should be thinking is I'm going to gain leads. I have leads. I know the position of the game, and this is going to further expand my lead. That's how you should be thinking when you take fights. So, I took a fight, and this is what I wanted to happen. Okay, look at the supply. All said and done, we just reset the Protoss's army supply entirely. Actually, here, this is a better way to look at this. When this fight starts, we have a 70 supply lead. Okay? 70 supply lead right now, right as the fight starts. The goal we have right now is this. The next time we take a fight against Protoss, we want one of two things to happen. And that would be, number one, we want the next time we take a fight against Protoss, to now, instead of having a 70 supply lead, we want it to be bigger than 70. We want the supply lead next time we take a fight against him to be 80 or 90. So it makes the fight even harder for Protoss. That's what one of our two goals could be, is just increasing supply lead, because we're just running him over right now. We don't expect to win the game with this, but we just expect to expand leads beyond this, because we're still preparing for more game after this. We're not thinking that this is it. The second thing we can do is we would want to maintain around the same supply lead as we have right now, but instead of just having Roach Hydra, we have tech units. Okay? So what we're doing, essentially, is we're trying to literally kick Protoss's legs out from under him repeatedly, and we're trying to do something in the game that will give us leads after leads after leads. And again, it doesn't make any sense to say, not only am I going to have like a 90 supply lead, that's bigger than the one I have right now, and also tech advantage now, because that's too expensive. But if I said, you know what, I'm going to make mass roaches again. I'm just going to go mass roaches. That's cheap. It's not super tech heavy. You can totally max that fast. And then that would mean, okay, I could totally expand my supply lead if I just make roaches, 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 roaches. That makes sense. But if I'm going to be like, okay, this fight, it's just roach hydra. Next fight, I'm going to make lurkers with it. It makes sense then that I could say, I want to, next time I fight him, I want to show up with around the same supply difference that we have now. But instead of having 24 roaches and a bunch of hydras, I have a bunch of hydras and like 12 lurkers or something. And lurkers are way better than roaches, but they're also way more expensive. So my army is way more powerful, but I maintain same supply lead because we cripple the Protoss with our first timing because we know we're ahead. That's the, like, those are kind of the goals that we have here. So whenever you think about the game in a way where you say, I just want to end it in this one fight and that the game's over, that's incorrect. You don't want to look at it that way. That's basic thinking. That is no game understanding really right there. And you shouldn't really ever expect that to happen. The only time you should ever expect the game to end with your fight is if you are literally all-inning them. If I had said, you know what, I'm not taking a fourth, I'm not even taking a third, I'm just going to go for 2 base all-in all game, then sure, then the game's going to end either way, because if you fail to kill him, then you're dead. But we're macroing. This is a macro game, so it's okay. So if we speed it up, the next time we fight, again, this one was a 70 supply difference. Look at the next time we take a fight. So now look at this one. This time around, we have a much better army. This time around, we have full hydras. We have no roaches anymore. Roaches are kind of less effective now. We have full hydras, and we also have a lot of lurkers. We have 14 lurkers. This army is way scarier than our last one, and we're still maintaining a great supply lead. And the reason why this happened is because we kicked Protoss' legs out from under him. He had to recover, but because we are ahead, we recovered a lot faster than he did. And instead of maintaining a supply lead of just throwing units at him constantly, we chose to go for the tech route, which means his supply will either maintain what it was before, or it might even catch up a little bit. But suddenly it's okay that we're a lot closer in supply because this army trades a lot better than our last one did. And you're about to see it. So look at this one. So we planted the lurkers in a way where we found out where Protoss was with changelings and stuff like that. We knew he wasn't here, so we chose this base. We chose this base, and then, yeah, now we're good. Get ready, guys.
Thanks, ViBE, and keep up the good work for the easy-to-follow videos.
Yo, Crabalanche, thank you very much for the 100 bits, dude, and thank you for watching. I'm glad you like it. Also, Mr. Q, thank you for the 14 months. That army is terrifying. I know. It's a really good army. We're also level 3 weapons on it. Thank you as well, Mr. Q, for the 14-month resub. And also, Costi Claire, thank you for the 5 months from earlier. I don't want to miss anybody. Love the series. Your efforts are greatly appreciated. Thank you for watching, and thank you for supporting it. Thank you, thank you. And Ravenstroke, thank you very much for the 4 months as well. Hope your next opponent is Terran, and I want to see Thor's die. Oh, yeah. Thank you, dude. Guys, I appreciate the support. Look at this. Really fast. We just killed his expansion, guys, and look at the supply difference. It actually balanced out to where now we maintained the same supply lead we had before, but now instead of Roach Hydra, we have Lurker Hydra. What happened last time in this situation when we had when we had Roach Hydra was we killed his entire army except for 1 Archon and like 1 Templar or something, and then my entire army also died. So we fully reset each other. But again, I have a lot more recovery than he does because look at my economy compared to his. I can recover way faster. So, but let's look at what happens now with this new army we have, because we invested into higher tech now. And the fight is more or less over already. He kind of ran into it, and now that's a nice 110 supply lead. So now all we do is, again, this is plat. We're not microing really heavily. We're not gonna stagger lurkers forward, and we're not gonna leapfrog them. We're just gonna up burrow them all. We're gonna get in range, and we're gonna burrow them all. And why are we doing this? Because burrowing your lurkers in stagger formations and also leapfrogging them takes way more time. And I think most people, if I told you to do that, you're going to not macro anything. We'll start doing strategy styles like that and unit micro moves like that once we get to diamond, because I think you can. That is like the base level. I can like my macro is now good enough to where I can kind of handle multitasking some micro in there. But even diamond players struggle with it. I'm not even saying like, oh, diamond players are great at it. Diamond players are terrible at it, but they can at least do it a little bit. Masters players are even not great at it. I'm not even gonna lie. There's a lot of GM players that aren't even good at it. It's just you're trying to maximize your time all the time. But I will 100% say platinum players don't do it at all. They just 100% stare at the army. They don't macro anything. And look at our supply. We don't care, guys, that some of our army is dying. It's totally fine, because what are we doing? We're doing very basic micro. We just get in range, burrow. And then we go, let's slam out units again. And we have 16 hydras in production as they die. And even though I just took a juicy ass storm to the face, look at all this blood over here. It's blood and guts everywhere. But we're maxed out. Doesn't even matter. How do you deal with mass storm and hydras? In Platinum League, you just rebuild them.
Good evening, ViBE. How is your B2 GM progressing? I miss you, mate.
Yo, Rogu, what's up, man? It's going well. Thank you very much for the bits. Alright, and we will go ahead and burrow, because we're in range. And once again, we're still macroing while the fight's happening. We're taking another base. You know, we're injecting our bases, spreading our creep. Because, guys, this is the last thing I'll say, okay? This is the last thing I'll say about this game, and this is what I really want you guys to understand. This is what I really want you guys to understand. And I'm going to say it now, and I know some people are going to hear me and be like, okay, yeah, ViBE, that makes sense. But I know that the very next game that I play, there will be another 30 people that will not hear what I just said, and they'll be like, why this is not, I don't understand. That's the life of streaming. At least YouTube is a little different, because people can watch videos in the past, but Twitch is like, you have to re-explain it 1,000 times. But here it is. If you have two ways to get ahead in this game, you have one that is a gamble, and you have one that is a guarantee. Now, here's how that works. If I focus everything on my micro, and I go, all right, leapfrog my lurkers, split my hydras against storm, I'm going to micro. I'm just literally like predicting where storms are, where my clumps of units are. I'm going to spread. I'm going to be like the best Zerg ever here. I'm going to look like a micro god. You might execute it well, and you might actually feel like, you might just pat yourself on the back and be like, that was pretty well done. Good job. I'm proud of myself. I feel like if I can micro like that every game, I would easily be GM. And that's all. It is fun. I will say that. It is fun when you do things like that. It is one of the things that makes StarCraft really fun. But there's also a chance that you might accidentally be like, oh God, oh no, oh geez. And then you're clumping your hydras up into storms anyways, and you're just like, oh, okay, go back and forth, and you're getting stormed really hard. Everything is dying. And then your lurkers, maybe you're trying to leapfrog them, and you keep running a few lurkers here and there into like 4 or 5 immortals because you're trying to leapfrog and be a boss. And then you're just wasting your army, and you're also wasting your time. And the trade-off is you might still lose the fight even though you're microing, but now you missed out on the macro phase of what could have happened. And for the last like full minute of the game, you focused only on trying to micro, and you still failed. But now you have 1 minute of creep spread that doesn't exist. So we just reseed 2 tumors everywhere we go. Just delete the last 2 tumors that we made. Just have it go all the way back. Like a full like screen length just of creep goes backwards on every direction. This creep doesn't exist. It's back up to here again. This creep doesn't exist. It's back over to like right there again. This creep does not exist. We just, all of our creep spread goes backwards. All of our larva injects. All this larva we have, where we have 42 larvae sitting on the hatcheries, that doesn't exist. Instead, we have queens with like 100 energy or like 150 energy per queen. Sitting here with 3 larvae per hatchery. Our drones don't have good saturations. Everywhere we look is like 8 drones over here, 6 drones over on that one, 5 drones over on this one, 4 drones over on this one. And we have all this inefficient mining. So instead of having 2,700, our mining is like 2,200 because we have a bunch of drones just sitting there wasting time not mining properly. And then this base doesn't exist either because we didn't think about expanding because we're tunnel visioning on the micro. Like, upkeeping the build is actually, because again, that's more important. Those things are way more important than saying, well, ViBE, he's got Storm. I got Hydras. They don't really mix very well. I don't really want to waste my Hydras and have them die to Storm. It doesn't seem very intelligent. I see what you're saying, ViBE, but I feel like you're losing more if you just let your units die to Storm. But here's the crazy thing. We're still, even though we're not microing, guys, we still took amazing trades. Like, I didn't micro anything here. All I did was burrow my lurkers and look at the outcome. I am crushing the Protoss' army either way. I think the thing a lot of people confuse themselves on is they think you just, this is something you have to realize. Just because you are looking at your units doesn't mean you micro well. Okay? Seriously. A lot of people seem to think that if they just look at their units, suddenly they're going to get like 10 times the value out of them. They're like, well, now I'm here. And if I just use my mouse and I do a couple things, suddenly my units get a lot more done. Because otherwise they're just going to die very horribly, inefficiently, and they're going to not do anything. That's not true at all. A-moving in StarCraft is actually insanely effective. And once you can handle multitasking micro, that's totally fine. But if you cannot handle multitasking, if you micro and you're not a multitasker, you're just going to throw the game away because you're going to fall apart in so many different ways. All these problems are going to start happening that you're not going to prepare for. Like your macro, like upkeeping your macro. I would much rather have more creep on the map and more control of the map than win a fight because I moved out of one storm properly. And again, that applies to platinum players. That does not apply to GM players and high level players. You can do, because multitasking is the thing. You can handle multitasking when you're higher level because you don't even have to think about macro anymore. You don't really have to think about scouting anymore. Everything is just like, yep. You make snap-second decisions. You don't go, wait, okay, hold on. Robo is probably going to make Immortals. So, what do I want to make against that? I mean, I don't want to make Roaches that much because Roaches get countered by Immortals. But if I guess I heard if you make enough Roaches, then that beats Immortals because you just have more. Like, you don't think about it when you're high level. You just know shit. You know what to do already. You move a lot faster. And you also predict things before they happen. That is what a multitasking player can do. If you're someone, and here's a perfect example. This last thing I'm going to say, and we're going to move on, for real. Last thing. If you're someone, there's 2 ways to react to storms, okay? If you're someone that reacts to storms where you say, oh, grab my Hydras. They're currently being stormed. I'm just going to let you know right now that is incorrect. That is not good micro. If you go, all right, my Hydras got stormed, grab them, move them out of it. I took only half the duration of that storm on most of those Hydras. That is bad micro. You might as well just A-move it anyways, because that is not good. But if you're someone that says, all right, his Templars are getting in range, I can see clearly that he's going to go for storms. I'm predicting that they're about to happen. And where is my clump at? That is what he's guaranteed looking at. I'm going to pre-spread the clump as soon as he gets in range to storm. And suddenly a storm goes down right on a spreading army already. And the storm basically whiffs everything. That is good micro. You have to be able to like predict what your opponent's going to do to micro properly. And you cannot do that in Platinum. I'm throwing that out there right now. People in Plat don't do that. So, yeah, everyone's obsessed with micro, but Just really trying to stress that point where it's not your problem. Ah, nice, delicious, very good. Ooh. Okay. All right, boys. We got a Terran. We got a Terran player opponent. Terran opponent. Terran opponent. Is this plat 1? This is plat 2. All right, so we really went in depth on that last one. I really I'll speed up these next ones a little bit more. But I really last game I really tried to stress logical thinking of what you should be doing on, you know, once again, it's really like that stuff is really important. Knowing that and understanding that and respecting that is super important. Yo, Joe, thank you very much, man, for the 4-month resub. Can we do BDGM series all year round? That'd be a lot of bronze GM. That's a lot.
We require more minerals.
Okay, so we're scouting the front of my natural. We are scouting his base with my overlord. Again, our opponent is a Terran. No, ViBE, mix it up the rest of the year. Yeah, no, he wasn't being serious, and I will never. And I'm also, I don't think anyone really would expect me to do bronze GM all year. This takes a lot of work to make a bronze GM series, because one thing people don't realize is when I make the videos, I have to edit the videos after the stream is over, and I'm not. I am literally, if I do a 6-hour stream or like a 8-hour stream, I'm doing shit for like 10 hours that day. Because I have to edit clips out, I have to render them, I have to upload them, I have to file them. There's a lot of stuff that goes into it. A lot of extra time after the stream ends. So yeah, I would never do this all year round. It's very time consuming. But I do like making it like after big patches, because it does help people a lot. Okay, so we got a natural expansion. We have a Reaper coming at our base. Remember what I said? Do not leave your creep. If he goes to my main, attack towards my... Okay, just attack the Reaper in my main. We're not trying to kill the Reaper. We're just trying to get him off of our creep. If he leaves the creep, just let it be. Okay. We can go back to our natural and call it a day. So again, this guy expanded, guys. And we can also see he went for Hellions. So he expanded. So we're going to also take our next expansion too. Because we can afford it. Our money's ramping up. I don't have any larva to spend. Might as well take my third base. Because, again, it's okay that we're taking our third base because he expanded.
We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
What's here?
We require more
A tech lab.
minerals.
Is there going to be a starport there?
We
Yeah, it's factory. Okay, so look at this. We just scouted everything. We see a factory tech lab, and we see a... and we're still going 5SD while we're looking at this. 5SD, 5SD. But we see a factory tech lab and a factory reactor. Just going to throw this out there. This guy is going mech. Okay? And also, since he's opening Hellions, let's go ahead and do this to our wall.
require more minerals.
Connect our wall to the wall. And now, suddenly, all my drones, because we're not making speedlings here, guys. All my drones now are safe. They're all safe.
This is my small contribution to support your crazy B2GM marathon. Thank you very much for your effort and passion.
Yo.
See you soon for another coaching session maybe.
Yo, Mattia!
5SD, 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 5SD.
Mattia, thank you so much, man. I appreciate the 25, and I look forward to coaching you again if we end up setting it up. Sounds good to me. Thank you very much, dude. I like the 5 SDs. And yeah, dude, that's, thank you for wanting to support it. You're a boss. Okay, so guys, we made about 7 roaches. 7 roaches is fine. 7 roaches works. Now let's send my dudes to my 3rd base, and let's start rallying my drones to my 3rd base. And let's worry about that now. Inject, inject, inject. We're making drones. Okay, let's go ahead and make an overseer now. With our overlord that is over at his base, basically. Meanwhile, we can also take another base. And again, guys, what would we call what just happened just now? This is something I really want you guys to start understanding. Take a second, think about it. Make drones while you're scouting. Armory. Upgrading tech lab. So what just happened right there was he just lost his army and it created a drone window. That's what just happened. Drone window. Let's go ahead and take a hydrogen. Get our creep spread going on still. Where's my extra queen? Do I have one? I don't think I have one. And look, we can see he's going Hellion Cyclone. So cool. If it's Hellion Cyclone, we're not gonna make this too complicated, okay? We're not gonna make this too complicated. What we're gonna do, because we had that drone window, we are just droning to 80, just like we did before, because he just threw away an army. And he's not really looking to be that aggressive right now. Also, look at the SCVs. Okay, well, my SCV died. We can take a roach and go like this. Right-click his 3rd base. Seeing the SCVs rotate like that too tells us he has a 3rd base, but we can go confirm it just to make sure. But seeing the 3rd base and also seeing the fact that he lost an army, that's like drone window paradise right there. Anyways, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go into Roach Hydra, and then we're gonna go into Lurkers again in this game soon. Set up my economies. Let's look at our bases. Needs to be fixed on the gas. We're fine. 81 drones still being efficient. Make Hydras while we look at this. Good. Inject is good. Good. Inject is good. Good. Inject is good now. And let's spread a creep tumor. Creep tumor. Creep tumor. Make Hydras. Make Overlords as well. Good. Good. Okay, the creep in the bottom right side, and also this base needs to switch one drone around. Let's make a gas there, and there. We're good now. Now let's go ahead and oh wait, we're getting attacked, right? So we've been making Hydras the whole time since we've been at this good saturation. So let's take our army and let's A-move his army with it. Inject. Don't look at the army. Make a hive. Inject. And we're good. Grab some drones that are coming here. Put them on the gas. Make a couple overlords. And good stuff. We can go ahead and fill in the creep a little bit on this side of the map.
We require more
Fill in the creep. Fill in the creep. My rally point is like in the middle of my bases. It's fine. Fill in all that creep, guys. Anywhere we see open gaps, just fill that creep in. Queen's doing this side, and good stuff. 84 drones is still good. Base is good. Let's actually make our lurker den right now. Inject is good. Inject is good. Let's even take another base, because we might, you know, not having the larva right now would be fine, but also we could transfer drones that start mining out even more. Mine as well. So creep. 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 Creep spread. Creep spread. And creep spread. And this queen can go into the bushes and stand over here. Okay, now let's take our army. Let's grab one roach each. And let's go shift right click across all the bases on the map and see where he could be. And while we do that, let's inject our bases, fix our economies. We could even start a spire right now, even though we might not use it. Let's just start one. Because what if this guy ends up getting to a situation where we need a broodlords or something because he's like got mass tanks now or something like that. So let's do a creep spread round. Creep. That creep. That was whatever. That creep is tumor is done. Creep. 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 And creep. And we can take our queen down here and put another tumor over there. Okay, so we see a base there. Let's go ahead and attack that base. Let's go ahead and get lurker upgrades. For this first attack, guys, we're not worried about making lurkers because we're already maxed. Fix my economy while my army's moving out. Okay, let's look at my army just for a sec. And attack this planetary fortress. Does it look good? I'd say yes, it looks good. There's no army here really ready to kick my ass. So I think we're fine. Let's inject, spread creep. Or sorry, spread my drones out. Inject. Inject. The drone count is now looking good. How's my army looking? We killed it. And now he's got widow mines and tanks. Okay? So this is the exact reason why I said we're going to get lurkered in and aspire. What if he has tanks? Lurkers aren't the best against tanks. I'm just going to let you know that right now. Lurkers actually struggle against tanks pretty hard. So let's go ahead and spread my creep really fast to give ourselves another round of creep. And now we're going to switch our tech a little bit. And we're going to think about it logically. What's good against tanks? And also widow mines. And I'll give you the answer now, but you can remember this in the future. Let's go ahead and make like 12 broodlords. Okay? 12 broodlords right here. Also, since now we're going to go broodlords, let's get melee and adrenal glands for, or the speed and adrenal glands for zerglings. And let's start getting melee upgrades. We're not getting carapace on ground because carapace on ground does not matter against mech. It really does not matter. It doesn't really change anything. There are breakpoints in units, and armor doesn't really change that for ground units that much. Now, while we're waiting, let's go ahead and spread our creep. Also, Jack, thank you very much for the sub. I appreciate you, dude. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, dude. Spread that creep, boys. Spread that creep. So we're giving the Terran a lot of time to do whatever the hell he wants. It's okay. It doesn't matter, because what we're doing is actually controlling the map a lot harder than he is. So it really doesn't matter. Okay, let's grab like 6 drones and just right click these 2 gases right now with 3 each. So these can be fully saturated gases right away. And we can even start another base over here. What's the drone count going to be at? 80. It's going to be at 81 in a second. Let's just make a drone. Also, let's just do this really quick too while we're waiting. Mine as well. 3 drones. Static, static, static. 3 drones. Static D, static D, static D. Grab 1 drone because it was at 14 and send it somewhere else. Static D, static D, static D. 3 drones. Okay, take a second to just look at the army. Alright, let's do this. We can see widow mines. We can see that's going to be kind of a problem. Let's give ourselves a moment here to do this. Let me just show you how to fix this. Overlords. Select all army. I'm on select all army right now, okay? Attack his army with my army. Control click the overlords and right click a broodlord. Now, while this is happening, make army. We're just going to make hydras just because. We're just making hydras, guys, just because. We're holding down the hydra key, and now gas is spent, so let's make zerglings. Let's spread creep one more time. Spread my creep. Spread my creep. Spread my creep. Okay, grab my army. Same thing as we did before. We'll grab a zergling now and scout the sides of the map and just see where are your new bases. What should I be thinking about here? And we'll go back to fixing off my static D everywhere, because what if this guy runs like Hellions or Banshees around the map?
Mineral field depleted.
We'll make 1 more drone for that gas to fix it. Good. Every base is looking good except for this one now.
Our forces are under attack.
Now what's my drone count at? 74? Let's fix our drone count.
Forces are under attack.
We're good again. Okay, so let's hit this base, guys. It's a brand new base. Go right down the center. And as we're getting our broodlords are super slow, getting them in position. Let's do 1 last round of creep. Creep, creep. Send this queen over here to spread creeper there. We'll do it later. Creep, 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 and creep. since we're looking at this base. Fuck it. We'll do it in a second. Once again, same shit. Let's do this. Click my brood lords. Just control click the broods. A move his base. Control click the overseers. Right click a brood lord. And let it happen for a second. Okay. Now select my whole army. And go. Click the overseers again. And right click a brood lord again. And now what do we see that's happening? Everything's dying. It's okay. Let's just make hydras and lings again. And look at my ejecting. It's really bad, right? And my ejecting actually fell off really hard because we're going in this static D thing. So let's inject our bases again while this is happening. And look at my money. It's super high, so let's go ahead and do this. Let's get like 5 macro hashes. And we can make a few drones to replace right there. Drone count is not looking the greatest. Let's make some drones here. Now drone count's looking good again. Now we're back to 84. Cool. Just fix my production. Get melee upgrade. My army's still alive. Let's do the same thing over here. A move that. Overseers. Follow a broodlord. We can spread our creep again. Down in a line across the map. Spread all my creep. Base is dead. No, there's... Now look at this. Now he's going mass Thors, guys. So now if he's going mass Thors, let's regroup our shit. Because we're losing our army to Thor. Like, broodlords are starting to fall off to Thors now. So, how about we do this? Regroup my army and just go... Lurkers. Lurkers are really good against mech armies that are ground-based and do not have siege tanks. Spread my drones out. We can even take another base. See, he's attacking. So let's group my army up again. Go somewhere where we're just going to be safe. Go to like a nice, safe location.
Mineral field depleted.
Okay, and let's A-move his army. Once we're in range, burrow my shit. Burrow my shit. We'll macro again during that. Okay. So. It worked. It was great. It was nice. It was nice, dude. The only thing we're microing right there is because we're using select all army, we are having to always grab our overseers. So because the overseers do get selected with select all army, so we don't want our overseers to just fly in and die, right? Yo, Vajrapani, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. Welcome, guys. Welcome to the stream. Happy to have you. Hello, how you doing? Hi. Thank you, guys. Vajrapani, happy holidays. Thank you, man. And Jackal Oprah. I don't think I said that one either. Jackal Oprah, thank you for the sub as well. Welcome to the VFam. And Duplicit, thank you for the 40-month sub. Vibu Ree. Thank you, man. Guys, much appreciated. Much love. Standard Dre, thanks for the 5. Yeah. You boys are spoiling me once again. I love you guys. And Kaden, thank you for the 200 bits. Really fun to watch, man. Oh, yeah. Thank you, dude. So, guys, we see a natural, right? We're looking at Terran. We still made the 4 lings to deal with the Reaper. That's standard. That's standard part of our build now. We kept the lings defensive because he was aggressive with the Reaper. In his base, we see natural. We see a nice reactor. We could even use our Overlord to scout in a little bit further. And we see a factory landing on it right now. What this tells us...
Not really fun to watch, man. Okay.
Yo. Thank you again, guys, for all the support. You guys are fucking awesome. What this tells us, timing-wise, we saw a Reaper get made, and then we saw a reactor get made really fast with our Overlord after the Reaper passed my Overlord. What that means is that his build order so far has, we can confirm this. We know this, okay? This is what we should know. This is efficiency. I can tell you what his build is before I even look at it, and we'll confirm this in a second. The fact that we've seen a command center, the fact that we see a factory, and the fact that we see a reactor, this build was depot, barracks, command center, or sorry, depot, barracks, gas, command center, Reaper, reactor plus factory, second gas as he takes the factory, and then he swaps. And that's as far as we've gotten so far. And then, going further, we scout into it, and we'll confirm that really fast. So what we should see is we should see 2 gases. We should see a barracks. Obviously, we know there's a barracks. But we already know there's these buildings right here, the factory, reactor, and the command center. But what we should see is we should see 1 gas that is probably mined like 100 gas more than the other. Or like maybe even like 130 or something like that. So let's click the gases. Okay, he actually only has 1 gas altogether. This is not the most efficient. I'm just going to say that right now. The reason why is because it delays his... and that's actually why his second factory was so delayed. Is because he delayed the second gas really hard. So here's the trade-off. He has a lot of money now. And the reason why I assumed he had a second gas early before I even saw it is because I didn't see a third command center. I saw 2 factories with my overlord. Like obviously we could still scout the gas even as well to make it even more apparent. But our overlord also does a lot of chilling over here. But seeing 2 factories, this usually, and also there's finally the second gas. Usually when you take your factory, you're going to start a second gas. Because this second factory is very late because of that. Anyways, it doesn't matter. The big one you want to know is you want to just confirm that it, again, for Platinum League, it is an expansion. It is. So we took a 3rd base. And then you confirm, if you can, it's not the end of the world if you can't right away. But if you can, also confirm after you see if it is an expansion or not. It'd be nice to also know what the opener is, and we can tell that this opener is, at the very least, Hellions. And then this is just like bonus. If you can somehow figure this out, this is amazing. This will not happen every time, but if it does, it's great. We also confirmed that it's a second factory before a starport, which means this dude's going most likely Hellion Cyclone. This is what that is what this means. It could be Bronze GM build as well. It could be like Tank Hellion into Thor Hellion. It could be that. But in general, and once you get higher leagues, it's gonna, when people actually start microing, it's gonna be Hellion Cyclone every time. And how did we act? This is perfect. I'm glad I did this, and we'll talk about it as well. Once I confirmed it was Hellions, I made this wall to deal with it. Because when you go when you know you're fighting against Hellions, the only thing you should be scared about is Hellions killing your drones. And you do not need a wall like this if you open up with Speedlings. Because if you have Speedlings and he just dives into your base and suddenly Speedlings wrap around and kill the Hellions, you just killed the Hellions and now you get a drone window. You create a pseudo drone window in a weird way if you just make a wall like this. Because even though I can't really kill these Hellions right now, he can't also kill my drones because he can't get through to my drones. He's locked out now. There's a door here that he cannot enter.
The hive cluster is under attack.
So now, we're you know, what we're doing is the standard stuff. We're making the roaches as we do. This is the safety amount of roaches. I'm just gonna throw this out there, guys. Hellbats and Hellions are not great against roaches at all. Roaches are amazing against both of those things. Hellions themselves are awful against roaches. They're absolutely terrible. But Hellbats are a little bit better. But the thing about Hellbats is you can kite them. So when you actually do start microing a little bit, you could totally kite these Hellbats all day. And if you don't know what kiting means, it means you're attacking while backing up between auto attacks so that you're never getting meleeed. So the range unit is superior there because the range unit attacks repeatedly and the melee unit just keeps chasing and doesn't actually attack. But even though we didn't even kite, we still crushed this army because roaches are just good against Hellions in general. And now, since he lost those Hellions, that created a drone window. He just threw away, like, look at the total supply we have for Terran right now. Terran has 16 supply at this stage. And actually, we'll look at it right when they died, because that makes more sense. Right. Okay, right now. The other one doesn't die. Right now, Terran has 9 supply in total. And we should know this. The reason why we should know this is because he opened up with a Reactive Hellion opener, and then he sent all of them at my base that he had at that point in the game. Okay? Like, you can't... Right now, he doesn't have magically, like, 20 Hellions. There's limitations. He's been making Hellions off of a factory. 1 factory so far with a reactor. So, he made his first 4 Hellions, and he ran across the map and tried to do damage to me. And then, on top of that, he paired them up with even more. As he didn't get into my base, he was still making Hellions the whole time, and then he eventually decided to back up and brought more Hellions across the map, and he attacked my 3rd base with 8 Hellbats. He lost 7 out of his 8 Hellbats, or something like that. He lost a lot of Hellbats. So his supply got reset very hard in terms of army supply, which creates this juicy, juicy, juicy drone window that we're not really worried about dying in. And our army supply is still 14. Even though we're making drones now, we still have leftover roaches from the previous fight in case this guy were to once again do something like, I'm going to run 4 Hellions into your base again and try and kill drones again. We still have roaches to deal with that. We're still fine. And if we do catch wind that he's doing that, we can make more units as we realize it's happening. It's one reason why creep spread is so important. Because not only is scouting his base like this really nice, creep spread is indirect scouting as well. Because the more creep you have, the more you can see. And the more you can see that he's not there, the more you know he's not pushing you. So even though we don't actually know where his army is, we know he is not at our base yet. So it's indirect scouting. It's like we can tell where he isn't, which is nice, which is he's not about to kill me. So I don't need to make roaches. And it does, again, this is the thing that a lot of people always kind of, I lose everyone on so many times. People get so freaked out about drone windows and they're like, I'm going to die. It doesn't take that long to get to an optimal drone saturation. And you can see our drone saturation. Look at it. It's already juicy as hell, man. Like, this drone window is already there, basically. And we can see with his army, he's still in the front of his base. We dropped the changeling. And we're looking at, right now we're looking at 5 Hellions and 2 Cyclones. Army supply is 21 for Terran. Army supply for us is still 14. If this army were to walk across the map right now, I could start making units right now, and I would crush it still. Like this is not scary. So that's why it's always a great feeling when your opponent throws units away. Because it does things like this. It's amazing. It creates these like, oh, well, I am not scared at all.
Mutation.
And now, look at the drone count. Our drone count is now going to be fully saturated. We have another base. And again, the thing about drone saturation is the more drones we get, the more production we get, so the faster we can ramp everything up. We've confirmed that he has a 3rd. We knew he had a 3rd earlier from the SCVs going up and down, as we talked about, because they were long distance mining, as he was either building the command center or floating it. But this is a nice window, guys. Or it's not window, it's indicator. This is his 3rd base. Okay? We are getting a nice read on the 3rd base. We see 1 SCV on each gas. And we see what looks like maybe like 5 SCVs on the mineral line. It is actually 6. But it looks like, I don't know. I would guesstimate 5 because that 1 SCV is like standing inside the mule. It's hard to see. Either way, this looks like a very thin mineral line. It looks like it is missing a lot of SCVs. That's kind of the point. We're ballparking it. Look at our 3rd base. It's fully saturated. And this 3rd base has been fully saturated for a long time. So if his 3rd still looks like that, even right now, and our 3rd has been like this, and then on top of that, we have a 4th that is fully saturated. That is, again, massive indicators that we are way ahead. This is the last indicator that we need because we are now out of the economy phase. This is the last indicator that we need to go, this game is we're way ahead, and we can now bully the Terran. We can now control this game very hard. If we max an attack, we will do serious damage. This is what that means. This means we should just go for a timing. We shouldn't worry about like trying to play methodically with, okay, maybe if I need to go broods first or do something really cost efficient. It's just attacking. Let's just smash the hammer over his head and we're going to do something great, basically. And you can see in the supply numbers up here, the difference. Now I'm going to tell you guys something. This is I'm not trying to bully the barcode player here. Okay? But let me tell you something. Deciding to launch an attack when you know, if you knew you were behind like that, okay? If you knew you were behind like the Terran is, if you were like, okay, my third is barely even saturated, and this Zerg has a fully saturated third and fourth right now, and you go, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna launch a front attack on the main, or on like just on the main part of your base, one big just like clump of units to fight each other. This is a terrible fight for Terran. This is an awful decision. This is never gonna end well. The only way this Terran could attack me in a way that would make sense is if he did something like this. Hellions or something, like run over here and start smacking this hatchery, or he tries to get Hellions in like my mineral line or something like that. And then simultaneously, when he sees my army gets pulled out of position, he like pulls Cyclones over here and tries to snipe a hatchery. If he tried to do cost efficient things, or if he saw my army composition and he was doing cost efficient things, and as he saw a composition, he goes, okay, what would be good against this? I'm going to make tanks or whatever. Like he tries to do something that's going to catch him up in the game. It would make way more sense. That's what he needs to do when he's behind. But just saying, you know what? Let's take a fight right in your face. This is a player that is not reading the game. This is a player that is just like flipping that coin, being like, who knows? I don't know. We'll see what happens. Might as well. But this is a terrible, like, if you just pay attention to economy management, you should know that this, if you're behind, you don't want to just brute force your way into your opponent's base, because you are going to have supply numbers that look like that. And you're just going to get destroyed. And that's what we're about to see. And now look at the supply. Our supply didn't really change. It actually just went up after that, and his dropped again. So again, now this position for us is like me saying, I knew I was ahead before based off of just this and the fact that he already failed a timing earlier, and now I am way ahead because he failed another timing again, and that was painful for Terran. We do still know he's going mech, though. So we do start a Lurker Den, and we also start a Spire. Because now we have the options to go heavy tank, go Broodlords. Heavy anything else, go Lurker.
Mineral field. Our forces are under attack.
Then we scout again after the economy phase is over, and we're no longer worried about his saturation versus my saturation. Because look at this. Any player that doesn't pay attention to build up of economy, and they just look at it now and they would go like this. They go, well, Zerg is at 84 and I'm at 73, but I'm a Terran player and I also have mules, so having a little bit less workers is totally acceptable. Like to be playing a fair game. I'm not behind on economy. Like a lot of players could look at this and think that, but just because you caught up for the last like 5% of the game that's been played so far doesn't mean that we're even. I've had that other 95% throughout the entire game where I've had a lead that has just like built upon itself, which does stuff like this where I'm not only maxed out, but I have a bank that's worth over 5,000 resources. So, and again, now at this point, decision making, again, economy doesn't matter anymore. So now it's really about positioning and expansions. And we scouted with roaches. We scouted, oh, base is still up here. We scouted bases over here. We just chose one of them, and we saw there was no army here. If there was a bunch of tanks or something, or a bunch of army, we could have backed up, and we could have gone up here and attacked this base instead. But there was nothing here to defend this planetary, so we take a fight. And meanwhile, while we take the fight, we are making drones. So we don't care if we take losses. The goal here, again, is not to win the game. The goal is only to rip another base off the map for Terran and gain leads through that. So that's exactly what happened. We just killed a planetary. We reset the Terran back on 3 bases. And we are on 6.
Mineral field depleted.
So our position's looking amazing. And then we're not macroing it now. I think this is when we're talking about stuff. I think I was explaining things to you guys. We do end up going Broodlords at this point.
Mineral field depleted.
I think we were talking about like the idea of why we go Broodlords right now, and when I was actually playing the game.
Mineral
But ideally, you know,
depleted.
if you start dying to a bunch of tanks, Broodlords are amazing. It's as simple as that. Just make some broods. Make like 10 broods, make 8 broods, make 6 broods, make 12 broods. So anywhere between like 6 and 12 would be fine.
Metamorph. Mutation.
And look at the creep now. We've been focusing on creep like this entire time. And again, indirect scouting. We can clearly tell, well now it's different, but we could clearly tell we are not getting pushed because we have creep everywhere. We know there's no random attack coming on the top side. We know there's no random attack coming in the other sides of the map. No random attack coming on the south side. Having creep is indirectly scouting. I'm not actually controlling these creep tumors. Like, I'm not like doing anything with these. I'm literally doing nothing with these creep tumors. But what they are doing is it's telling me there is nothing in this area. 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 So it limits, it reduces the amount of areas that I do have to check. Like, it'd be like having like a flashlight in a dark room, and every time you spot an actual light on the wall, it just lights up now, and then you never have to check it again. And you're like, cool. And then the Terran player on the other side, he's the guy who's in a dark room the entire time, like constantly looking in circles, like, where could it be? Where's the Zerg? He has no idea. But that's how Zerg works. This is one of the biggest advantages for Zerg that you need to actually really appreciate, because this gives you so much more control of the game, because not only is it just for scouting, if you expand it far enough to their side of the map, you literally can deny bases through just creep, just because your creep is in the way. And the Terran's like, well, I have a command center lifted here, and now I can't land it. And it warns you for so long before a push happens, so you can always be in the right position at the right time. Like, just imagine if I had no creep and my army was over here. Because I'm like, what if he attacks this base? My army's like right here, and suddenly he sets up on this base, and I see him like right there for the first time. And then I'm like, oh, let's move my army that's like 3 screen lengths way over here. And now I got to move all the way back over here to fight the army. Then I lose a base for no reason. And things like that can start losing you the game. But now this is when we have overseers following our broodlords. It's important to do that because the overseers will always give vision of a widow mine on a broodlord before a broodlord will fly into a widow mine. The only thing that might happen is if you have like a bunch of broodlords and one of them's like kind of spread out further from the back one that has an overseer on it. That could happen, and then maybe one of your broods might get hit. But in general, if you just kind of like move your whole army, your overseers will fly into the widow mines, and then all the overseers will die. And widow mines are permanently cloaked if they get the upgrade, so you don't want to do that. Once again, look at the scouting, guys. We're scouting bases, base count. We see a base, and he still has this one. This one is less important, because this is a base that has been around for a long time. So if we were to look at everyone's vision, this base mineral patch area should be looking pretty sad at this point. It should be looking a lot lower. And you can see the mineral patches have already started mining out, and even more are mining out. The reason why we know this is because it's a mental note. We scouted this base at like 7 minutes with a roach. And it's 14 minutes into the game now, and he already had it then. And he had like 5 SCVs on the mineral line then. So this base is less priority. Like if his army is not here to defend it at all and it's a wide open kill, then that's great. But if we're going to make a base a priority to kill, where if we might lose some army but also kill a base at the same time, ideally what you want to do is you want to probably choose bases that are more fresh, because then it's harder for Terran to recover because he's getting less efficient mining. Because if I were to lose some of my army but at the same time kill his base, I would much rather kill a base that is fresh and has full saturation than kill a base that is already non-optimal anyways. So it's logical thinking of like where ideally you kind of want to attack. And then where our creep is getting pretty good. And now finally, he's got a lot of tanks. He has a lot of tanks. He has a lot of Thors. This army is very hybrid. Broodlords, I will say this. If he unsieges his tanks, it would be great to, like, if we're talking about a little bit of like timing micro, if he were to unsiege his tanks, it would be amazing for me to send my whole army in to overpower the Thors, and then whatever happens to the tanks happens to the tanks. If he does not unsiege his tanks, we are more than welcome to just A-move my Broodlords and call it a day. Because his tanks will splash siege his own Thors because of broodlings. Now, with that being said, if you want to attempt to do that, you can try, but that also requires you to pay attention a little bit to the army. So, I would say, if you're gonna do that, only do it for the first maybe like 5 seconds, and then stop looking at the fight. Stop looking at the fight after like 5 seconds. Do not stare at it for like 30, 40 seconds and just try to keep setting it up over and over. If the Terran doesn't allow you to take something advantageous for yourself, like having his own tanks kill his own Thors, and the first time you attack with your Broodlords, let's say he backs his Thors up, forget about it. Just literally select your whole army and A-move it, and then have the Broodlords get followed by the Overseers. And then call it a day. And the reason why is because, again, macro is priority here. You don't want to neglect your macro because you're trying to micro everything perfectly. We'll spend more time microing in Diamond. But for now, in Plat, seriously, just... If you can't abuse it right away for the first couple seconds, just forget about it. It's like the initial setup of the fight. And that's all we're worried about in Platinum, is the initial setup. Is this position going to be good or bad? If it is good, cool. Let the army do its thing. If it's bad, reset it. Or like you could reset the fight by just being like, let's back up, try to engage again from a different angle or some different way. Maybe spread my army out a little bit before we engage in some way. Don't fight in a choke point. Things like that. Like it's logical, like obvious ones where it's like, if my opponent's army is in a big open area here and I'm walking through a little tiny hallway, this might not be the best idea. You know, stuff like that. But this guy lets us abuse it because look at the tanks. They're still sieged. So his Thors are dying very fast because his tanks are blowing them up. And then, what do? We only do it for a few seconds. We only do it for a few seconds. I'm not doing it the whole time. I just select my whole army and I go back to macroing, because if you look at production tab, this Terran's actually macroing during the fight too, so props to him for that. Doing a bit. But look at our money should be spent here really fast because we should macro during the fight. And this was that moment where we had max queen energy, and this will happen to many people in Platinum League, I guarantee it. But it's because we were talking about a lot of other things and we just really neglected our injects. And look at my queens, 200, 200, or it had 200. It already injected once and we queued it up, and 200. All of our queens have missed 8 injects at the least. So if you ever find yourself in a position like this, we queued up our injects on all of our hatcheries, and then we just said, screw it, let's just make some macro hatches. Just make macro hatches. Try to avoid this problem happening again in your game. And then suddenly, you know, this fight still does great because Broodlords did amazing there. And then there you go. Now we have a bunch of macro hatches in our hatchery count. So now we have 12 hatcheries. And now, once again, look at the creep. Look at the creep, guys. This base is now blocked by creep. This base is getting really close to being blocked by creep. This base over here is getting really close to being blocked by creep. This base is getting really close to being blocked by creep. Not only does it block bases and give us more control that way, but it tells us exactly where he is at all times. So it's very, very good. Very nice. But we can see the Thors just pounded my Broodlords right there really bad. So we're like, okay, he's going Thors. Lurkers. All the tanks died. All of the tanks died. We'll back it up to where the tanks died. All of the tanks died like this to the Broods. Easy peasy. So the tanks are gone. Reset. Now Lurkers are once again good. Then Thors kill a lot of my Broodlords. Over here in a second. We'll see it. Thors come back. Broodlords get demolished. Thors don't really die. And now we go Lurker. And suddenly, finally, this last fight looks like this. When we have Lurker Hydra. So we're A-moving his army. My Hydras are getting caught up on A-moving on the Hellbats. They're killing all the Hellbats really fast. My Lurkers are running towards the Thors. And as soon as our Lurkers get like a good, solid, like close distance of everything, we burrow them, and things just die. And then there you go. And then there you go. But again, the big one this game that we really want to know is we read the opener. It was Hellions. We prioritized the wall. That is going to make the game very, very advantageous for you. And then after that, once we killed the timing, we did the early timing of Hellbats. We went into it with our safety roaches that we always make anyways. We went into a drone window. And then after we did the drone window, we scouted when he finally took his third base, and his third base was looking really sad compared to our bases. So we knew the lead was ours. So, you know, max attack, max attack, max attack. Doesn't mean you got to max on crappy units the whole time. We transitioned into a Broodlord army at one point with also, and now a Lurker army at one point. But the idea is we're still being aggressive, and we're still pressuring the Terran. This is going to be a very long video. I'm taking actually a very long time to do each one of these analysis videos. Oh my god. Only halfway, not even halfway there yet. And we've already been on this for like almost 2.5 hours. Yo, B Monkey 55, thank you for the 5 months, or the 4 months. Yeah.
We require more minerals. We require
Also, Safety Scissors, thank you for the 50 bits. The 50 bits. Yeah. Thank you, man. Thank you.
more overlords.
2 promotions tonight, eh? I'll get 2 promotions tonight. I'm definitely not gonna do 4. I was thinking about doing 4, but no, there's no way.
We require more minerals.
No, Ridzoxels, it is not worth having a queen at every hatchery to inject every base. It's negative on that. Queens cost supply. The more queens you have, the more army supply you're not going to have. So if you're like, every base I take, I'm going to make a queen for it. Suddenly you could have like 20 supply in queens that is just never helping your army. Secondly, if you inject your hatcheries properly, you'll always have enough larvae anyways. If you go for a Zergling heavy style, you can make 4 queens and you're great. If you go for a Roach heavy style, 3 queens injecting and you're great. And that's it. You can inject more if you really want to with more queens, but those are very, very, very specific kinds of builds. They're not necessarily standard. But again, that's something also that I'm not even going to explain that to you, because if you ever understand that concept, that means you don't need me to explain it to you. And if you know, it's something that will never happen to you, is what I'm saying. Like, you'll never experience that. We're talking like literally like someone who's like playing in WCS is going to use builds like that. And if you're playing in WCS, you're probably not going to be asking me that question. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. It's like it's irrelevant to talk about that. Basically, hyper aggro Ling builds are builds with lots of queens injecting, and no one will ever be doing that in Bronze GM. It doesn't make sense. Okay, guys, we see a Protoss who's gone for a Forge. Okay, Forge, and a Zealot, now a Robo. Also, he expanded. That's the big one. The big one is he expanded. Okay, his probe is there. Let's go to a different base. He's gone Robo, Forge, Gateway, Core, Nexus, all that garbage, all that garbage. Let's go ahead and get our. As soon as we spin this larva that just spawned over hatchery. Oh my god! All these questions are making me supply block. Okay, we're gonna now. We spent our larva, so now once the larva has been spent, we're good. We can go back to, you know, building more things, no, without disrupting the larva. Let's go ahead and get our gases going. Nothing's really going on. Oh wait, there we go. More stuff. More gates. Okay, so this guy's going to a decent gateway count in his main base. He also has a robo. So this is making me feel like this player is going to be going into maybe something like an immortal timing. Because again, it's a robo first. So immortals should be being made here. Let's go ahead and send another overlord up to the top of the map. There's an immortal. Okay, so now we're injecting 3 bases. Let's go ahead and make our Lings go over to the entrances of his bases. Like, we just spread our Lings out in a way where we're going to see him move out if he does. We also made a round of safety roaches. We just made like 8 roaches. And we can keep making drones now until he moves out. Because again, we have the ability to see where he is. We know if he comes down with our Zergling, and we know if he has a third. We know if he goes out this way with our Zergling. And also if he takes a third, we know if he comes this way, and he mines those out because we have a Zergling here. All his exits of his base are covered by us. Let's go ahead and get our hydrogen and our evo chamber, and we can start another base. If there's still a probe here, our roaches can kill it. Just send them up here just in case there is something there. Nope, there's nothing, so we're good. Okay, and then we'll keep making creep. Inject first. Inject first. Inject, inject. Creep spread. Make a creep tumor. Make a creep tumor. Make a creep tumor. And he's not attacking, so let's make a round of drones.
We require more minerals.
This will change as we get higher level, but for now, efficiency is huge.
We require more minerals. Our forces.
Okay, now he killed that. Let's rotate my other Ling over here and see if he's going to go for a third. Also, let's make an overseer now, because now one of my scouts is dead, so now we might need to see something else. Are you taking a third? The answer is no. Okay, he's killing my scout again. So, let's start making army. Only because of the fact that this game is getting now really late, I now have a full saturated base above him. This is like the golden rule of Zerg. If you ever have a fully saturated base above your opponent and they're still not going to expand, you don't need to take more bases then. What you probably need to do is start making an army, because they are so far behind now that if you keep making workers, they've been making an army for too long and you will actually die then. So staying one base economy above them is fine. And we've confirmed multiple times there that there is still no third. And we can do it again right now.
We require.
And there you go. We see a nice juicy army. And we don't see a third yet.
We require more Vesp mineral field.
Keep spreading my creep. Again, creep tells me everything. Okay, let's go ahead and take a roach and let's scout the sides of the map.
We require. We require more Vespine gas.
Okay, inject my hatcheries, inject my hatcheries, inject my hatcheries. And spread my creep again. Spread that creep, spread that creep, spread that creep. Keep making hydras. Spread that creep. Spread that creep, spread that creep. Do you have a third yet? He does now have a third. A third is very late. So now let's make another overseer, and now he's got a fourth. Okay, so now that he wants to double expand, let's just go ahead and ramp our drones off to finishing. And now we're at 80 plus drones. And let's go ahead and start going getting our tech going into Hive. So we just finished our drone count off. Make hydras. Inject, inject, inject. Make hydras. Creep spread. 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 And let's get another creep going somewhere else that's kind of thin, like over here. Like another creep tumor there or something. Okay, so what's going on in his main? Tons of gateways. A robo bay. And just gateway robo. It looks like what we're dealing with. So that's fine. We're about to be maxed out.
We require more Vespine gas.
And since we're about to max out, let's go ahead and do that same thing we always love to do, which is spore spine spine, spore spine spine, spore spine spine, spore spine spine, and spore spine spine. Make three, make three, make three. And how many drones are we down? Like 6, make like 8, because we can make 2 gases now as well. And now let's go into a hive. Let's go into a lurker den, and let's go into a spire. Okay? The reason why we're doing all this is because we're preparing for possible transitions of a late game here. Now let's do one more thing. Send one roach, like get my army kind of in the middle here, and send one of my roaches like this. One go to his third, one go to his fourth up in the middle. Where is his army? Wherever his army is not, let's attack that base. No army? There is an army. Okay, let's go attack this base really fast on the right. If it seems like it's a good idea, we can commit to it. If it not, we can always back off. Inject. 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 This game has been very passive so far. There's his army. How's our bank looking? We have a lot. Let's just take the fight. We have a nice bank. We can totally remax here. We can take another base. If our bank did not exist there, you might want to be a bit more careful with your army. Like if we had like literally, because here's the thing, okay? Here's how we'll explain this. If I didn't really have a big bank there, and I was like really worried, like, oh god, what if I take this fight and then suddenly I can't remax anything? That would be bad. Because his army was actually countering mine. Colossus-based armies, like I said before, kind of shit on Hydra armies. They're really good. So what are we doing now? We are still going to go into a Greater Spire, but we're getting ready now to go into a Lurker style as well. We're just kind of filling them whenever we can. We're going Lurker, Ling, Roach, and that's it. Because we don't have a lot of gas, so that's why we're making Ling, Roach. And we're making Lurkers what we have. So we'll A-move his army. We'll burrow the Lurkers in his face and let it just kind of be. Let's make one round of Roaches just for now. Because Roaches are actually not bad against Colossus. They're not the worst. Just gotta keep macroing, boys. Just know that Hydras are kind of bad against Colossus. So going mass Hydras here is not going to be the most efficient way to play. We're trying to use our brain a little bit with composition. Okay, A-move him again with my Roaches. And now the Greater Spire is done. So, that means that we can honestly probably start squeezing out some Broodlords. Keep injecting our bases. Keep injecting our bases. This queen died, so let's make another queen somewhere else to inject our bases, because this base looks like it's going to just die altogether. Okay, grab my army and move his shit. And now, since we're gonna go into Broodlords, we're gonna try to go into Broodlords. We can't really afford now going to Roaches as well, so we're gonna switch it up now. Let's run our drones as well here. Put our drones somewhere else. We're gonna start going into Zerglings with Broods. Make a Broodlord. Make a Broodlord. Make a couple Broodlords. And good. Alright, so this base is gonna die. Our drones are all gonna die here. I can't evacuate them. So what's our drone count looking like? It's looking a little sad. So let's go ahead and take another base. Let's rally all my hatcheries up to this new area. And let's make a round of drones. Because Broodlords are actually gonna trade really well here. Broodlords trade really well. It's just will we have enough of them is the question. Make another round of drones. And make more Broodlords.
A creep tumor is under attack. Mineral field depleted.
Drone count, once again, is back to 71.
A creep tumor is under
I can spread the current creep tumors we have for a second. While we're waiting, we'll inject first. Fix my economy. Inject. Fix my economy. Inject. Fix my economy. Fix my economy. Hit gas, gas. Make another round of drones to the top base. Suddenly, my economy is back to normal again. And now we can keep making Broodlords. Also, now that we're going Broodlord Ling as our composition, we're starting to get melee upgrades. We're switching our composition a little bit. And this dude is killing all my creep. He's definitely capitalizing on that. That's very good by him to do that.
We require more minerals.
Pull my Broodlords back. Just try to kind of like keep a nice area in my base. We're definitely not really ready to take this fight yet. Just stay defensive. Keep injecting. Keep injecting. Drone transfers. Okay, he's going for it. So, make whatever we can. Any Broodlords we can make, and then just make Zerglings. He's attacking my main base. So we'll move my army down to the main base. And keep injecting while this is happening. What's my drone count? 74? Let's fix that. Make some drones, send them up here. Let's take another base. My whole army is still A-moved on him. Down here. We can rebuild a queen that died here. We can even make a couple drones for that gas. Drone count's back to 81. We're looking good on the drones. And now A-move my army up here. We can run these drones away. Just run them away. Okay, keep getting upgrades. Let's go and start getting Carapace upgrades on the Spire. Just because we have no intentions of really going mutas here, so that would make more sense. And now this is called base fixing, okay? This is what the goal is now. Run my drones again. And let's build new bases again on the bottom side, because it looks like this dude is really getting aggressive on the top side here. Mass zealots. And also you gotta think about this too, okay? This is logical thinking. What the fuck is this guy making if he's making mass zealots? Right? Like, what is he making? My guess is he's banking up gas like crazy right now. So keep rebuilding bases. And there you go. He's got air. So we actually might be dead right now. Because we're getting kind of bombarded right now. And he's killing my broods now. He's got Mass Tempest. So now we're making Corruptor, because what counters Tempest? Corruptor. But this could be curtains for us at this point. Just keep trying to macro, keep trying to fix your base. Drone count is not the greatest right now. But we don't really have a lot of active bases to be able to mine from anyways, so that's kind of our biggest problem. He keeps killing my expansions. Okay, let's move my whole army up here. This is our last, like if this base dies, we're kind of just dead. So we gotta just go. And he's focus firing my brood lords now. Interesting. That's actually smart by Protoss to do that, because brood lords are more expensive than corruptors. Okay, well we killed his army. So we're still just playing it out like, you know. We're just trying to recover. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's make like 6 Hydras, okay? If your Protoss opponent plays this way, this is like, we're trying to not die here. And we're gonna make Zerglings. But we don't really have a lot of choices. This is just kind of how it's going. Make a couple more Broodlords. Making Zerglings. I can remake this base that just died. We gotta remake a drone count. But because he's swapping between ground air, we're gonna make lurkers. Okay? And these lurkers are going to spread out and be defensive. Now I'm gonna go back to drones because we kind of solved the problem of constant multi-pronging fucking Protoss boy here. Let's go ahead and attack this base with our army now. He might kill the hatchery again. Grab my lurkers and send 1 lurker, hold shift, burrow it. Send 1 lurker, shift, burrow it. 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 And then where's my next base going to be? Let's go here. 1 lurker, shift, burrow it. Let's build a base there. We now have a lurker at every base that can be burrowed and assist any base that gets attacked. So that'll be nice. Okay, he's attacking this base again. We're making Zerglings. Make drones now because he's killing all my drones. Now he's got carriers. Jesus. Making drones. Alright, well, I would say this is one of those games once again where it happens. I will just go ahead and throw this out there because this happens a lot in this series, especially since I'm streaming. Do I think I'm playing a legit platinum game right now? At first, yes. At his build order, yes, I did. Now, no, I don't. GG. Not anymore. It's okay though, guys. It's okay. It happens. It'll happen to everybody. It'll happen to you. You will actually play a game and that shit will happen to you. It's not the end of the world. You just try to do your best to handle what's happening and go from there. You're like, well, you know, this Protoss player did X things to me and it was tough, and I died. It was a difficult one. Fuck it, it happens. I would say what ended up really happening in this game, the reason why where it kind of all went to shit, was right around like 7 minutes, or like 8 minutes or so. It was more like 8 minutes. His third was so fucking late. It was when he did a Colossus timing. And I will say this. This is not... I'm reading what people are saying, and they're like, ViBE, where'd you go wrong? I don't think I went wrong anywhere. I will defend myself on this to the fucking into the earth. There was no mistakes made by what we did in this game. What we did was we focused on macroing, focused on macroing, focused on macroing. That's what you should do. That is what you should do. I am not going to fucking tell somebody to micro and multi-prong to counteract against Colossus and people who do Colossus timings, because it's going to do nothing but hurt you in the long run. It's not going to help you. It's going to make you advance slower because you cannot multitask. So what ended up happening is he just ended up getting good trades with his Colossus timing, and it put us too far behind, and then he ended up doing multi-prongs with charge lots, which put us behind again, and then he ended up transitioning into Sky Toss, which put us behind again, and then he transitioned back into Blink Stalkers. We were just too behind too many times, and we ended up dying. And we came from the first Colossus timing. But right now, again, guys, we're not worried. We are not worried about how to attack our opponent in terms of like micro situations. We're only worried about how to attack our opponent where we understand the game in terms of like ahead or behind. And if our opponent is putting us in a position where we feel behind, well, manage your base when you're behind and try to come back from it. And if you can't, well, try again. It's really all it comes down to. For now. For Platinum. Like, I'm just going to show you something. Look at the supply of the game right now. Okay? Look at the time. Look at the position of the game right now. This is what macro does for you. Our build, overall, our opener, was solid as fuck compared to our opponents. Our build is super fucking solid. Okay, so that's step one. Build-wise, efficiency. His build is not super efficient, ours is. But here's the thing. Okay, here's the thing. Look at our composition. It's 47 Hydras and 6 Roaches. If you guys watched my Protoss series, I did say Hydras suck against Colossus really bad. And we're about to see it. Witness. Now, with that being said, it's okay if a game like this happens. Because do you think this game is going to happen every single game? No. No, it's not. This is going, I guarantee everyone who's doing this, everyone who's playing Bronze to GM, this shit could happen to you every once in a while. It could. Overkill, thank you very much for the 2-month resub. Thank you very much, man. Much appreciated. But yeah, you're gonna lose games like this, guys. Expecting to win every single game is fucking ridiculous if we're not microing anything. So games like this could happen, and all we're doing is we're still following the rules. Look at the amount of shit I just lost. I just lost an army that is way more valuable than what he lost. We threw away a shitload of units here because, again, Colossus are good against Hydras. But even after the fact that we lost this army, we are still holding a supply lead. We are still actually maintaining a supply lead. We are still preparing to transition into Broodlords and into Lurkers. But if you do remember, I did question in this game. I did go, you know what? When you take a fight, you don't really want to take a fight if you know your opponent has a better army than you and you don't really have a lot of bank to remax off of. And I said, you know what? Fuck it. Let's take the fight. And obviously that was going to be a call that would be like, well, actually what ended up happening is his Colossus count never got reduced, and he's still building more Colossus. So his Colossus count got out of hand, and he did a Colossus timing, and I got fucked by it. If I did not take this timing, instead of remaking a bunch of units, like a bunch of Hydras again that now are going to become Lurkers later, I could have just backed off and used all of that bank to make Lurkers now. and we would have been great. It's literally a judgment call. Sometimes you'll make the wrong judgment, but don't fucking beat yourself up and be like, you know what? Build sucks. Oh my God. Yep, it's over. Like this is bad. I need to learn from somebody else now because this is not working anymore. It's bad. It comes down to literally this point right now. And again, if you go back in the YouTube video and you look at right when I took this fight in the actual game, I did say, maybe we should back up and not take this fight and just make lurkers or broodlords. And then I said, you know what? The bank is looking okay. Screw it. Because this guy was on 2 bases forever. I knew I had a big ass supply lead. I knew I did. 100%. There's no reason.
I want my bits back now.
Thank you very much for those bits. Safety scissors. I appreciate you, dude. But again, if we're talking like this is that point where I'm really trying to not lose you guys. We read the economy game, right? We read the base count. We had 4 fully. We were on like we took 5 bases. 5 bases by the time he double expanded to his 3rd and 4th, and he did not have them yet. Like his base count sucked compared to ours so bad this game. We knew we had a supply lead that was massive, which is one reason why this attack could be considered a logical choice. The thing that could make this attack considered an illogical choice is that he's going for Colossus. So every once in a while, you're going to play a game where you make an error in judgment. And taking an error in judgment is a way where you can say, you can go back and look at it and be like, okay, well, next time, if I'm playing against a Protoss who's going Turtle Colossus mode, he like rushes Colossus, then he makes a lot of them, and he like has really late economy. How about I just back up and I either make Broodlords or Lurkers before I take the fight? Cool, you just solved your problem. If we backed up right now and made Broodlords or Lurkers with this money up here, then we're fine. Then we're good. We're good to go. But again, exactly. Someone in the chat just said I should have microed it. That is the incorrect choice. In Platinum League, even though the Hydras die like this to Colossus, you should not try to micro it. Decision making is better than micro right now, for sure. And then at this point now, we're kind of just like A-moving him with, you know, like he's going for a counter timing. This army is pretty tiny, but it's one of these things where it just ends up not going as good as for us as we would have liked. And then it kind of slowly falls out of control. Because it's Colossus Stutter Step. And again, Colossus Stutter Step is kind of effective versus Hydra armies. And then we go into Roaches, same thing happens because we just don't have enough. And there's like a big Colossus buildup, and then it just keeps happening. And at this point now, the game is kind of over. We don't panic though. Again, in this situation, we're not panicking. We're going into Broods now. We're trying everything we can just to, you know, recover here. And then he starts switching into Sky Toss. So again, all I can say is shit happens. Don't beat yourself up about it. There are plenty of ways we could have won this game. There are plenty of ways that we could have won this game, but we ended up making a bad call by saying, let's attack his 3rd with Hydras. And that's ultimately what led to us dying. And at this point now, it's just literally trying to stabilize on Broods. But like I said, he goes Sky Toss and we die. Uh-huh. I think I missed the start myself, actually. What league would you say your opponent played at? I would say my opponent played at probably Gold League with his opening build. Not gonna lie, I would classify his opener about Gold League. It was not good. 2 basing for like 9 minutes is, and then expanding to double 3 and 4 bases. That's a bad build. That's a bad build. And then his decision making to follow up the 2 base opener, I would say he probably played at diamond level. Maybe even almost low masters level. Because he was charge swiping all of my new expansions, and he was going into Tempest transitions and then carrier transitions. That is not gold level or plat level. Doesn't matter though. Who gives a fuck? That's the thing that a lot of people, I think, need to also realize. Who cares what league you played at anyways? Because you are going to play against people who are not always at the league that they're at. You might play against someone who came back to the game for the first time in like 3 months and he's actually somehow in platinum even though he's really a diamond player. You might play against a Smurf straight up who's going to try his fucking hardest even though he's a Masters player and you're in Silver League. Like, it happens. It happens. You can't really avoid it. So, I would say don't worry about... If you lose and you're like, damn. It's one game. Does that mean I'm not going to get GM? Fuck no. I will still get promoted today. But, just don't beat yourself up about it. And I think a lot of people do. A lot of people, like, throw shit off the deep end when, they lose a game. Okay. Also, thank you very much for the subs. I'm a doll. I am a doll. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you. Okay. Overlord placement, boys. We can see this Zerg went for a natural. He's got Panda throwing up rainbows on his hatchery. 5 SD. 5 SD. But we know with the hatchery timing, it's matched up with ours, so we know we're fine for now. And now what we're going to do is we made 4 lings like we always do now. We're going to send 1 ling over to his... we're going to send it first to his 3rd, and then we're going to shift click it into his main. Make a 3rd queen. And against Terran and Protoss in this situation, this is when I would say, oh, he expanded. Let's take a 3rd base. Because he expanded. But against Zerg, no. Zerg is different. Zerg can literally flood you with lings at the snap of a finger, and then you're just going to die. So Zerg, we still want to open this way for now. Okay. We can see he's still in a hatchery. We didn't really get to see his base very much because we kind of missed it. It's okay. We're not really too worried right now. We're still in the drone phase. There's not really a whole lot he can do anyways at this point. We're just going to send another ling. We know he doesn't have a 3rd, and we know he doesn't have a layer yet. That's all we know. Let's go ahead and start 2 gases. Let's go ahead and start a weapon upgrade on my Evo. He does have speed. And we're going to get Roach speed.
We require more.
Now that we're starting to make roaches, we can go ahead and let's try and scout him again. He still doesn't have a 3rd, guys. So this is now maybe he doesn't have a 3rd, and we're now going to take a 3rd of our own. We need to keep tabs on that, and we need to, and also the fact that he made an overseer now shows that he has a layer. We should do the same thing, and we should figure out what the hell he's doing. Let's make our safety roaches up to like 8 again, 10. Okay, I'll just let the drone die, and then we'll make a new one go over there. Okay. And now let's send our overseer into his base and let's find out what's going on. Like, this could be mutas. Okay. So make a couple overlords so we're not going to supply block. Inject my hatcheries really fast. No gases. That is natural. That really reduces the chance of muta. And we see a Hydroden and a Roach Warren. Okay. Like, this is making me think that his economy is awkward, but he might go into, like, lurkers. He's rushing out a Hydroden, and he can't really afford Hydras properly, so it makes me think he's going to go lurkers. That's what it would make me think. If someone doesn't have a thriving economy, it most likely seems like they're not going to go mass of something. It seems like they're going to go tech of something. So lurkers would be a good guesstimation here, like a good idea that I could think that he's going to do that. So let's go ahead and match lurker for lurker if this ends up being what's going to happen. So we keep getting our upgrades. Put 3 drones on this new gas we're building. We have 2 on it. We're about to have 3. There's 3. And we're just making drones for our new base. Select my whole army and go deal with these lings. Just A move towards lings because we can clearly see them. He backs off. Don't worry about it. Don't make it. Don't get crazy with it. Just fuck it. If he doesn't want to take the fight with you right away, just let it be. Let's go ahead and get a lurker in now. And an infestation pit, so we can also go into a hive here pretty soon. And if you see a thing running on your base like that, you know it's a changeling. You can click it and kill it. But don't worry about it. If you don't kill it, who cares for now? Send our changeling into his base again. Hydras. He's only got 5 Hydras, guys. Now he's going mass roaches. Again, and he's also not mining gas. This is more things that reinforce maybe it's going to be lurker, but his gas is really weak. Check it again. Gas is still not being mined. Let's fly our Overseer down to his 3rd base.
Our forces are under attack.
Get a hive, and we're still making Hydras now of our own. 3rd base is still not done yet. So his build is just super far behind ours. So now at this point, 3rd base comparisons. Not done. Fully saturated. I am not worried about anything now. And he is going lurkers. So I am not worried about a single thing now. I can literally just make army and call it a day. And with how late that lurker din is, and also how late his economy is, let's make a logical decision. So well, first of all, let's go save our 3rd base really fast. Let's make a logical decision to just kind of... We're going to do a brute force timing, okay? We don't always have to play this game in a way where it's like we sit super passive forever. We can just clearly see that we're ahead in the regard of how much supply we're going to have. That expansion timing tells us we're going to be ahead. So now we're going back into roaches because what do roaches do? They ramp up supply really fast. And we already have a good amount of Hydras anyways. And let's just go ahead and launch a timing here in just a second. Select my whole army and go back to my main now to attack this one last time because he's going into this counterattack mode. Inject my bases. Make a new queen because it's dead. That queen also died. Or no, it didn't. Okay, now let's attack his base. Select our army and go to his 3rd and attack his 3rd. Now let's get lurker upgrades because we have a hive. Let's get overlord speed upgrades because we're dealing with lurker opponent units. And let's also go ahead and get my army ready to kill his 3rd base. Look at the 3rd. No economy still. Our 3rd is still fully saturated. This is amazing for us. We should feel like we're way ahead. I'm probably having like 180 supply versus someone with like 110 or 100. And there you go. His supply was 107. This told us we were way ahead. Also, this told us we were way ahead. He waited very long to mine these gases. So again, going through this on, we'll go through this on like ×4, really fast, just to talk about key points. Build is standard so far. Nothing has happened. He's drone scouting. That already tells me he's a little bit behind because if you pull 1 drone off your mineral line and you only have like 11 drones mining in total, that is literally this could be drone number 12. That is 1/12 of his economy that is not mining anymore. That is a big deal. That is a big deal at this stage of the game. And on top of that, he's also prioritizing gas really fast, so he's undersaturated really hard on the mineral line. That is also a big deal. He's currently mining at 11 drones out of 16, and we are currently mining out of 18 out of 16. We are mining much more efficiently on the minerals than he is, so we are going to have more money to work with than he is. This is huge because the opener of the build is... I don't know about his saturation, but I do know he is at least a tiny bit behind. 1/12 behind my build already, which is... It's a little bit, but it matters. Because this drone could be mining. Every second that goes by, it could be going 1 mineral, 1 mineral, 1 mineral, 1 mineral, 1 mineral. Because a drone mines about an efficiency of 1 mineral per second when you have 2 drones per patch. So I know I'm getting little leads here. Little tiny leads. From a drone scout. It's not game ending, but it is a little lead. Then I see his expansion timing is the same as ours, so now the game looks really standard. It doesn't look too crazy. He goes back to mining. The game feels relatively similar to me right now. We're droning. We're not neglecting our larva. We're still spinning our stuff. We see he doesn't have a third. So he's doing a build that could be like ours, where he gets a gas. Like he doesn't go for a speedling opener, and maybe instead he's going to go for something like tech opener. We're going for a tech opener, which is why we go for a fast layer. We scout into his natural, no layer. We scout into his main, no layer. And that also means that if he's not going for a third, and he's also not going for tech, that means that his build is just possibly going to be all in, but it also might just be not that efficient. So now we send another ling over to scout and see what's going on, and we see we see speedlings, and we see nothing else really beyond that. We saw like 2 drones mining a patch, standard as hell, but the speed is information. This speed tells us that if he's still 2 bases and he got speedlings, that we should probably finish our wall off, because there could be a chance that he's going to flood lings up the map to attack us. And if we have a wall, suddenly speedlings are irrelevant. They don't matter anymore. And we are already at the point where we have a good economy with saturation. Roach Warren's already done. So even now, even if he was going to go for like a Ling Bane all in, a Ling Roach all in, anything like that, we cannot die, because we will build roaches at a fast enough pace to not die. If he, like, here's the thing. I want you guys to be able to understand this. If this dude was already across the map, okay, he was already attacking me, we would have spotted it with our first ling that got up into his base, and we would have saw some fishy shit, like a lot of lings or roaches being made or a roach warren. We would have saw something, okay? So we would have saw some type of sign that went, okay, we need to maybe make a spine crawler. He might be all-inning us, or save larva for when our roach warren's done. Things like that. However, if he were to move out anytime from right now or later with a timing of roaches or lings or banes, like any type of a flood all in, the only way that would make sense is if he had like 19 drones or something, because he had been spinning larva on doing an all in, so he can't just have 27 drones and be all-inning at the same time. He would have less drones than he does. It would be something like 18 drones, 19 drones, and he would have more units to work with. And we could build units behind a wall faster than he can, because with 19 drones, guys, you cannot spend all your larvae on 2 hatcheries. But with 34 drones, we totally could. We could just make roaches behind a wall, and we would, by the time our wall was ready to break, we would have not only thinned out enough units that were attacking our wall across the wall. Like if we have roaches shooting his lings, we can totally do that. Or if he just has roaches attacking our wall, we could buy, it would take long enough for us to have enough roaches to match the number outside our base, because we're making roaches at a faster pace. So the point I'm trying to make is no matter what kind of an all-in he could do off of 2 bases, if that was happening, because we scouted the initial part and saw it was not an all-in right away, where it was like the second speed's done, he's already at my base with mass banes. We know that there's no window now to die to an all-in, because as soon as we're fully saturated on 2 bases, that window of roaches for us could deny any all-in he could do after that. So we're safe, is my point. There's nothing that can kill us. There's nothing that can kill us. And then we still don't see a 3rd base, so we know he's still also 2-basing us. We still don't see a 3rd base, and now we have a 3rd base. So now at least we also know our 3rd base is faster than his. So now we really want to get a checkup on why is your 3rd so late. My 3rd was late because I teched. His 3rd is late and he didn't tech. as fast as we did. Like our tech was optimal. His tech was not. By the time we scouted this, our layer was already like 20% of the way done with our Zergling. So we're like, okay, he hasn't all-ined us. He hasn't taken a third, and he hasn't teched. We really need to figure out what the hell's going on. And we see a Zerg who now actually has teched, and now he also has made a Hydroden, and he's committed to a Roachworn and a Bane Nest. So this guy's committed to every single tech except, you know, for hatchery tech, and then now he also added on a Hydroden for layer tech. And again, the only way this would honestly make sense is if he was going to do an all-in early on, or if he did some type of Baneling Nest is either for Baneling aggression or greedy-ass drones defensively. A Roachworn early is... If you make it early, it's going to be for Roach timing, or if you make it for like layer, it's just for standard Roach builds like we're doing right now, where you go drones and Roaches. Hydroden, way too early. I'm just going to throw that out there right now. This Hydroden is way too early. This means his economy is probably not the most efficient, and also that doing something like focusing on this Hydroden also means he's probably going to have a delayed third. And then we again scout back into his natural, and we see... So we're comparing again, right? We saw no third when we scouted. Our third started. And we see it as natural. Gas is just now starting. Our gases have been mining, and they've already mined 400 gas in total. So I already know right there, I'm 400 gas ahead of him right there. On those two gases. And then he's got Lings. We go into Hydra Lurker because the one thing we're kind of worried about, especially if he's going to start making mass Lings like this and he's not going to spend gas on units. I'm feeling like with how fast the Hydrogen was, and now he's also going to make Lings, and the fact that he's not really prioritizing his economy and future bases, this really seems like a Lurker opener. It just does. The less someone expands and the less someone spends their gas on units that cost gas, the more likely they're rushing their tech. And he also rushed the Hydrogen that we already saw really, really fast. So Lurkers just seemed like a logical choice for him. It just did. And I'm not going to lie. If you're fighting against a Zerg who goes Lurkers, if we're not microing, the only way we're really going to deal with that is by making our own Lurkers. Because Lurkers are very difficult to deal with if you don't micro. So if we don't micro, we can make our own Lurkers versus his Lurkers, and suddenly there's like a stalemate and we're fine. It just comes down to numbers then. And then we saw, again, this is the next scout timer, guys. We just saw a Lurker Den for him now for real. And we saw a third base. We're comparing timings of bases again, and we look at our third base, and this guarantees we're way ahead. Lurker Den's way out for the Zerg, and also third base is way out for the Zerg. This means the Zerg opponent for us is making units at a much less efficient rate than we are. So this guarantees, even though we don't know exactly how much it is, we can ballpark the fact that we're going to be ahead in supply. And we can be like, well, if we're at like, we'll just say, well, if we do a timing at 180 supply, we'll probably be like 40 supply ahead of the Zerg. Because we're building units at a faster pace than he is. You just, again, it doesn't have to be perfect. You can be like, I'll be at 180, he'll be 150. I'll be 180, he'll be at 130. I'm at 180, he's at 140. As long as you have a rough idea somewhere in the range of what makes sense, then it makes sense. But I would never say, oh, but when I hit 180, he'll be at 75. I'll be more than double his supply. And that doesn't make any fucking sense. And you know why? Because we both have a main and we both had a main and a natural at the same time, and we both, as far as I knew, droned roughly around the same speed because he did not all in me. So we shouldn't think our lead is ridiculous. We should only think the lead really is starting because of the fact that we have a third that is way faster paced than his, and also our gases were a little bit faster at our natural than his were. That should reinforce we have a little bit of a lead. And then, but then, I don't know if I scouted it again already. I did not. When we see this, we get down here and we see, okay, Zerg player doesn't have any drones still at the hatchery. Now, seeing that, and my third has been mining now for a very long time, and now I even have drones being transferred to my fourth base. This tells me two things. This tells me, number one, that this guy is not maintaining optimal drone saturation in his bases, because he's now guaranteed mining with drones that are oversaturated in his other bases. So he's not paying attention at all to his economy. And this also tells me that his supply is terrible because of that first thing we just said, and also because he didn't make any more drones to properly saturate this. So his upkeep of his base, or his like production capabilities here, are really bad. It's really, really low. So look at the main. We have oversaturated drones. Look at the natural. We have oversaturated drones. Look at the third. We have no drones. This is a very inefficient economy, and that's going to result in a Zerg who just doesn't really have very good supply. So seeing that, I would now, my old guess of going 130, 140, 150 supply, drop that shit down. Now we're talking maybe, yeah, like what he is now, like 100, 110, which is what we said in the game. It makes sense because he has no fucking drones. And that's it. That's all she wrote, boys. And then from this point on, at this stage in the game, I would say just keeping it basic and simple. In Platinum, we could do things like we could add in a Greater Spire and go into Broodlords if we wanted to, if he went Mass Lurkers as well. Or we could go into our own Lurkers and kill him with that if we could. Keep it basic. Just keep it basic.
Hey ViBE, I hope you are doing great. Smile, you are the best, my dude. Thank you so much for doing this series less than 3.
Rises, thank you for the bits. Thank you, man. I appreciate the 100 biddies. And also Sulfur, thank you for the 42 sub month streakola. Bro. Bro. Thank you, man. Much love to you. Much love to you. Alright, we're playing Cheezus. It's Cheezus. Alright, we'll do this game.
We require more.
We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes.
We require more minerals.
But this game, I'm kind of feeling like we can do something really basic. Like we can scout his base, see if he's going for a spire. If he's not going for a spire, we can just go mass roaches. Literally just mass roaches.
We require more minerals.
Added my hatchery in my control group.
More minerals.
Mecha drones. Spiral out. Thank you very much for continuing the gifted sub from Triforce. Welcome back. Get ready to make our spawning pool.
We require more minerals.
Ah. Okay. All right, boys. We're chilling. Nothing's really happening. This game is still standard. Not really a whole lot to talk about. We're just making drones. Everything's pretty basic. We made another Overlord, so let's grab this one and let's send it over to like the third area, like right here. So we can see not only the ramp a bit, but we can also see the third. Check his natural. We see the creep. That means he already expanded, guaranteed. So we can send this Overlord to like right here, just to see, to keep this Overlord in a safe spot and also see this ramp. So now we see all exits of his base when our second Overlord gets over there, and he can't really surprise me by running out of his base. We can make another Overlord go in front of our base. Or, no, actually, we'll put it in the middle of the map on this, like, ramp area right there. Send a Zergling into his base. check the third first, and then shift click over to like the right over here, and then shift into his main. And the reason why is because we don't want our Ling to run straight up like that. We want it to run as far away from the queen as possible, because the queen's probably standing right there. So if I just run straight up, like straight up that, the queen's gonna kill my Ling easily. We don't really want that to happen. Let's go ahead and get ready to start making our wall.
We require more. So more of our forces.
Okay, look at his base. Hatchery. We got a layer. Okay, build's looking pretty standard like ours.
Hi ViBE. When I play teen and I can get maxed, but in a real game best I can do is that okay? Keep up the great work.
What? When I play teen in AI? When I played the AI? Max at 1040, but in a real game it's 1130. Yeah, if your opponent attacks you and you take damage, maxing later is okay. Okay, we see a third fast from the Zerg, from Jesus. So we'll move this Overlord back a little bit. Let's make another Overlord go check the next exit area. And we'll fill in the new spot where this Overlord got to be ripped away from. And let's take our third as well to match his. As we're starting to make roaches now. Just, all I can say to that question is just do your best, man. Stim Junkie Jet. Do your best with trying to max as fast as you can. But I would have to see the game and see what happened to give you a real answer for that. Like, if you don't get attacked at all and you're maxing slower, there's no reason for that. But if you're getting attacked and you're getting annoyed and distracted, then and you're maxing later, then that makes a little bit more sense. Or if you're losing units especially. Okay, let's send a Zergling again to his base. And now this time, let's make an Overseer really fast. And let's try and see his tech. My Zergling's probably going to die and get denied. It's okay. But let's try and see his tech. So he's making roaches.
Our forces are under attack.
Okay. Keep making drones for now. He's got a lot of drones, so I'm not really too worried. If these are all roaches being made, though, they're drones. So we see drones being made, so we can make drones. We're all droning right now. Watching larva is important. His third as well. So it's better saturated than ours. So we know we're a little bit behind right now. So if we're a little bit behind right now, we might want to do something that makes a little bit more sense. So instead of going for a brute force army, maybe instead now we should go for cost efficiency. Let's go for roaches into like lurkers, because it's efficient. It will be something that I can't kill him with as fast, but it's more efficient. So if it gets to that stage of the game, suddenly I'm not fighting against someone who's been greedier than I have been. Essentially, his build opened with speedlings, and he took a third faster with greed. We went for roaches. We played the I don't give a shit about the map control game, and we went for safety, which is kind of how that all shaked out right there. Okay, we're gonna have to cancel that base because we're not in position to defend that. That's fine. Keep spreading my overlords out on the map, though. That is important to do that. And we can just retake another base. So he's got a fourth base as well. We can see the larva there. That's okay. Keep making roaches for now. And let's get a changeling and let's run into his base with it. See what we can do. Okay, now we can start making Hydralisk. Do you have drones at your fourth base really fast? You have 2 drones at your fourth base and gases. Okay, this guy looks like he's prioritizing tech. He might be going Ravagers, he might be going Lurkers.
Forces are under
He killed my Changeling immediately. So now I can't see. So let's make a second Overseer, and the second Overseer can go Scout. He's going Burrow move. Okay, do you see that? The spikes on their heads again? We saw that spiky shit on their heads. Burrow move, boys. Start making Lurkers right now. And also start making Spore Spine at every base. Because this is cloaked units at this point. Again, we can go in the replay and talk about it when we get to the replay. And now let's put one Lurker at every base. Lurker goes there. Lurker goes there. Lurker goes there. Let's make an infestation pit and get ready to go hive. Let's make more Lurkers. Spine, Spore, Spore, and a couple gases.
We require more minerals.
And we want to maintain a decent drone count, so let's make some more drones. We have 61 still. Let's get some more going. And now we can grab the rest of our Lurkers and push them in the front of our base just to be safe. Okay, we just made drones up to like 70. That's fine. And he has another base over here too. This guy's really greedy.
Not enough energy.
Okay, let's get Carapace upgrade on our Evo chamber because the other upgrade is done. We can start one more Evo chamber so we can start level 3 weapons when the hive is done. And yeah, we're just developing at this point. He has another base. This guy is insanely greedy. This guy is expanding fucking everywhere. Okay. So now, this game is, here's a decision I would say. This game is now turning into a shit show ZVZ style. Let's take our Roaches. Roaches are pretty bad in in-game ZVZ. Compositionally, he's already going into Hydra and getting ready to what looks like to go into Lurker. Let's take our Roaches and let's just A-move this base. And he's already got Lurkers. So, let that kind of just happen. Send our army up here to help this base. Our other part of our army, like our Hydras and stuff like that. We're gonna make drones. He actually just wiped it out really hard. Make a couple more spines. Go up to like 3 spines now at that base. And call it a day. Now, on the Lurker Den, let's go ahead and get Lurker upgrades. And let's make more Lurkers. Let's send another army up. Get rid of the last bit of our Roaches and Lings. We don't want Roaches and Lings anymore. They're both shit. Like, you don't want Roaches in in-game ZVZ. If the game doesn't have constant attacking going on back and forth and you're able to actually get max Hydra, you don't want Roaches anymore. Take another base. We can start some more spines as well on our outer bases. We can rotate these spines to the new base when we get to that point. So now he's actually going for Viper. So we're playing a guy who's going Viper, Lurker, Hydra. We're not going to go Viper because it's honestly, in my opinion, too much for Plat. We shouldn't be focusing on Viper. It's that literally is going to require fuckloads of micro. He's got Mass Viper. Okay.
Mineral field depleted. The hive cluster is under attack.
And he is attacking my mineral line with a Lurker.
Hive cluster is under attack. Our forces are under attack.
They move down here to this other shit. They move down to this Lurker. We're getting Overlord speed because it's very important. Okay. I'll burrow my Lurkers here. And let's move out. Now the one thing you gotta be careful about is doing select all army burrow. You gotta be careful about that. Don't do that anymore. Burrow my shit. I'll burrow my shit. There, fuck it. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're just doing it. Hey, move, boys! Burrow my shit! See what happens. Make Hydras during the process. Okay, back up. It's probably a terrible fight now. This is the stalemate point. Hit A, move forward, burrow my lurkers. Okay. Grab my army. Make a couple new overseers. Make hydras. We can make some lurkers.
We require more Vespine gas.
Yeah. Once again, this is another question mark game. I'm not gonna lie, but it happens. You know, I am streaming, so it is to be expected. Okay, he's going in fucking ham. Let's burrow over here to him and call it a day. We're just getting close and A moving. Make hydras. Okay, we gotta make drones again because we lost some drones in that fight. Let's get another upgrade on my Evo chamber. Check drone saturation levels. Not good. Not good. That one's been remade. This one needs to be fixed. And go over here and fix this one. Okay. We're back at a nice healthy drone count. We're actually going up to like 80 drones now because in ZVZ, 66 drones is proper ZVZ drone counts if you do like nothing but Roach, Ravager, things like that. But if you start going into things like this where it's like Hydra Lurker and you're no longer like just remaxing on like mass roaches and lings and shit like that, it's 80 drones is actually kind of more appropriate. Okay, let's try and take another base. Just tryhard mode the troll? No, guys. I'm never going to play someone, even if they're abusing the shit out of me, I am never going to be like, I'm going to be GM now on this guy, because this will happen to you too. What's happening to me will happen to you. And you can't do that, so it makes it pointless for me to be like, I'm going to fuck him up. Of course, I think I could fucking destroy this guy. I'm a fucking GM. I was a pro gamer, and I'm playing a plat dude right now, who's probably not plat. It's not a big deal. It's not the point, though. I'm making a series that teaches people shit, not fucking watch me shit on people. So we're dead. Yeah. There's not a whole lot I can do. He has a lot of shit. We are dead, boys. And now he's throwing his army away, so he's fucking around. GG. 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 I can't abide this. You guys need to relax. It's not, guys, it's not about winning and losing. It's not about that. It's not about winning and losing. It's about teaching people something. It's about teaching you something.
We require minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
But yeah, do I expect someone in Platinum League to be able to handle proper usage of Lurker, Viper, Hydra? No, I really don't. I don't expect that, and that's why I'm not showing you that. That's not a legit. Like look at the difference, okay? Look at the 2-game difference we just played. We just played a dude who just expanded like 9 times and went Lurker, Viper, Hydra, and he was maxing out on Lurker, Viper, Hydra and planting blinding clouds while burning lurkers, and he was even leapfrogging lurkers in my face. And then the game before that, we played a guy who didn't even saturate his mineral lines properly, never took a third, and was at 100 supply when we were at 200 supply, and just died to the first Hydra timing. It's a big discrepancy there in the skill levels of players. Do I think a legit plat player is going to be able to handle what the last guy just did? No, I don't. So I'm not going to fucking play that way. It doesn't actually make you learn anything then. Brr. Brr. Okay, drone is coming to my base. And nothing too crazy to report yet. There's nothing out of the ordinary. We're going to get our third overlord over here to scout the third and also this pathway if he goes this way. First overlord will stop and chill right around here when we're done. We just want to see if he expanded. And the answer is yes. He did. He did expand. Okay, he wants to make a spine crawler in my base. I'm not pulling drones. I don't care. We made 4 lings. The scouting lings can now go deal with the spine. Let's go ahead and get an overlord here kind of near the Zanaga Tower and over these tree brush areas. And now let's scout his base with 1 Zergling. And let's see if he's stockpiling Zerglings in his base or if he's going to play standard. Let's get another overlord on ramps now. Like common ramps that are going to be used, like this one right here would be great. Go ahead and get my simi wall going up. There's 6 lings coming right now. Okay. 6 lings is kind of a big deal. It's a lot of larvae invested into the lings. And his queen just denied my thing. So let's go ahead and finish our wall off now then. We just need to add 1 more Evo chamber and it's done. And now he's making more lings. So he's actually going for a lot of lings right now. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's make 1 spine. We can cancel it if we need to. But we're starting the spine. We can totally cancel it if we need to. We don't have to let it finish. If he floods repeatedly, we will not cancel it. If he does not flood again after what he's already made, we will cancel it.
We require more minerals.
Do I see a flood on the minimap? The answer is no so far. We still have a little bit more time though. And we're already starting to make roaches now. He's still not flooding me, and now that we're making roaches, let's cancel it. Okay, he's going for a 3rd base. And that's exactly what we're going to do too, now that we're going into roaches. Let's also go ahead and start an overseer, because we want to kind of get a read on his base. What if he's going mutas? What if he's going roaches? Like, what is he doing exactly? So scout his base. Changeling can run to the natural, check the mineral line, and also his units if they're there. He is making roaches, and he has a lot of larvae sitting there. Lots of larvae sitting. Look at the roach. Oh god, look at the drone count. It's not really existing. Now he's going 3 hatchery Hydra. This drone count is also not fully saturated. This dude is all in as fuck. That drone count is not good, guys. And we should be expecting to be attacked very soon. Let's go ahead and the drone count's still not good. Lots of gas. So here's another thing we can do. Again, what did we talk about last time when we see someone who goes for no gas, fast fucking hydras with bad economy? Lurkers. Lurkers are the future here. Let's make another overseer. Look at this mineral line. Dude, it's nothing. There has to be a lurker in here. It's the only way this makes sense. He will never have enough units to kill me. I don't see a lurker done still. But we're still going to make one for ourselves. Still no 3rd base either. We are going pure unit production now. Because again, we're comparing his build to our build. Okay. His build is being compared to our build, guys. And again, look at 3rd base. No drones. Look at our third base. 12 drones. Look at his natural. Very sad looking drone count. Looks like 6 drones on the natural. We're 16. My feeling of this guy's supply right now is our opponent is probably sitting around 65 to 70 supply right now. Probably 65. This is no economy. We can still take another base because we can afford it. And we can still spread our creep and stuff like that. Let's also make an overseer because we might really need it. Let's take 1 roach and let's scout both sides of the map just to make sure we're not misreading anything here. Because his drone count and his current bases is... It's non-existent. And if he doesn't all in us, well, the game is going to end anyways because he's just never going to have enough units. Okay, I would say at this point now, he still hasn't attacked us, and I know his supply is lower than ours. Let's just quickly cap off our third, make a little bit more drones, go to a nice, healthy 66 drones, and call it a day. And there is no hidden bases. So let's really quickly run our roach over here into his third base, and let's just see, is there drones now or no? There are like 6 drones still. So run over to here to his natural. We're making Hydra still. Drone count is still not the greatest. Let's just go ahead and launch an attack. Honestly, I would say. I would say this game honestly looks like it can end right now. Let's just go attack him because this is so much of a lead that has been built up for so long that I think it's impossible to die. I think it's impossible for us not to kill him right now. The only way he could survive at this point is if he had lurkers. So, get our army together. Get it all together. It's kind of spread out right now a bit. Okay, it's together enough now. Let's go ahead and A move, shift, A move, shift, A move. Go to the overseers and follow a hydralisk. Make roaches and hydras. And fix my economies wherever they are oversaturated. Okay, we can green box these units and just send them to the natural. Just attack. I move the natural. It's fine. It doesn't matter.
We require more Vespine gas.
And there you go. There's the lurkers we were talking about. The only way this made sense was fast lurkers. But even then, it doesn't make sense to play like that because you have no money to work with anything. But you will only ever see someone, like, if someone is going to do this, even though I disagree with this kind of a format of a playstyle, the only reason why it makes sense is because they want to go for a tech unit. That's the only reason why it would ever make any sense. And that's what he did. He went for a tech unit. So, we prepared for the possibility of having lurker versus lurker. And it didn't get to that point because he just never had any money, so we just decided to attack him. We just decided to go over there and attack his base to just kind of end the game. Because yeah, if he doesn't have money, then if you look at the graph here, we're just going to have a bigger army supply that will continuously get bigger than his, faster than his does. Yeah. Lord help me. Lordy, lordy, lordy. How long have I been playing Zerg? For almost 4 hours. This video, that's why I'm kind of like skipping the replays now a little bit. I kind of want to like wrap it up. I'm trying to give you guys we're still giving you the basic gist of what's going on in these games. But yeah, it's I would say we have fought a few people we shouldn't have been fighting, and it's making this video take forever. To a point. So my opponent's race, it's Terran. Terran. Let's grab the drone and let's go down to the expansion and get ready to expand into our base. Take the expansion and expand to the base. Okay. Nice. You're doing great. Well done. +1 gold star.
Okay.
Alright, thanks to you. I finally know when I have to make drones and when I have to make an army. Nice. That's a good start. Knowing drone windows is important. That's a good start. That's a wonderful start. Okay, so we re-rallied our natural to our main to our natural. We're making our dudes. We're going to send our overlord at our natural down to behind his main down here. Nice overlord placement. This can follow up a scout later on. That'll be nice. Making drones. We're still making drones off the hatcheries. We're not staring at the overlord only right now. So even though we're telling the overlord where to go, 5 SD. Tell the overlord where to go, 5 SD. 5 SD. And we're going to scout in, and he doesn't have a natural, so we got to be careful. But we are scouting deeper into the base. Command center right there, so we now know. Barracks is not making an add-on. Let's actually first really quickly send my Zerglings back to creep before we really discuss this. So he's not making an add-on yet, guys. The barracks are still flashing, and there was no add-on, which means it's most likely a Marine. Which means if we go too deep, my Overlord's gonna die. But now, since he has a natural and we saw it right there, we can make a third base. Wings, stop chasing him. Just run back to creep. We don't want to chase and die.
We require.
If you didn't see a Reaper, would you put your Overlord on the pillar right away? No, I still would have scouted his main base. You want to know what he's making. You want to know, is he making a reactor? Is he making a barrack, a factory? Is he making a command center? At this point, you want to at least get somewhat of a read, and I now know at least a little bit of what he's doing. I know he's expanding, so the rest is not that important. It still is a little bit, but it's not game-ending importance. What? What's up? Go back to the phone, by the way. Okay, we can send our other overlord into his base a bit from the right now, because this one can just see his composition at the front of his base, and if he moves out or not. He's got a bunker. This makes me feel like factory is coming. Bunker makes me feel like factory. Bunker is usually factory. So I imagine we're going to see factories. Okay, it's actually Marines. It's bio. It's bio tank. And a starport with a tech lab and a fusion core. Okay, so it could actually go back into this. This looks like it might be actually just like a battle cruiser opener into bio. And we're gonna keep it really simple. We're going to make our roaches to make our safety roaches right now, and we're going to go into hydras. We'll do hydras. Where's my other queen? There she is. So safety roaches, guys. Safety roaches. Safety roaches. We were doing 5 SD while we were scouting there, so we went a little bit over. Just a tad. It's not, again, it's not bad, or it's not really bad to go over drones a little bit. So if you do ever go over the drone count, don't be like, fuck, ViBE said has to be specifically 2 bases. Or I'm fucking it up. It's okay. Now I go back to droning. We have safety roaches, and now we drone. And the reason why we drone is because this is how we can read this game. His natural was built on the high ground. That puts him a little bit behind in the standard macro game because he has to waste time floating it over. Secondly, he rushed tech all the way to a fusion core. That puts him behind for having a third command center, so he's not being super greedy. but it also means that he's going to be building units at a very slow pace. This, in total, means that I can make drones. It is a pseudo drone window, because I only have to worry about one BC now. I don't have to worry about a big ass fucking tank marine timing or something like that. And look at that, one spore, one queen, just zoned out that BC, easy peasy. Not a problem. And by the time we deal with another BC, we're gonna have hydras. We can cancel that base eventually. It's not a big deal. It's fine. Drone count is, and there's look, another command center. So that's reinforcing another drone window. He's not going for like 6 racks, big bio timing now behind this BC. He's going for another expansion. He's gonna go for a 3rd base. So we're good. Drone windows. We still have the safety roaches in case he attacks me with some little harassments. And Spore Queen is able to zone out these BCs. So we started upgrades, by the way. I injected. I started Carapace weapons, and I also started Hydra upgrades. We can also start an infestation pit and transfer a drone around, like a Spore. And drone count right now is good, guys. We're a tiny bit over, but let's make another expansion for it anyways. Now we'll drop down to 85. Drone count's great. Start making Hydras. The drone windows have been acceptable through the shit Terran has made this game so far. He has made the tech to BC, and then he made the command center to 3 base. We can stay 1 base ahead of him because we're a Zerg and we are 1 base rule, golden rule. What kind of imitation was that? You tell me. It was good, wasn't it? Okay, we're getting ready to attack soon, guys. Oh, wait, just kidding. He teleported into my main base. Let's send my boys up there. Boys! Boys! Let's go defend my main. Hey, come on, Hydras. Let's go. Now we got another BC at my 3rd base. Do we care? Not really. Don't let my queen die. Send my... Okay, BCs. Both BCs are left. They both left. So let's inject. Let's inject. Let's inject. Really quickly, let's grab my army and grab 2 roaches. 1 goes on the south side. 1 goes on the north side. And we're going to check for future bases. Drone count is still pretty good. And let's start Aspire, because, you know, we might want to go into Broodlords at this point, or at some point, and maybe even Corruptors. Start 2/2 upgrades. And the reason why I'm getting upgrades for Carapace now, I told you don't get Carapace against mech, but that only applies to ground mech. Air mech, like BCs and shit, you actually kind of do want to get some Carapace action in your life. Okay, there's his newest expansion. Let's go attack it. Found it. Now while we're attacking, guys, inject, fix, inject, and creep. Creep spread. Creep. 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 Now let's see what we're gonna attack into. 3 tanks, not that scary. Make Hydras. If this was like 10 tanks, I'd be scared. 3 tanks is not that scary. Look at that spore crawler doing work. Oh my god, it barely didn't die. Okay, run the drones. Oh, we have Hydras out there. Okay. Cool. What do you say? Spend your money? Fuck. Pretty much. Macroing is the key. That is the key. Oh. We can go through and look at these fights really fast. Whatever fights I might have missed, I can't remember, to be honest. I think that's what I'm gonna do for the rest of this video. I'm just gonna go through the fights instead of. I feel like you guys kind of get the point now at this point. I hope, which is, oh, he expanded. We make us drones. We make the economy. Ah! Make us a worker. So again, we scouted a natural, it allowed us to take our third safely. We still had the safety roaches while we were saturating our third, so it's not like we just made nothing but drones for 3 fully saturated bases. Two bases roughly saturated. Maybe if you go a little bit over that, it's okay. If it's like 2 1/3 or 2 1/2, it's okay. It's a little risky when you do that, but it's okay. Then we made roaches. We made like 8 roaches. Then we go back into fucking making drones again. He attacks my my new expansion here. He kills it. Who gives a shit? But the Spore Crawler and the Queen zoned him out from this base. It was great. My Overlord dies. We can clearly see his third base. We saw it earlier. That was another drone window to take our fourth. And now the drone window phase is over. Droning phase is over, guys. It didn't take very long to get out of the droning phase. Because he showed us he was going for fast tech and he was also going for quick base counts. And because we just did something as simple as we made a Spore Crawler because we saw a fusion core, we took like no damage. And then we do a timing with our Hydras. And this is just simply from, this is the first real fight, and I guess we saw everything. The first real fight this game, because everything else up to this point has literally just been minor harassment. He lost 100 resources because he lost like a depot or something. Or a Hellion, I can't remember, I don't know what he lost. But we've lost a few drones here and there, we lost an Overlord here and there. Little things. But even though we've lost this much, like it looks like we've lost a lot more than he did. Again, same rule as before, the mountain rule we applied to all the time. Even if you take our losses on top of what we, like if we take everything we've gained and everything he's gained and then just subtract our losses, his doesn't really move at all. Ours moves down a little bit, but our mountain is still like way the hell up here because we've been mining so efficiently for a long time. Can I ask you why you went Hydras and not Corruptors? Because I'm keeping it really basic, and this guy was also going for Barracks and Factory, and if I would have went Corruptors, we would have had problems if he would not have gone mass PCs, which he didn't. Hydras actually performed really well here. Because he was again, we're keeping it basic. That's the golden rule. It's basic. I know when I coach people, I tell you not to do this. I tell you to go Corruptor, and I tell you to do other things. But this is basic as hell. We're keeping it super fucking basic. Because again, Platinum League, you're in Platinum League because your macro is not good. That is why you're in this league. You're not in Platinum League because you need a micro better. You're not in Platinum League because your scouting is not as good as it could be. Like those are things that could help a little bit. I'm not saying that they're bad. They could help, but you are 100% still in Platinum League because you don't macro enough. All right. Anyways, yeah, that was just that game came down to literally is exactly what we just said. That was just a macro game. This guy tried to throw in all these different types of aggression with battlecruiser harassments. It didn't do anything really. It didn't slow us down really at all. And then he was 100 supply, we were 200 supply, and he just dies. And why does that work like that? That's not how it's supposed to work. You're supposed to definitely be a lot closer to Zerg supply than that if you go BC harass. But the reason why it worked like that is because he didn't macro. I got sniped again. He didn't macro well enough while he was, you know, harassing me. It slowed him down. How does he know I got sniped again? Because I just played this guy, and this guy's clearly not platinum. This guy's like masters. Did you just make a handful of roaches when you were getting a third started for harassment? Yes, I always do that. I've done that every game. I call them safety roaches. This was the guy that I played that went to like 9 bases and like mass lurker viper. I wish I could veto a person, kind of. would make this series better. Because this is the exact same thing happening with that Protoss named Zin in Bronze League.
We require more minerals.
Okay. So we're just gonna, I think this game I'm just gonna go for like roaches. We're gonna keep this game really basic and we're gonna make this game a macro test more or less. Because clearly if we let this game go to lurker stage, like this dude micros and we're not microing, there's very low chances we're gonna be winning that stage. Again though, this is not, I don't want you guys to get the wrong idea. This is still going to be platinum level macro, okay? This is not going to be suddenly ViBE goes fucking tryhard mode and goes GM style here. This is platinum. I'm going to play Platinum League here. But I'm going to just do something super basic with just macro. So overlord placements are important. Get them all set up. Set them up, set them up. What is your overlord with this build? 25? No, it's like 20. I missed it because we were talking. I wasn't thinking about it. Okay, so I'm gonna make a roach warren. I played this guy, if I recall correctly. I think I played him with Terran. This guy has sniped me multiple times. Jesus, if you're listening to the stream, I would appreciate it if you would stop sniping me over and over. Just throwing it out there. I would appreciate it. Alright, so let's go ahead and take a third base. Because we saw a layer coming up from him. We saw a layer. And if we have to cancel a third, we cancel a third. If not, it's okay. If not, great. But if yeah, then obviously we cancel it.
We require more not enough energy. Not enough energy.
Get roach speed. There is his third base. It's already done. And now we're making roaches. Again, safety roaches, guys. It's safety roaches. We kind of, again, you don't know 100% for certain what your opponent's going to do. And look at the lings. Safety roaches guard you from, well, they ideally will guard you. It looks like we're probably going to lose our third because our lings are faster. There's a chance this third might die. Send our queen down here too to help. Make a new queen because that queen is going to die. Okay, we made enough safety roaches. Another queen died. Let's go ahead and make another queen. Okay, let's go and make an overseer. And we're going to scout his base. What we're going for is like kind of like a 3-base saturation into just a timing. And we'll still take a 4th base, but it's not going to be for saturation. It's only going to be for larva purposes. So let's go ahead and look at his third. I imagine it's probably got more saturation than me because he's not making safety. We'll see though. No, we're actually our saturation is actually a little bit better. Our saturation is actually a little bit better right now. And he's going for mutas now because we're going mass roaches. So now we gotta switch it up and let's go into spore crawlers. Here's what I recommend against mutas in ZVZ. Get like spore crawler triangles around your base.
Our forces are under attack.
Let's go ahead and start a Hydra den. And let's put one spore between our bases, like this. Like one more like right there. And we're still making drones. We're making tons of drones. This game is going, I think this game is going to be forced to be going back into Lurker, Viper, Hydra at some point.
Our forces are under attack.
Oh man. This guy. So we're gonna make a Lurker den. Because again, if this dude's going for mutas now, I can't just go for roach timing. My roaches would just die. If we're not gonna micro anything, roaches are gonna die. It's not gonna have any positive impacts. Fix my economies. Missing one drone there. And we're missing 3 drones on that gas. We're at 66 now. This is perfect. And let's make an extra like 4 drones right now. And we're going to make 3 of them into spores in front of my base. Like right here. Doesn't really matter. And the reason why we're doing this is because we're going to make spores here. And that's going to be our next expansion. We're going to remove them. Okay, let's move the spores and let's take our 4th. And let's start making some lurkers. Notice how there's only still 5 mutas, guys? Notice how there are still only 5 mutas. That's important. Because like I said before, I'm just going to throw it out there. I think this dude wants me to play Lurker, Viper, Hydra again. And he's forcing it to happen. But I am expecting him to be going Lurker, Viper, Hydra now. Okay, so let's move our lurkers around our base. Throw a couple lurkers down here. Throw like 3 lurkers this way. And throw like 3 lurkers over here and 1 lurker in front of my natural.
We require more Vespine gas.
You can spread them out a little bit more than that.
Not enough energy.
And now that we are committed, we are being forced to go into Lurker, Viper, Hydra. Let's go back into a good drone count. Let's go back up to like 80. Because this is more of a expensive army, so we need a little bit more economy to support this properly. And let's get an infestation pit. Okay, now here's what we're going to do. I'm going to teach you guys control group, because we kind of have to at this point. If you play against someone who forces lurkers out of you like this, and you want to plant them around your base to not take lots of damage, you need to start control grouping your units. Just 1 control group is fine. Okay, just 1 is fine. Let's go ahead and make a couple overseers. And we're going to green box this and hit shift 1. Or control 1, either way works. And now everything we add to that group is going to be shift 1 to it.
Mineral field depleted. We require
Now let's
more Vespine gas.
grab our overseers and let's throw a couple changelings out.
Not enough energy.
And scout. And what we're looking for right now is expansion and also composition and also just amount of what it is. So green box, shift 1. Take the roaches and let's just move the roaches out there, like to his natural or something. Get rid of them. They're not worth the supply anymore. There's the mutas still. I want to know if I want to make. We just move those. Just kidding. He's just moved the banes. So he's going mass broodlords now. So lurkers no longer matter again. So now he's going broods. We'll make a spire. This again would be the perfect time to make Viper, but I do not recommend that you make Vipers in Platinum, honestly. And he's attacking. We just gotta hope for the best. Hope for the best, boys. What we're gonna do in this stage is we are going to make corruptors, but we're probably gonna die. Okay, so let's move our lurkers forward. And the reason why is that we're going to do this is because it's going to wipe out a lot of the broodlings. Let's walk our hydros under the broods. A-move it. And that's a lot of broodlords. And walk back. Keep injecting. Keep injecting. Keep injecting. Rotate my drones. And now let's make corruptors with all this extra supply that we have. Okay. I will say this. If I get Jesus again, if this guy will not stop sniping me, I'm going to fuck him up next game and just a quick form. Because it is literally a waste of time. He's making this video really long. I would like to play some real games, but I'm going to be here all night with this dude. But we are dead, guys. GG. Alright, yo, Jesus. Can I make a video? Can I make a video? Can you just stop sniping me? I appreciate it. I think that's like the 4th time you've done that. Change your name in game. I'm streaming though, so what would that do? Okay, well hopefully I don't get him again. And if I do, I'm going to not play. Okay, we didn't get him again. Doesn't matter now. Okay, now we're playing a random player. How can you tell he's getting stream sniped? Because I have played RTS my entire life. I'm 32. I have about 25 years of RTS experience. I have also played StarCraft 2 since the day the game came out. I can tell how good someone is by how they play the game. And like I said before, you can see vast contrasts in some of my opponents and then other of my opponents. And Jesus is one of the more obvious, blatant, I don't give a shit. I'm gonna just try and play at my level against your plat. And let's see what happens. You can fucking tell. Anyways, it's not a big deal. If I play against one game against someone like that here and there, I'm still gonna just end up losing to it, playing as if I am platinum. But if I play against someone who is literally going to snipe me like 4 times, then I'm gonna remember that name and I'm going to start smashing his ass if I play him again, because otherwise it just makes my video like 6 hours long, and I don't think anybody really wants to watch a 6-hour video. Especially when I have to play him for like 2 hours of it, of just getting repeatedly killed because I'm not. You know what I mean? It ruins the whole point of what we're doing. One here and there is not a big deal, but if it's repeatedly over and over and over and over, then it's kind of dumb. All right, so what race is this guy? Is the question. Okay, it's Terran, and he expanded, so that tells us to go on. He's also making a tech lab. This is different. You should click this all the time. Tech lab is different, guys. He's got a second barracks. So that tech lab tells me he's going to be going for bio, obviously, and he's going to be going for an upgrade. Oh, second barracks tells me bio. Tech lab now tells me he's also going for an upgrade. Okay, we're going to move my lings back to my main. Let's go ahead and third queen and layer this shit. And grab our second overlord and send it to his base. And we can also take a third base now. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, what? Okay, thank you. Oh, baby. We got it off. Nice. We can send our lings at the Reaper. It's fine. You don't really have to do that, but if he's gonna leave his Reaper and move, there's a good chance he might just let it die. So we're still making drones. We're making overlords, and he let it die because he's not gonna watch the Reaper the whole time it shoots the hatchery. Now let's make a roach warren.
We require more minerals. Not enough. We require more.
Let's go ahead and start our other gases. And let's send one Zergling to his base right now. And let's also send one Zergling to his third, and one Zergling to his other base, and then one Zergling to the top of the ramp. These are pinpoint. These are like scouts where if he goes left, I see it, and if he goes for a third here, I see it. If he goes right, I see it. If he goes for a third here, I see it. If I'll see what he has on the ramp with one ling that's just going to die right now, and if he pushes straight across, I'll see it with the ling right here. So we just have scouts well spread out right now to see what's going on. And now let's look. It's a bunker, and there's more Marines. It looks very standard, is what it looks like. Very, very, very standard. And again, if there might be one person out there that might know this. I did say you do not need to wall your ramp against bio. And you know what? Fuck it. I'll follow that rule right now. We don't need to wall our ramp against bio. We started walling up there because, you know, he might go for something with it. It doesn't really matter. It's not the biggest of deal that if we do or don't wall the ramp. But in general, if you wall the ramp against bio, it just funnels your units in and out of your base, and he's going to be able to abuse that with range. He's not going to be like trying to sneak into kill your drones with Hellions. Hellions is the only reason why you want to wall, is my point I'm trying to make. There's lots of reasons for it. You wall against Hellions, because Hellions can't do anything about buildings, really. It takes forever for them to kill an Evo chamber. But yeah. Anyways. You don't need a wall against bio. We kind of did. Doesn't really matter that much. It's not something that's like a positive or a negative really that. It's kind of just it's a minor point, but someone out there might be thinking about it, so. There you go, dude. Not necessary to wall against bio, is the point.
Unacceptable command.
Okay, we have nice saturation of our bases. We're scouting into his base right now. We can start a fourth base. We don't have to saturate it yet, but we started it. Now we're scouting into his base and we're looking at economy. And we're looking at production. That's a decent amount of... Okay, look. Timing. Timing! Start making roaches. This is 2 base, guys. This is not 3 base. This is 2 base. That timing proves it's 2 base, and we just also confirmed there's no third command center. So, this is one of those times where I have the safety roaches, and now we're adding to them. And we should still be fine. There he is. And let's A-move his army with our roaches that we made while he was pushing out. And we're making drones. And we just crushed it. And now, drone window. Drone window, guys. Drone window right now. And let's even take another base, because we're fully saturating 4 bases now. Let's also inject our bases one more time and start creep spreading. Oh, wait, he's over here now. Hey, move my army that way. It's fine. Take another base. That base might even die right now, so just take another one. Creep. Creep, creep. And creep. Okay, that base did die. So now this guy's going full on. I'm just gonna harass you with medevacs. That's okay. Cause you know what that is? It's distracting as fuck for him. I'm chasing him with the Sucked army, and I'm still going 5 SD, 5 SD, 5 SD, 5 SD. And we're at 80 drones right now. Creep. Creep, creep. Send some drones over this way. And we're going into hydras. And we can also make a lurker in too.
We require more minerals.
What's my drone count at? 77. We just spent some more drones on these buildings. We need to make a couple more. 80 to 85.
Mineral field.
Okay, now let's take a second, really fast, where we can scout the map. Scout, 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 scout. We see where his third is, guys. This roach, when it gets up here, if it doesn't die, we're gonna look at his economy just to see. This is not because we're worried about ours. It's just gonna prove how far ahead we are if we can spot that. But we're still not really worried. We're definitely feeling pretty good about this whole situation, this game we're in. Now let's look at it. How much SCVs does he have on this base? This is his third. 0. Our third is fully saturated. Our fourth is fully saturated. We are way ahead. Let's go ahead and start making some static D just to alleviate like any weird medevac harassments that might happen while we're attacking across the map. Let's go ahead and exactly like that. Let's go ahead and attack this way. Cancel that hatchery. Finish off making spines here. We can make 3 more things over here. And now let's just make a round of drones, all for this base. We don't have to fix every base one by one. If we have a fresh base, might as well just saturate it with like 14 drones or something. And we're back to a good drone count. It's going to go down to 83 when these build. And we're good. Solid. Now let's make one last thing. Let's make a round of lurkers. Because now we have a lot of gas because we just spent a lot of minerals on static D. And then let's do a timing. We can start a spire too, just in case this doesn't kill him. Make some gases. Do my creep spread. And he's doing a timing first, so A move him with everything and burrow as soon as we attack him. And burrow. Keep making hydras. Okay, that's fine. We'll remake drones. We'll remake some drones for this base. And our army killed his army in the middle of the map. Let's go ahead and just kill this really fast. Suck the army, attack these things. And now we can attack his base. Rebuild these spines here. And good to go. 3-3 started. Let's shove him now and go attack him. And while we're attacking, spread creep. Do it from the side out. Creep. 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 We can saturate our gases now that we see that is ready to go. And inject our bases one time. Get a queen here. Inject. Inject. Or make a greater spire. Make hydras. Attack. So we hear sounds too that also trigger us to do things, like we heard the spire go. Perfect impression. Burrow. Hey, move. It's good. Drone count's still good. Let's go ahead and start getting a metabolic boost for Zerglings so that we can what's it called? If we do end up going Broodlords, we have the option to go Zerglings as well with it. Okay, grab my army. Up burrow. We just kind of lost a bit of it, so maybe give it a second. Let new units come across the map, because we also were macroing during that process. Grab my whole new army. We can creep spread again while we wait. And good to go. Let's grab some drones at our new base. Saturate those gases. Drone count still. Drone count's actually 86. It's fine. We'll make one more spine here. Put it on to 85, so it's great. And we're good. And now let's attack him again. Let's attack from the other side. What we're looking for is a third base. Okay, looks like a nice doom drop is going that way. Attack this base. And burrow. Make hydras while it's happening. Inject. Fix my economies. Send them over here. Inject. Make hydras. Do you have any tricks for quickly counting drones? Yeah, mouse over the top right and you can see your drone count. Like just like that. You see it in the top right right now? It says drone 16, 17, 18. That's all you gotta do. Like you can see the numbers on the hatcheries like this. You can make sure those are as optimal as they can be. And then if you just want to see your total drone count, mouse over that and you can see your total drone count. Okay, so we saw a Terran player who's going double, he's going double barracks. So, guys, double barracks. Again, this is why I wanted to talk about the wall for a second. When someone goes double barracks, the wall doesn't really matter nearly as much. Or like at all. It doesn't matter at all because if Marines come over here and I have a wall, if he has enough Marines to be scary, he can kill that wall very fast. Marines can kill buildings pretty damn quickly. If I don't have a wall, there you go. Same thing. He can just walk into my base and start fighting me. Really what matters when you fight against someone who goes, if they were to go mass Marines to attack your drones, is you just need to have enough units to be able to fight back, or like Spine Queen or some shit like that. That's what it really comes down to. But we can already tell that's not happening because he expanded, so that none of that is even a factor. This is just a standard defensive Marine style build or bio opener. So we don't need to make a wall. If this was Hellions, you do need to make a wall because Hellions, when you only have a couple of them, we're talking like 3 Hellions, 4 Hellions, you can actually drive into a Zerg's base and start roasting drones. You can like just cleave them down. And you're like, well, shit, I just lost like 10 drones because I let 4 Hellions run into my base. That sucks. So a wall is a little bit more of a priority against a ramp of a Terran. When you scout, it's going to be Hellion opener. And if you don't know what that means, barracks, reactor, factory, reactor and factory, or reactor, or Jesus. Barracks and factory swap so that the reactor can be on the factory. That's what a Hellion opener is. Bio opener, this is a super obvious one. It's barracks, barracks, tech lab. That's very, 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 very obviously going to be bio. Because he's going to get upgrades on the barracks on one of them, and he's making a second barracks as well to prove to us that he's not making a factory. That's an expense right there. Yo, guys, thank you for all the subs, by the way. I'm going to pause this and say thanks. We're at Top Hat. Thank you for the 26 months. Welcome back for over the 2 years. Once again, much love. We're at Top Hat. Chodicus, thank you very much for the 2-month subs as well, bro. My man.
Fully turgid about getting to catch some Zerg bronze to GM.
Yo, be relaxed. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching the series. And thank you for hanging out. And thank you for those bits. Oh my god, dude. Much appreciated. Chodicus. My man, thanks for the series. Hours of fun for the whole family. Oh yeah. That's right. Thank you very much, Chodicus. I keep wanting to call you Chocodus, but it's Chodicus. It's very similar. Derp and Dow, thank you for the 18 months. Love you, dude. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome back. And 25 at the lip. I don't know if I said thanks for that, but thank you for the 14 months as well. It's okay, ViBE Plat is a tough league. Thank you very much, man. And Stim Junkie Jet, thank you for the 346. Much love, boys. Thank you. You guys are all very appreciated for supporting the stream. You didn't have to do that, and you did. Because you're great, and you're generous. Thank you, guys. Now, going back to this game. Again, wall doesn't need to be built here. It doesn't. If you do build it there, it doesn't matter. It's not a negative, really. It's not, and it's not really a positive either, though. It doesn't matter against bio. So if you don't know what it is, make the wall. If you know it's bio, you don't need to do that. Now, big one here. Scouting the Zerglings in all these directions that we talked about. We can see all different move outs the Terran can do. Every direction he would go, I would see him move out. Plus, I would also see a third base if he throws it down. And then when we ran our other ling, our fourth ling up the ramp, we saw a bunker, which shows us that the Terran player is, you know, he invested into a bunker, which means his build is just 100 minerals, which is what a bunker costs. It's 100 minerals slower at being aggressive. This proves that he's turtling himself up a little bit more. He can obviously salvage this bunker, but if he builds a bunker early on, that is money that earlier on he can't get back. Later on he can get it back, but it just reinforces a little bit more that he's not going to do a timing and attack me really fast. If he is going to do a timing, it delays this timing just a tad, because he could have built something else that would have been more efficient, like almost another barracks, basically. So again, yeah, we're same shit, standard game, we're fine. We still have the standard build going on. From what we saw, we have we're droning our third. We're making the roach safe boys, and we also we're watching our lings because we are still aware of the fact that this dude could attack us. And as we're scouting, we see, okay, he's got 2 engineering bays. He's got a medevac starport with a reactor, which means he's probably gonna be making medevacs. We see he's got more barracks being made, and he's only got 2 so far. And then we look at his base count and go, main base looks fine, natural looks very well saturated. The gas is not really being touched yet, but mineral line wise, he's fine. Now, if we compare this to ours, okay, we go, our natural is looking good compared. Our natural is fully distributed properly. His natural is good on the minerals, but not good on the gas. So we're a little bit ahead in terms of gas so far, but he is going mass marines here, so it's not the biggest of deals. Our main base, well saturated. We're missing 1 gas. His main base, he's got a little bit more of a lead in the main base because he has a 4th gas in the main, or he has his other gas in the main. We're missing our gas in our main, but again, we have gas in the natural, gas in the main, 1 gas in the main. We have 3 gases basically running off 2 bases is what I'm trying to say. He only has 2 gases running off of 2 bases. He doesn't have this one being mined yet. So we are ahead in overall economy of 2 bases, barely, by 1 gas. That's it. He could fix that very fast though. But again, this is not this right here shouldn't really tell you shit, okay? This should just be like standard. This should just feel normal what we see so far. But what should tell us a lot is we just flew over his entire base with an overlord. And you know what we didn't see? We didn't see a 3rd command center. I did not see a 3rd CC, guys. And my lings are sitting at his 3rds, and I don't see a 3rd CC. That is a big deal. That is the big one. That's the one we really care about. We just confirmed there's no 3rd command center, and we just confirmed there's no like excessively large SCV buildup on his base where he can just transfer like 20 SCVs over or 15 SCVs over, and he's going to be good to go. And then we look at our 3rd. He doesn't have one at all. And we look at our 3rd. That is a big lead. That tells us, okay, we're in a good spot. I am in a advantageous position right now because I'm the one with more economy. As long as I can guard it and as long as I can maintain it, we're good. And then that pairs right now with him pushing out against my ling, and we see a marine move out. Our ling revealed that for us. So we're like, oh, cool. Yeah, we need to be ready for this. We need to be ready for the marine timing he's doing. This is what the game is kind of developed to. He's going to do a nice fat attack. So what do? We just start making more roaches because as soon as we realize he's moving out with a bunch of bio and he's going to do a timing, this is a lot of bio, guys. That could totally, if I decided, you know what, I'm going to go to 80 drones right now. That could easily kill my roaches that I have, the safety roaches that I have. But if we just make roaches and defend it, and we know he doesn't have a 3rd CC, we still, even if we make roaches until we defend this, we still have the 1 base up advantage. And this is going to happen, like, if this guy's not going to take a 3rd, his goal is going to be to attack us as fast as he can. Like, he doesn't really want to fuck around and waste a lot of time. He's not looking to, like, sit here for the next 2 minutes and not attack me. Because then I'm going to have 160 supply versus him being at, like, 100. So he is definitely looking to take a fight soon. And it ends up happening pretty damn fast. He shows up. As soon as he gets here, we have, again, we made roaches as we saw him moving out. This is what it turns into. And now as soon as we realize, okay, yeah, we're crushing this fight, going right back into drones again, because we have just created a drone window, and this is a big drone window because also we scouted that he's going for a third command center now. This is now his third. So we know how far behind he is. So not only is he making the third to go, okay, I'm going to make a third now. I'm not going to make 5 more barracks and just go all in the rest of the game. I'm going to make a third. That's one part of the drone window. Second part is we just wiped out his timing. He still has some of it in the medevacs, but we did just completely destroy his harassment, his little timing he was doing. So that means that these roaches can repeatedly kill this timing over and over and over if he keeps trying to attack me with it and land it again. I'm totally fine.
Hey ViBE, I'm actually winning games, you the man. Respect.
Yo, Flying Otters, congrats, dude. Thank you for the 5. Congratulations. And again, it doesn't take very long. And also, thank you for the 5, man. I do appreciate it. It doesn't take very long to make the drones to optimal now with this drone window. We're so close to having fully saturated 3 base that we just kind of go all the way to it. We're 13 drones away, guys. It's pretty damn close. And again, this army is still large. If we compare army sizes, he's got 39. I've got 51. We're still maintaining a large, good clump of units. So he kills my hatchery because we were out of position. He kills my queen. We kill a couple of marines here and there. But back it up for a second. Drone count. Right here. Look at the 11 drones right now. 11 drones are finishing. And now we're done. We are now done with the drone phase. And now all it is expansion timing phase. Like how many bases is he trying to take beyond this point? And where do I want to attack him from? This gives us attack paths and composition. So we will periodically try to, like, if he's not attacking me and losing his units constantly, we should throw in a scout here and there to be like, what are you going for? Are you going for mass tanks now? Are you going for just more bio? Are you going widow mines? What are you doing? You going Thors? And then it's just maintenance now. Just maintenancing our mineral lines is what we should be doing. This mineral line is not being maintained very well. There we go. We fixed it. All my drones are being optimally mined. And now we're doing the static D thing. He kills another base. And yeah, we're still maintaining a good economy. And now, even though, again, in Platinum, even though we're allowing him to catch up a little bit by making the static D and stuff like this, what we actually are really doing is we are we're giving ourselves the ability to remove little forms of harassment out of this game if he flies into my static D in any way. Like, our static D can deal with a lot of annoying crap, basically, and it buys us more time to deal with it, to also save our drones. We will not do this very much more like when we're on like armies like this, when we get to like diamond. This is just because we literally don't multitask. We do not multitask, so this helps with that.
Thanks for these bronze GM walkthroughs. They are really helpful.
Oh, no problem, dude. Oh my god, hold on. Yo, Umda Doomba. Umda Doomba. Or, I keep saying it, ba. Umda Doomda. Thank you for the 10. I appreciate you. And I'm glad you like it. Thank you. Back it up for just a second. And now here comes the fight. So, our static D helps deal with this medevac a little bit. It makes it a little bit easier to absorb it simultaneously. Like, it buys us more time for our drones and our reinforcements to help. Simultaneously, we burrow lurkers as soon as we get close to his bio. And now you got a nice bio army versus a nice Roach Hydra army. Roach Hydra lurker, that is. Once we lose our roaches this time around, we're not really going to remake them very much. Because lurkers kind of like replace the roaches.
Our drones are under attack. Metamorphosis complete.
And then the little attack is dealt with. And now if we look at the whole game here again, look at the economy tab, we still have a Terran who is not really utilizing the economy as well as he could. So he's going to be constantly getting bullied now until he dies because he doesn't have a lot of money to work with. He'll never max. He will never max this game, is my point. We're just going to keep crushing him with massive supply leads. So that was a big one. Lost a bunch of units. There's not a whole lot he can do about it. And again, there's not really a whole lot he can do about it no matter what. Like, if anyone were to ask, what could this guy do to win this game from this point? Honestly, kind of nothing. If I just attack him and I keep making units and attacking him, he kind of just dies. So we let our reinforcements kind of catch up to our army to replenish our numbers. We attack him again with a full fresh 200 supply army again. And burrow our lurkers when we get... Like, sometimes you'll get lurkers that get stuck behind hydras, and sometimes you get lurkers that go ahead of hydras. But we just burrowed them when we're in the area to attack. And the army supply is just... It's too different. We're almost doubling his overall supply. So, it's not going to go well for Terran. Slow-mo when he drops? Well, there's not really... There's not really a whole lot that happens here. It's just a few medevacs flying and just die. Whoa! Okay! Like, each time the unit lands, it just dies. Slaughter. But yeah, he didn't have enough money. Okay, well, this video is now going on 5 hours, guys. Oh my lord. My lade. Lade. Jim Jams. It's Jim Jams. Hey, ViBE, but what league should we rely on multitasking instead of safety? It's Diamond. Diamond League. I am going to start multitasking in Diamond League. I'm going to tell you guys right now, everything we've done up to this point is not multitasking. We're doing one thing at a time, which is honestly all I think a Platinum player can really do. I think a Platinum player and a Gold player can both only do one thing at a time. But I think a Platinum player can do one thing at a time better than a Bronze player can. Did I say Platinum and Bronze or Platinum and Gold? I'm comparing Platinum and Bronze. Like, they're the same kind of player. It's just Platinum is more efficient at it than Bronze is. They both only do one thing at a time, though. Like, most often. Yo, Tara, thank you for the 34 months. Is Jim Jams really cheeses, though? That's what I'm wondering. I kind of want to fuck his ass up.
We require more minerals.
Yo, Tara, thank you for the 34. Welcome back. That's a long sub. Happy to have you. Welcome back. And also, Wasabi Owl, thank you as well for the 8-month sub, dude. Wasabi Owl with the spicy bird. Thank you, thank you.
Thanks for having the patience and hanging in there with us. We appreciate you.
No, I appreciate you. And Kodak. Thank you as well, man. It's, I would say in a perfect world, I could just make a guide that looks like a good guide the whole time, but, you know, sometimes the games get, you know, thrown off a little bit, and then it just takes longer. It makes it just throws off the momentum of the series, but it's okay. It's kind of expected as well. I would be crazy if I thought that wouldn't happen at all in my whole series. The only thing that's kind of nice is when I get sniped by people, the higher level I go, the more that I'm allowing myself to do, and the less likely that I'll lose to people who snipe. I feel like most people who will snipe as well, most people will be either low GM or mid to high Masters. Somewhere in Masters League or low GM. So if we start getting into Masters League, it's going to not apply as much anymore. The most ridiculous one, though, was the Protoss player sniping Bronze. I was like, what the fuck? Come on. Come on, man. Okay, I'm not making overlords again. Whenever I read chat, guys, it's super distracting. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay. So this guy expanded like we did. I'm gonna make a Zergling. We forgot to make lings too. It's okay. If you forget to make lings, it's fine. I would say if you remember it before you are already at a layer, I would recommend making like a Zergling, just so you can be like,
We require more
I need to scout him.
We require more minerals.
Okay, one ling is gonna go to his third. One ling is gonna go into his main. We're getting ranged weapons. We're making more drones still.
We require more minerals.
There is no third. Oh wait, no, there is a third. Do you guys see that? There was a drone. If you notice, there was a drone that went down this way. So let's go check this third. Maybe he's mining the minerals out. And let's start our own. Oh wait. Look at this. It's actually just an all-in. This is why Overlord spread is nice. So let's go ahead and make an Evo chamber right here. Let's go ahead and make an Evo chamber right there. Go ahead and make an Evo chamber right there. Okay, well it didn't go fast enough. It's okay. Rally point somewhere a little bit safer. And just make roaches. And pull my drones. We're not actually attacking. We're going to attack with them now. For a moment. And let's go ahead and mine the minerals. Okay. Well, this one is a little weird. Okay, I'll say that right now. This game is a little fucking weird. We can make another roach one because that drone's going to die. Pull my drones again. Pull my drones again. Okay, move back to my main. Back to my natural. Jesus Christ. I can't make roaches, so what are we doing instead? We're making drones. If I had a roach one still, I'd be making roaches. Let's go to make another Evo chamber here because we can make a door now. Okay, well look, he's not flooding me, guys. Oh my god. Oh wait, are we gonna keep going? We'll talk about this game a lot when this game is over. We will talk about this game a lot. This game is a unique example of constant fucking aggression. We will definitely talk about it. Let's go and take our third base. Because the attack is over now. So. Yep. Like these random spurts of units, they're just kind of random at this point. It doesn't. They're not scary anymore because we can make roaches at a faster pace than he can kill me at. What we should do though is we should actually scout ahead and we should just see his tech now. We want to see his tech and like his new saturation amounts. So let's send a changeling into his third or into his natural. Scout his potential third, which is there, which is not done yet. It's so the third base timing is a little bit ahead of ours, but no drones at it still. Look at the drones at the natural. No drones. Look at, and also the fact that he's prioritizing gas. Now he's making a roach warren. And he's got a macro hatch.
Our forces are under attack.
I like our drone count better than his. His natural looked pretty fucking sad. And our natural looks pretty oversaturated, so we can quickly saturate our third. I'm feeling pretty good about our economy. I feel like we have the lead. Not when again, there's multiple reasons for this. Not only do we have the lead because of the fact that our expansion has more money at it, But I also really think we have the lead because our opponent just went for a Zergling all in, and we went for teched roaches, which means we have roach. We're gonna have roach speed, and we have good upgrades. We're 2-1 already. Okay, so don't forget to inject. Keep injecting. Saturate my gases. Get my queen over here to inject. And let's make one last thing. Let's make the infestation bit for now. Okay, let's go try and save that hatchery. We can cancel it if it's about to die. Just cancel it and rebuild it. Okay. Transfer drones that are oversaturated to the new base that we will eventually have. And just because we no longer need this wall as much, let's get rid of Evo chambers that are like in the way, like heavily in the way, that are not also upgrading right now. We don't need 4 Evos. It just makes my base more cluttered. Let's go ahead and start a layer, and now since we're starting a hive and a lurker den at the same time, so we can eventually go into lurkers if we have to. And we're about ready to take a timing. We can spread out some overlords around the map too, and my creep even more. Creep doesn't need to be as crazy as it is against Protoss and Terran in ZVZ, but let's spread some overlords out, or just around dark spots of the map. Just pick random dark spots. Okay, keep injecting, keep injecting, keep injecting. Here's his army. It looks like he's gonna attack from the center. So let's attack him as well. And go for a timing. You're gonna take a fight? Yes, you are. Okay. No, are you? What just happened? I think his lings just got caught on me because he wanted to run by, and they all died because my dudes were blocking him. So no, let's just go to his third base, guys. We know where his newest base is. Let's just attack his newest base. A-move his newest base. So we're A-moving that. We're still injecting. Still injecting. Still injecting. Get lurker upgrades. And GG. Okay, let's talk about this. We're going to talk about this game. This game was messed up. And honestly, dude, you guys joke and you say, what if this is a Jesus? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know who Jim Jams is, but what a build this was. Okay. So we are, it's a ZVZ. We're going to standard expand, things like that. We're going to be looking for his natural. We're looking across the map too with this is a drone in my base. We're looking across the map too with just seeing if we can spot lings or multiple overlords, things like that. We don't see anything, so it's fine. But the big thing we want to see is we want to see the natural, which is done right now. Not only, and here's a tip for you guys. This is a tip. You can also tell when someone expands by this. It's not only about the fact that, okay, this is a tip for you that will I might blow a bunch of your minds right now. Okay? We've talked about ZVZ, standard expansion scouting and stuff like this, but here is some critical thinking scouting right now, okay? This is critical thinking. Seeing an expansion is just seeing an expansion, okay? It's just seeing an expansion. You just go, oh, he's got a base. Cool. But some maps are longer than others in terms of getting across them. But knowing for a fact that your opponent expanded when you did, if the expansion is already done, can also be based off of how far the creep has spread. So look at this. We can see that this circle represents what the hatchery would look like. That's where the hatchery would be. We can see that it has spread like a little bit away from the hatchery. It's not that far yet. This means this hatchery is very fresh. Look at our hatchery. Our hatchery is there, and we can see our creep has spread a little bit away from the hatchery. Our hatchery is also very fresh. But I would say, if we had to guess, like if you can compare that spot right there to that spot to this spot almost, I would say if I had to guess and I would just back it up just off of looking at the creep spread, I would say our hatchery maybe finished about 1 second before his did, or like 2 seconds before his did. And let's look at that just for fun. Our hatchery is at 57 seconds. His hatchery is at 50 seconds. So our hatchery finished a tiny bit faster. It's still very close. It's not enough for me to go, yep, this looks like an all-in. It was very close to our hatchery though, so I was not really too concerned because the creep is close to our hatchery, but that is something you can start picking up on. If your opponent's creep around his hatchery, if it's done by the time you get there, but the creep around his hatchery is not as spread as far as yours is, again, you're comparing it off of your build. If I go hatchery first and his creep is fucking late as hell on his hatchery, why is that? This game was really close to tell, but sometimes it's not close. Sometimes the hatchery is like my creep will be out to like here and his creep will be like just barely started. That's a little bit more of a tell. Another tell in this regard is if this map was, if our overlords had passed by each other, if I had spotted a Zerg player with creep spread that was not good at his hatchery, and I had also not seen a second overlord, but again, we have 2 overlords, it would have been another tell of like, okay, what the hell's going on? This is really weird. Because his build order is different. It's awkward. He's cutting drones. He's doing weird timings. But again, this game, there's just things to think about in the future, but this game, it looked relatively standard. And this is a big one. We were talking to the chat at the start of this game, and we did not make lings. And people who play like this, games like this, is when you really need those lings. I scouted really late because I don't remember what the fuck we were even talking about, but yeah. Getting lings into their base will 100% identify you are getting all in like this. Like if I had a ling going in, I could see, oh, he's making lings. We are getting hit by a really big timing. And we eventually do see it at like the last second. Which is right here. If I see that, guys, if I see a bunch of lings just chilling, yeah, no, this is and also I see a drone coming from here. Not only I see him drilling through his wall, and I see lings. This is kind of weird. It's a little weird. I actually thought he was going to go for a third for the first second because I didn't know how many lings he had, but we quickly move our ling over because we're like, oh, do you have a third? We rotated the other ling over. These ling scouts saved us the game. I'm going to let you know right now. These ling scouts just saved the game because what they did is they represented time. I have an extra like 5 seconds now because I spotted this early where I can now run this queen back into my base. I can also wall this off. I have more time in those buildings that's going to be set up, and I can start adding in more walls. So my lings, even though they were late, this could have been even better for us if we had had faster lings. But even though my lings were late, we identified the build that is a super aggressive timing. So we pull our queen back. We physically wall off our base. Queens start killing lings over the wall. We're popping lings like once every second or so. Once every like 2 seconds. And we keep trying to fill in more and more and more evos as they keep going down. However, you know, he broke one of my walls before we had it ready to go. So if that happens to you, just be a little bit faster about it. We could have definitely been faster about it. But it broke my wall. So now we're like, well, shit. We are making roaches. So now at least I have roaches. Had I not lost the wall when I did, and I would have had another choke point to work with, my roaches behind my queens as well would have been killing these lings massively efficiently. It would have been super efficient for me to have like 5 roaches now shooting lings over the wall and queens killing the lings. And it would have been great. But the wall broke. So now the best thing we can do is try our best to re-rally our hatcheries to a point where my roaches will kind of like stage a defense. I don't want to be spawning into being killed by lings away from my drones. So I'm trying to, but some of my, again, we're not really microing that much. So a lot of my roaches are actually just getting owned. We've lost like 4 roaches to this now. Just standing over here. But now what we do is we grab our drones, we just double click our drones, and we move to where the roach group is. And then we let the lings kind of like, we don't have our drones on a move right now. We just kind of let the lings get on top of the roaches first. We let the lings jump on the roaches, and as soon as they do, then we A-move the drones, and we're trying to kill the lings off of our roaches. So we'll back it up. And we'll do it again. So like right now, the roaches aren't really getting hit yet. And now they are. Now the roaches are getting attacked, so now we A-move our drones, because it's like we have a roach being fully surrounded. It limits damage our drones are going to absorb. And then we would have, it's a thing where you don't want your drones to A-move until everything's dead. You just want to buy time, and you want to soften up units. This is where it gets a little complicated. Okay? This is where it gets a little complicated. What's going to happen now if we move our drones on the lings is all of our drones and all of his lings are going to take damage. Okay? We're all going to take damage. But we don't want to do it until our drones are dead. We just want to soften the lings up, because if we make our drones stop attacking the lings in a second, they're going to go once again attack the roach and attack the queen. And we can see all the lings around my roach have died. And now it's really just lings around my drones on the right side, and now lings around my queen. So if we stop attacking with the drones again, in a moment here, like that, it allows my roaches to once again reestablish aggro, basically, and roaches absorb damage from lings way better. Now my roaches are once again going to take the initial attacks of all the lings, and we do the same thing again, which is we kill the lings off of our roaches. So we like the roaches have been reset, and now we've let them get swarmed again by lings, and now the drones will keep killing off of the roaches. And now the drones should attack again right now. And yeah, we don't. But that would be proper. We could totally do that. That is proper micro and how we could have done that. So actually, when I was playing this, I was like, I'm microing this maybe a little bit higher than Plat should. But now that I look at it again, honestly, I think Plat can do that. Just let the roaches get surrounded, attack off the roaches. Once the lings on the roaches have died, stop attacking with your drones and do it again. This way you're not just having drones pop while the roaches are standing behind being like, we're just chilling back here, because you actually kill more efficiently if you keep more drones alive, because each drone represents a DPS as well. So I would rather lose 1 roach and kill lings off of 1 roach than lose 6 drones, because 6 drones are like holding the line basically. 6 drones do more DPS than 1 roach does. And here you go. Now we're doing it again. Now our roaches have the aggro, a lot of it again. And our roaches are, well, he keeps microing his lings, though, onto my drones again there. But, yeah, you guys kind of get the point, I think. We'll definitely probably experience things like this more often in Masters. But for Plat, when it comes down to getting all in like this, ideally, you want the wall to not break, but if it does, don't A-move drones into lings and let lings die. Try to let roaches take the damage. And then, yeah. So ViBE, why make drones instead of lings when the roach warren is down? Here's why. This is why. A drone and a zergling have similar damage distributions. Obviously, 1 larva represents 2 lings, so if we compare 2 lings to 1 drone, 2 lings is way better. But I still have roaches. If I keep making drones, I can keep making queens. So now that means I can make roaches and queens. And then if I keep making drones, I can actually recover quickly. So even if if the point ever comes where I lose some drones, let's say I lose 5 drones. Let's say I make 9 drones and I lose 5. That is still better than making 18 zerglings. You got to think about it like this, okay? This is another way to really understand it. The first attack that hit us, which we have now successfully defended, was not 1 round of lings. That was like 3 rounds of lings that was built up, built up, built up, go for a big timing. And then he's going for one round progressively after that at a time. We have already killed the big round of lings. The big round of lings is over. So I'm not getting attacked by like 25 or 30 lings at a time. I'm getting attacked by 4. 4. Yeah, how many does he have in production? 8 lings in production, which is going to be 4, and then behind that, another 4. It's not a scary amount of lings anymore. So if I make drones, I can totally get away with it. But again, this is a thing in this is again when I say 5SD, 5SD, 5SD. It's important because we understand our position in the game. Understanding that this dude just massed linged my ass. And we've been making drones. So if we go like this, okay, we go back to this point before our wall breaks entirely. At this point in time, I already know without a like look at this one. This is not 4 lings, 4 lings. This is a fucking flood of lings. This is 24 lings, right? This is a buildup of lings over time. This is the scary part, and we are definitely making roaches right now to deal with the scary part. But if I look at the economy tab, which I have not looked at yet, what I would expect at this stage of the game would be something like the defensive Zerg should be something around like 34 drones, 35 drones. Doesn't have to be perfect. We're ballparking it. If I'm just quickly thinking about numbers, I'm probably like 35. If I look at my opponent, or maybe I'm like 40 even, 35 to 40. If I think about my opponent, I think my opponent is probably around like 22 to 25. So if I had to think about this, I would go, I'm probably like 12 to 15 drones ahead, roughly, something in there. I know I'm like double-digit drones ahead of him. Because you cannot make this many lings and be like, I made mass drones too. So this is the scary part. I would have made lings if I did not have the ability to make roaches right now. But because I have the ability to make roaches right now, these roaches spawn, and then I thin out the overwhelming amount, and I still have roaches left over before my roach warren dies, to where then I remake a roach warren, and those leftover roaches, which was like 5 of them, not only were they 5 roaches, but they also had +1, which makes them even better. That's enough for me to not be scared of lings trickling in my base again. It's just understanding the position you're in, and this position of being flooded by lings only happens once. It's because he, for like 2 minutes, was hiding lings right here, and then was like, all right, now let's fucking go. Yeah, let's do it. But look at the economy tab. 25 to 43. I was a little off, but still, the same rule applies. I said we're going to be 35 to 40, and I said he'd be like 20 to 25, right? I think I said that. He's 25, we're 43, so I'm still 18 drones ahead. I'm massively ahead. I can take some losses and still be in a great spot. And all said and done, after the fight happens, so now the trickle happens, right? This is the trickle phase. We've lost 14 drones. We're red. We're still ahead by 4 drones. So you got to keep in mind too that not only, I did say this as well, not only is, we have 2 forms of leads, and not only is that in drones still, but that's also in tech, because we have roaches with +1 in the next 6 seconds. And we also already have a layer. He has a hatchery and no gas being mined after Zergling speed, and he does not have any way to, he has no tech. There's no tech for this guy. This is, his build is literally floodlings. But now look at the roaches. Look how well they're performing. They don't give a shit. These roaches don't care. And now also, even more so, I can also reestablish my last Evo chamber in here. And if this guy were to attack me again, if this guy were to be like, my next larva inject of all my Zerglings is going to attack you again, I can make drones, because this wall means only 1 ling at a time can hit my roaches. And I'm going to have the most efficient trade ever if I have +1 queen roach killing lings over the wall. And I have a fresh wall again. So there's no reason why I need to make lings. It's not scary. It would only be scary if the ling flood had too many lings and I was like, shit, I'm going to die. This is too many lings. But we always had a decent amount of roaches still there. If I had 0, here's the thing. This would be the way to kind of, because I know some people out there might still be like, I don't know how to make the differentiation here as to if this is good or bad. Let's say this is happening right now. Okay? Right now, he's still got lings in my base. Let's say he still has like 10 lings in my base. Let's just pretend I have no roaches. Or I have one or something. I have like one roach right now. Then yeah, I'd be like, okay, maybe I need to make lings or we might just die. But 5 roaches is like you got to be able to analyze. This is probably where I think this is where I think a lot of people get lost. Each one of these roaches represents 4 zerglings, okay? In terms of supply. So if I have 5 roaches, that does not represent the equivalent of to like 5 zerglings. That represents the equivalent to like 20 zerglings. And in my base, there are only 11 zerglings. So if I have 5 roaches fighting 11 lings, I'm feeling pretty good about that. That feels good. And then not only that, I am also going to use my drones. Because I don't want my roaches to die. I actually do want to keep them alive. I don't want them to die. So it's going to be 5 roaches plus like 10 drones versus 11 lings, which is amazing for roaches. That's like that is a great trade. So just understanding the power of your unit, droning was by far the proper choice here. Let's look at that. All said and done, I had 10 drones. He just lost. He even lost another couple lings that came across. But he just lost a bunch of lings. I only lost 3 drones. I lost 3 drones. I lost 0 roaches right there. I would much rather lose 3 drones and build 3 drones than build 6 lings and lose no drones. And the reason why I say that is because if I made lings right now, they're going to be completely fucking worthless because they don't have speed. Like they're just fucking worthless. Every ling I make is almost like I kill my own drone anyways, because if I have lings run across the map, they're not going to do anything. They're just going to get overpowered by speedlings and get very, very, very poor trades. So yeah, hopefully what I'm saying is making sense. Now moving forward, we like we said, we walled off. Now his lings with +1 roaches. These roaches trade got like. If I just said, okay, here's some numbers for you. If I just told you that 5 roaches can trade against like 20 lings, if we're talking about equal supply, these roaches with +1 and also in a choke point of a wall now, if these 5 roaches could kill 20 lings, in a situation like that, these roaches can now. Also here, let me say this because I feel like some people are going to take what I'm saying super literally and they're going to get confused. If you have 5 roaches. And you fight with 5 roaches against a wall, and you're not getting fully surrounded with surface area, you could theoretically do pretty decent against 20 lings. If I had 5 roaches standing in the middle of fucking nowhere and they got fully surrounded, but they're all at least standing next to each other, 20 lings would win. If I had 5 roaches standing in isolated spots and 20 lings came, 20 lings would absolutely destroy 5 roaches. But I never did fight in the middle of nowhere. I always fought against some type of a wall or with my drones there. So I was limiting surface area, so I was making roaches trade efficiently. I know someone out there's probably thinking, 4 lings can beat a roach by itself. And if you have roaches in the middle of nowhere, yeah, lings can win. Yeah, obviously they fucking can. But we weren't fighting down here or some shit. We were fighting always against my buildings. And with drones there. We were always fighting with some type of surface area problem for the lings. Which then roaches do trade well. But again, with that being said, these 5 roaches now, with good surface area here, with +1 and also a nice wall here, where only 1 ling at a time can fight, these 5 roaches now could probably kill, instead of 20 lings, they could probably kill 60. Seriously. They could probably kill like 60 lings. Because the lings would have to deal with the wall. When the wall busts, birdlings spawn. And meanwhile, these roaches are two-shotting these lings constantly. And the roach in the doorway will never die. It will never die. And if it does die, I can put 1 more behind it. Like 2 roaches in a wall here where 1 ling at a time has to kill it. Those roaches will die much slower than if he just swarms like an Evo chamber. So my point is roaches trade amazingly well when you're being defensive like this. It's so good. Okay, so now, did we scout his base yet? We did. We scouted his base and we saw his saturations and stuff, which weren't ideal. They were not the greatest. It gave us an even more feeling of confidence here because we knew we should be ahead based off of the fact that we defended his all-in basically. And then it turns into something like this where this is why the opener really decides the end of the game really hard in StarCraft. The opener was we got a really nice lead because this dude had, you know, he made nothing but lings. We made lots of drones. We stabilized after killing his lings on still quite a bit of drones. So more economy means we make army faster and he dies. So overall, what that means. We make it. We have more economy. We make army faster. He dies, and upgrades are even 2-2 versus 1-1. So it's. Yep. It's kind of how it goes. The game was already decided when we stabilized on 2 bases and we saw he had no drones on his natural, really. Like, that was like, well, okay, he's just going to die to this. Like, there's no way he defends that then. Okay. Good God. Guys, I think we're only going to do 1 league today. I don't think I'm going to do a second one today. This is taking so long. Have you heard anything new for your own play doing Bronze GM? Have I learned anything? Fuck no. Negative. I will personally not learn a single thing here. I'm not going to lie, Ghost. The only thing that will come from me at a Bronze GM is I will get frustrated. I will get frustrated more than anything, but I can't tell you how much patience as a person I have, so I can take it. There are some games, like for instance, if I get smurfed by someone and I know it's happening and I don't abuse the rules of Bronze GM and I just get shit on, that can be very frustrating. It can also get very frustrating when I watch someone attacking me in a way that I'm like, this is horrible. This doesn't make any sense. And if all I had to do was just split my army this way, I could kill you. And then I don't do it on purpose because I'm trying to give realistic examples. So many Zergs. So many as Zergs did. But yeah, no, I'm not going to learn anything from Bronze GM.
We require more minerals.
Because you gotta keep in mind, I think the only reason why I can make Bronze to GM, the only reason why I can make Bronze to GM, like if you guys think I do a good job at being intricate and elaborate with how I describe things, the only reason why I can do that is because I know a lot about this game to a point where I can articulate it well enough for people to understand that have no fucking idea. And to be able to do something like that with something, to make something that is fucking super complicated seem basic, that requires you to know a lot of your shit pretty well in that field, basically. Like, try and talk to a guy who's in Diamond League. Be like, hey man, can you describe StarCraft to me? He'll probably confuse the shit out of you. Even a guy in GM will confuse the shit out of you. I'm stroking himself hard right now. A little bit. But it's pretty true though. You have to be very good at something to be able to articulate it in a very simple form. And also at the same time, like, prove it and shit. You know, like, it's not easy to make StarCraft, to break StarCraft down in a basic way. This game is actually very intense and complicated. Alright, so we're looking for the natural boys. Does he have one? Yes, he does. His natural's already done. Our natural's not done yet. That's a quick natural, guys. That's, again, different. That is an awkward build. Just gonna throw it out there. That's an awkward build, guys. I went 16 hatch, and his hatchery was done about 7 seconds before my hatchery again. Guess what might be happening? This might be pool gas hatchery before Overlord. That's what that means. So let's send our Zerglings over there. And we're going to leave one overlord over here, and our second overlord is going to stand in front of the... Where is it? Where the hell is my overlord? Oh, I moved my Ling on accident. Second overlord will go here, and the first overlord it'll chill like right over here. Let's run into his main and find out what's going on. There's a... What is that? There's a spine crawler. Okay, and he's making Lings. He doesn't have Zergling speed started. He does have enough gas for Zergling speed, but he doesn't have it started. But that's fine. Let's send over our other Lings in a second. This is no longer an all-in. He's making drones. He's making too many drones. Send my other Lings over there. And we spent all our drones. Since he's making drones and he made a spine, let's confirm that he made the spine, and we're going to get ready to take our third base. He did make the spine, and he's also making a Roach Horn and Evo Chamber, and a lot of Lings. We can take our third base. And he doesn't have a layer yet. He still doesn't have Zergling speed either. I'm feeling very confident about this build right now. Just to show you guys the difference of what a pool looks like, I'll give you an example, okay? Watch my spawning pool in a second, and I will show you what it looks like when a pool does not, and when it does, makes Zergling speed. This is not. This is what it looks like when it is. It goes crazy. It starts jittering around a lot. Cancel it. It doesn't really move very much at all. Start it up again. It goes crazy. It's very obvious if you know how to look for that. So knowing he has a lot of Lings and he doesn't have Ling speed started, and he doesn't have Ling speed already done on his Lings, that makes me feel like all we're going to be dealing with is slow Lings, which is not scary. So we're making safety roaches. Let's go ahead and make an overseer. The reason why I'm going to make an overseer, guys, is because we didn't see a layer before. We did not see a layer. We also don't see a third base. So here's a great way to take this into account, okay? Why the fuck does he not have a layer when we do? And he's two basing it. And why does it not have a third? And you know what's going on in this game? I'm gonna have one changeling, shift move around the entire map just to see if there's a hidden base, and I'm gonna have my main boy go over and scout his base. But yeah, like we'll talk about this more logically when we go to the replay. Okay, comparing layer. We got some roaches chilling. Oh, we got an army hitting me right now. Let's move it. Natural looks good for Zerg. Mostly. I think that the third might be missing a drone or two because a couple of those patches only had one. And he's making more roaches, okay? Let's make more roaches. Because he's still making roaches. Okay. Just back up for a second. Because again, what are we comparing, guys? We're comparing our third base, which has 10 drones on it, to a guy who doesn't have drones on a third at all. Back up. And now we just made a lot of roaches. We're at 48 army supply. That is plenty. Now at this point, I'm not worried. Even if he makes more roaches like this, I can. This is a drone window. And why is that, you ask? Because we have more production than he does, and I know that I just made a shitload of roaches compared to what he has. So even if he attacks me for one round of drones, I'll be able to squeeze out a round of drones. If he still floods, and he is still flooding, I'll make one more round of roaches again. Because if he doesn't want to stop making roaches, we are still looking at another round of roaches. We can make a round of roaches. You got to keep in mind, but look, I made a round of drones, so I'm fully saturated now. You just got to keep in mind what production capabilities are. Understanding your capabilities of production are important, and knowing that I have a third base over him for a very long time is a very important thing. Again, we will break this down more as the game... We'll talk about it after the game is over a lot more. But, yeah. It makes a lot of sense if you understand your position in the game. And now we're fully saturated on 3 bases, guys. We have 2 choices now, I would say. One choice is we can just make mass roach hydra and go kill him, because there's no way he will ever be able to stop us from doing that. Or we can saturate a fourth, like, you know, take a fourth base and go for, you know, more of a macro route type thing where we go into like lurker hydra shit. We'll just do the standard basic one. We'll go roaches and we'll add in some hydras at the end. Keep injecting. Keep injecting, keep injecting. Let's make another overseer. Grab a few drones, send them to my new base. Okay, hydras are almost fully upgraded as well. Let's go ahead and start making some hydras, guys.
Not enough energy. Mutation complete.
Okay, we are so close to maxing right now. And there's his third. His third base has full saturation on it, but if we click on some of the patches, it's like pretty fresh. It hasn't been saturated for too long.
Mineral field.
And now we're fully saturated. We're maxed.
Forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted.
Send some drones over. Now let's go attack him. Make a couple overseers. Select my whole army, and there's a new base over here. Come right over here. Attack right out in front of his base. Get my army over there. Spread my creep a little bit. Doesn't really matter. We don't need to have a lot of creep spread. Let's take another base. And now let's attack. Attack, shift, attack, shift, attack, shift, attack. Go to my overseers. Right click a hydra. Just in case he has some type of burrow or whatever. Probably, most likely does not. But yeah, just in case we somehow had to deal with that. Go into hive. Keep injecting my bases.
Forces are under attack.
Okay. Breaking this game down. Okay. So, we're scouting the Zerg, right? With our overlord. We'll speed it up a little bit. This is really standard. We all know what happens right now. We all understand what happens right now. But let's quickly look at this really fast. What was this build? Hatchery at 15 seconds completed, and my hatchery's at 8 seconds completed. And my hatchery was a 16 hatch. What hatchery did he go for? Yeah, see, this is the difference, right? We can tell there's things that are off, right? Look at the supply. This is a 14 expand. You don't normally go 14 expand because if you do that, you'll have 3 larvae on the hatchery, which is inefficient. He's now no longer producing larvae properly. Which is, you don't ever want to do that. Larva is always your priority. You want to make sure you always can maintain less than 3. You want to always, if you're not about to like make a hatchery or some shit or something important right this second that needs to be made, which is really just that first pool or the first hatchery, which is why if you don't know these things, something simple is like 16, 17, 18. Like 16 hatch, 17 gas, 18 pool or something like that, or 16, 18, 17, 16 hatch, 18 gas, 17 pool. Like those are very simple, basic things where you don't really sacrifice your larvae for those at all. You spend your larvae very well paced for that, and then it gives you a nicely timed hatchery that deals with lots of different types of timings that can attack you. Those are great, but going 14 hatch is excessive. You are going to have a really fast hatchery, but at the same time you're fucking your larvae up, which means if you look at the harvester count, this harvester count is always going to be in my favor from now on. Like it's not going to just suddenly catch up. And if you're wondering sometimes where you're like, wait, hold on, he did catch up though. It's because when Zerg builds buildings, they lose drones and it alters it for a second, but then it kicks back into what it was before when your next larva spawn into drones. But there's no reason why I should not have drone lead right now. Because what he did was a little inefficient. But now we made lings as well, so that does change things. If he doesn't make lings, and I do, then I might lose drone lead for a second, but it doesn't matter. It's whatever. We're not worried about that anymore. It's just, we just know that 14 hatchery is not efficient. That's the only point I'm trying to make. Okay, so then we scout, we see a spine. That's a really, that spine is not necessary as well, only because we also expanded. And knowing that we expanded, this is just kind of, I would much rather somebody, instead of just making a blind spine crawler, I would much rather you run lings across the map like I just did and confirm if you need a spine or not. Because if you run lings across the map like this and you see, oh God, mass lings, he's going to all in me. You can make a spine then and you'll be fine. You'll still have it in time. Because here's why. The only time you would ever not have a spine in time if you're reacted to it with your lings like this is if he one base all into you. And you'll know he's one base all into you because you don't see a natural at all with your overlord. So it makes a lot of sense. In making a spine like this though, when you know they expanded, all it does is put you behind. Because look at this. This is a good example. What are the units tab right now? Oops. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say, if he doesn't have any lings, then we still have drone lead, but he made some lings. So we'll move on. We'll move on. Efficiency is huge. We'll stop harping on his build. We'll just talk about what we see from his build. No third still. This, whenever you don't see a third, you should assume there's either something proxy going on, which is less likely to be happening in ZVZ. Like seeing that the guy is going for a spine crawler, seeing that he's getting a gas, seeing that he's going for a roach warren evo chamber. I very highly doubt there's like a random hatchery here and he's just making drones at it. It could, but it's doubtful. We should still check for it, but it's doubtful. But the fact that he doesn't have a third usually means, okay, he should probably be teching then, because why does he not have a third? And here's the thing. We just lost our scout in his base. It just died, and we saw no layer on either base. And look at our layer. It's already done. And that is the reason why we didn't start a third. So the trade-off is now if I saw that, I'd be like, okay, maybe now, yeah, maybe there is a proxy hatch because what the, like, why is the layer so late when we're still 2 base? The only other option is what if he's going to just save a bunch of money and just go for a big roach timing? And again, like I told you guys before, it doesn't matter if he does do that. Because even if he does do that, we will catch it with our overlords out in front of his base, and we can make units as he walks across the map, and we will be fine. The only roaches we make blindly is the safety roaches, which is like 8 to 10 roaches, when we're fully saturated on 2 bases. And that will be the initial defense while we make more, and we'll always be fine if someone does something like this. But again, we still see no third, and our third is halfway done now. Still no third, and our third is done. And now this is exactly what I'm talking about. I'm like, okay, what is happening? Why do you not have a third? Something weird has to be going on here. Something has to be happening. So what do? We drop a changeling with our overseer, but instead of scouting into his base, because we're going to scout into his base anyways with an overseer, we're going to scout across the map, because if you don't tech and you don't take a third, something weird is going on. And if you don't all in early enough, even if I don't know you're all inning until you walk across my overlord, your all in will still fail because you are now so far behind in production. It literally is, that is just how it works. As long as your build is efficient, that's how it works. Because what this build is, here's the thing. Efficient builds, like the one we're doing, will beat inefficient builds, like the one he's doing, every time. Every single time. So we're looking for that weird thing where it's like, maybe there's a hidden base. And we see a fully saturated natural. Pretty much. And we see a fully saturated main. Pretty much. And it's fine. And then now we're seeing, you know, while our overseers here, we're also kind of like keeping tabs on the minimap, and we see roaches being made to walk across the map. Now here's the crazy part. Our supply right now, look at the army supply. Zerg for me, red, me, ViBE. I'm 22 army supply. My opponent is 34. So he is effectively doing a 2-base timing on me because he has a lot more supply than me right now. And, yeah, that's fine. But, and he also even has +1 range weapons that's almost done. So he's doing a +1 roach range weapon timing. But here's the thing, right? He's doing it off of less production and less economy. And our supply, even though right now, we'll write it down for a second, we're down by 12. Right now, as it starts, we're down by 12. He doesn't have every unit that just gets built and walks into the fight immediately. He has to walk across the entire map, which is why Defender's Advantage is amazing with efficient builds. So now, if we let this kind of play out for a second, our initial, the initial amount we were down was 12. And now the first fight, yeah, we regroup our roaches. The first fight has come to a conclusion. It's over. Now let's look at it this time. He is, I am at 30 supply for army. He is at 43. So now we are down by 13. Still, this is the developing stages. I went from 47 drones to 50 as well. I had drones in production a second ago. So it's still like nothing is really altered. He's made a lot more roaches. We've made more roaches. We're still maintaining the same ratio, basically. Now, watch after the next fight. We're down by 13. What my point? Will I see? Thank you for the 55 bits. Chitizi, thank you for the 10-month sub. Make it the roach. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate you guys. Also, Pumblegum, thank you for the 2-month resub as well. And Spackled Rectum, thank you for the 2-month resub too. Guys, thank you, thank you, thank you. The point I'm trying to make here is we have more roaches, or we will have more roaches, more supply in army than he does once our production kicks in. And our production, now that we're not making drones anymore, now we're going full kicked in roach mode for a second here because this fight he's still making units and we are going into army. Like, look at the production, 8 roaches versus 13. So we're starting to gain the lead here of how much we're building. Now watch after this next fight. And again, we see he's still flooding us, and we haven't really had a real fight yet. So, and we also have the lead we already have. So we need to take a real fight, kill off a lot of his army, and then we can have a safety drone window. Right now, it's not safe to make drones because if you look at this trade right here, it's kind of even. This trade right here is kind of even. So if I just go, you know what, I'm going to make like 15 drones right now, and he's still flooding me, I could totally die because we're not crushing him yet. But look at this. Again, pay attention. We did just crush him there. Like now we are kind of crushing him, and now let's look at the roach or army supply values. We have 38 for us, and we have 52 for him. Okay, but again, this is something that's important. This is where I might blow your mind. Okay, again, this is going on really fast speed, so I want you to keep up with me and pay attention. I know you guys might be like, right, what are you talking about? Shut up. Kumbaya. Okay, look at this. If we take away the 11 drones we just made and the 9 roaches he just made, the drones for us don't matter. We're not looking at worker supply right now. We're not talking about total supply. We're talking about army supply only. So that doesn't matter. Drones don't matter. But if we subtract 18 army supply off of his current army supply, because he chose to now make a new 9, which are going to be spawning across the map, not into our base, that would mean that he would be at, what is that? 34. He would be at 34 army supply right now instead of 52 if he didn't just make these 9 roaches. We would be at 38 because we didn't just make roaches. We already have 38 supply out on the map. So my point is once we kind of like stabilized on the production of, okay, our roaches are stable. We're kind of winning the fights now. We're crushing. Like if we're to take this fight, look at my opponent's roaches. We'll double click them. We have 9 roaches, and 3 of them are literally about to pop as well. So really, this is kind of like 6 roaches. We look at our roaches. We have 16, and like only 2 of them are about to pop. So realistically, we have like 14 roaches. If we stand here and fight each other, I will win this fight. No problem. So with that lead, I made more drones just for a sec. I squeezed them out because it made sense. And he stays there and fights, and we crush his army. And now again, look at the worker, or not the worker. Look at the. He's still making roaches, by the way. But look at the army supply now. After he decides to take that fight, army supply is 38 for me, 36 for my opponent. So even though I made drones, and even though he had a 14 army supply lead because he just made roaches across the map, they're not in the fight. He takes the fight with what is across the map, and we win convincingly because we have all of it there already because of defender's advantage. And that's a good judgment call. So those drones we just squeezed out totally made sense. Now if we look at the map, his third base is done now with 0 drones on it. Our third base is done with 25, which means we can go gas, take one more drone off and go pool, and we have a perfectly fully saturated base. Or did I say pool? I meant to say hatchery. And now our opponent is making drones. I don't disagree with this. I don't disagree that he needs drones to continue to stay in this game, but he's very screwed right now. We don't know that he's making drones yet, but we do know that he has repeatedly made mass roaches on low economy for a long time, so we know that if our third looks like this and his third is not even existent, it's not saturated at all, this lead is going to be like, our supply is going to ramp up a lot faster, like a lot faster. We'll be like 33% faster, basically. So if for every 2 roaches he makes, we make 3. For every 5 roaches he makes, we make like 7 or so. So our supply is just going to ramp quicker. And what that turns into is that when he's at like 150 supply or something, or 140 supply, we will be maxed out. And then he's actually, here's another thing. He could be higher supply than he is now, but he's deviating from maxing out even faster because he keeps making a bunch of static D. Making all the static D when he doesn't have full drone saturation. He's at 61 drones. He's making 9 more now, but he's making static D on like 50 drones. It's slowing down his max. So now look at our max. We max out right now, and we're fighting a Zerg at 130. And again, this is all from the start of the game, the opener. It really all came down to the scouting his build, the opening build, being like, what's going on? This is a little interesting. It's a little inefficient. And then this is why, I've said this before, and I'll say this again. This is why whenever you play a game, if you play a game like this, okay, for instance, if you play a game that looks like this, if you do a build that is not efficient, you do not learn anything from this build. And this is why. You will never be able to understand what is going to be proper and what is not. Like, you'll never understand if you're really ahead or behind if your build is not efficient, because you don't have anything to base it off of. Like, if this guy were to, for instance, attack me right now with his army. Let's say he attacked me with his army, and his army just got completely demolished by my army, and he goes, you know what? That it didn't go well. I think it didn't go well because I didn't break his third base. That might be how you react to that, but that is not true at all. Realistically, what you should be thinking about is, like, why was I behind in the beginning of the game when nothing had even happened yet? Like, nothing had actually happened yet I was already behind. And it's because the build that you're doing is inefficient. And one of the biggest things he did this game, the 2 first things he did this game that made his build already fall behind for no reason, was 14 hatchery instead of 16 hatchery because the larva capped out then, and making a spine crawler when we saw that your opponent expanded anyways. Those 2 things already puts the build like a bit of a deficit. They're bigger than they seem, because even though it's only 1 spine and even though it's only a couple of larvae, like at 200 supply, if I made 1 spine and wasted 2 larvae, it wouldn't matter. You'd be like, I didn't even realize that happened. But when you only have like 12 supply or 14 supply or 18 supply, we're talking about like 20% of your economy, or like 15% of your economy. And if I had to, if at any stage of the game, if I go, okay, I'm just going to delete 15% of my economy, it's going to be hard to come back from. And then every single time your economy is lower, it's even harder to come back from because you have less money flowing in to work with. And that's why this army just gets fucking plowed, basically. So efficient builds are very important. Very, 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 very important. Just watched your games in your stream. Sorry for going ham on you. I recognize you and got carried away. Didn't mean to ruin your video. Anyways, feel bad. I hope you have a good series. Hey, it's all good. The goal is not to win every game, but to develop habits and upgrade your macro/macro. That's right. Macro. See, ViBE, it would help if you change your name. I don't think it would because I'm streaming. I can make my name Zerg Boy, and the fact that I'm streaming means someone could watch my stream and go, "Oh, Vibes on Zerg Boy." It's just not that big of a deal. It's getting smurfed or getting sniped. Guys, I'm streaming. The only way I could really fix it is if I wasn't streaming and I made this series. And there's no way I'm going to do that. This series takes forever to make, and if I didn't want to stream any of it, that would be the biggest waste. And people love watching this series too, so I love doing it live.
We require more minerals.
But I would just say not worry about it really. If I get sniped by the same person repeatedly, and you know, it's like, oh, I've lost this guy like 2 or 3 times in the same league, then maybe I'll do something about it. But yeah, like, you know, beat his ass.
We require more minerals.
But yeah.
We require more minerals.
It's not that big of a deal though. If honestly, I'll just say this: if you learn nothing from watching me play against someone who is obviously above the skill level we're trying to play at, if you learn nothing from it, in terms of skill level, at least learn how to relax about it. Like, it's really not that big of a deal. The things that we're talking about in Bronze GM what they're going to do is, on average, you are going to win more than you're going to lose if you do it right. So it's just gonna make you. It's just gonna, like, you know, be like, oh well, that happened, but we're still winning more than we're losing, so we're still going to advance over time. It's just like something it's like a throwaway game. It's something that you shouldn't really care about. Okay, so this guy is expanded. His creep looks just like our creep, I would say. Roughly, it looks very similar, so it's fine. We'll still go scout his base with some wings. And now let's, you know, put overlords around. This overlord again is gonna cover the bottom ramp and the left ramp. And then this other overlord is gonna go over here and cover this right side. And then we're gonna send a third overlord over, which is gonna cover the left side. If he takes a third on this side. So we're sending another overlord like right over here right now. Okay, so look at his base. What do we got? Got a gas with 1 drone on it. We got lings lots of lings being made. Lots of lings are being made right now. Send 2 more lings up right now. This might be a bane nest. We didn't click that, but that makes me think it's a bane nest. So, make a spine. We can cancel it if we have to. Make an Evo chamber.
We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
Again, what we're looking for is lots of lings, or if he's going back to the drones. If he's going into drones, we're not going to do anything here. It's a bane nest. Drone count at his natural. He's making lings still, as lings just popped out of that hatchery. So we might want to let this fucking Evo chamber finish. Or the, sorry, not Evo chamber, the, whatever it's called.
Forces are under attack.
The spine. So we might not get attacked, but because this guy made a decent amount of lings, even though we made a spine, we're still going to be fine. It's not like we're going to be like, oh god, we're so far behind now, because we made drones behind this. Like, lots of drones. Now we can take a third base. We can attempt to take it. If we have to cancel it, we cancel it, but we can attempt to take it because now we're making roaches. So there's a realistic chance it won't die. Like, we can potentially save it.
We require more
And keep spreading overlords around the map a little bit and like open black spots that seem intelligent. Like over here, for instance, would be a great one. On the left side of my third. And let's spread some creep a little bit. A little bit more. Okay, and now just a couple of random banes. Let's go ahead and make a... and again, we went up to like the safety amount of roaches. We made 8. And now we're making drones. It's okay. We're making drones, boys. And now we're going to scout his third one more time with his changeling, and then shift, scout his other mineral line. Does he have drones? Yes, he's making drones. So I'm glad I'm making drones. What's his natural look like? Well saturated. What's his main look like? There's a roach warren, and well saturated. And you know, so the economy game is in full force. Essentially, is what this means. He's still making drones, so we're playing an economy game. We've confirmed it. And again, we're not microing anything, but I will say this. If we were in Diamond League and we saw someone do this, where they're just making mass drones and no army, and he just made a roach warren, I would totally go fuck his drones up right now. I totally would with these roaches, but don't do it because we're in plat. We're just gonna, we're playing basics, core foundation, like stable. We're not playing to do risky shit. Yeah, let's grab my drones for a second because these banelings are gonna... Oh, he just blew up my larva. That was actually really good. He just killed like 6 larvae right there with those banes. But he did open this game up a bit risky, I would say. Because he did not make any real defense as he took his drones at his third. Okay, so he's making a lot of roaches now. We can see this with scouts. Lots of roaches, guys. So what are we doing? We're making roaches.
mineral field depleted.
Inject. 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 Make roaches.
Vote for Terran next. I bid me to vote.
Our forces are under attack.
Get ready to inject again. He's still making roaches come across the map. And now he's trying to kill my drones. Okay, so now let's make drones. The roaches have stopped now. The roach flood has actually stopped. Oh, just kidding. So we squeezed out a little bit of drones, but we won the fight, so it's okay. We can squeeze out, if we win the fight like that and we kill a lot of his army, even if we squeeze out,
We require more vessels.
even if we squeeze out a little bit of drones here, we're still fine.
Hive cluster is under attack.
Okay, so we might get fucked for this, but we're gonna move our army over here. He might attack my natural or something at the same time. Let's go ahead and take another base too while we're at it.
Our forces are under attack.
Okay, or back up, back up, back up. He's still making mass roaches.
Mineral field depleted.
We'll have a couple changelings go around and go into his bases and go. We're gonna go check for the 4th base and also check his mineral line if he doesn't kill these changelings.
Mutation complete. Mineral field depleted.
Okay, he's coming again, so attack him. Look at his mineral line. He's mostly saturated. We have a better economy than him by a little bit. Not by a ton, but by a little bit. We definitely have more than 14. We have 14 drones and he does not have 14. So we've maintained a lead this game. He cut drones a little bit and did a timing. He probably was doing a timing off of like 58 drones and we were defending off of like 64 is what that means because we compared economies. And I don't even know if he just started making more drones. Maybe he didn't even have that many drones and he just recently made some more. We could tell that by going mineral patches, 1200, 400, 1200, 1200, 600, 600, 14, 600, 1500. And look at ours, 14, 4, 5, 14, 4, 6, 3. Like, if you just kind of average it, like think about the numbers quickly in your head and go, oh, our patches are a little bit lower on average. You could be like, well, we had more drones as well. That proves it. Okay, now we're maxed out. Let's go ahead and attack his base. Transfer my drones around. Again, you don't have to click patches in Diamond League or in Platinum League. That literally is like a Masters Plus thing. You don't have to click patches. But just looking at worker count, that is Platinum League. You should look at worker count. Now we're attacking him. Also, we have Hydras and he doesn't have any. This makes our army way more scary. Okay, there he goes. He finally has Hydras. Inject my bases. We're getting a lot of energy. So again, don't tunnel vision your army and be like, whoops. And he's going lurkers. So are we. And now that he's going lurkers, let's get Overlord speed. And maybe let's also get some... if we're going to start going into lurkers, we might want to go into a higher drone count. So let's actually do that really fast. As soon as you start going to a lurker phase, you need a... You kind of need... This game also seems kind of over, but... Yeah, as soon as you start going into... As soon as you start going into the lurker phase, maybe don't stop anymore at like 60, 66 drones. Maybe go up to like 75, 80 drones in ZVZ so we can afford to have a little bit more gas going on because lurkers are very gas expensive. And then it's also, as soon as you go lurkers, it's also a great idea to then throw down some static D so that if your opponent does like random mass attacks, you can have way more stability in your base. Anyways, let's break this game down again, boys. Go through it quick. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so again, nothing's happened. The only thing that could have happened up to this point would be we saw Lings crossing the map or something like that, like a 12 pool or something. But he chose not to do it again. No one was really early pooling in these games. So we see, okay, cool. We have natural. Nice. Easy. At the very least, he took a natural. And now we're following it up with a Zergling scout. Behind this, we're still making drones. And a layer. We're doing our build as always is. We're going layer, we're going drones, we're going to get ready to go Roach Warren, we're going to go Roach Speed, +1. All that Zergness for the Platinum styles. Now we scouted into his base. We actually saw the building for a split second, but we didn't click it, so we didn't actually get to see what it is. We see he has a decent amount of drones on his mineral line, and if we look at that really fast, if we just have a mental note of going, okay, we can see so far 5, there might be another one over there maybe, but we see 5. What do we have? We have 8. It's roughly similar, but we also see he's got a couple larvae sitting there on the hatchery. That is also something to take note of. What does our hatchery have? Our hatchery has 0 larvae at it, so maybe he's just being a little bit less efficient. These are not things that you always have to be like mental notes like I see this exactly. Like you don't have to look at this and be like, yeah, and then look at your base and be like, all right, queen, get out of the way. I need to see my larva. What you can do is you can just literally hit 5. You can hit 5 on your control group or whatever hatchery control group you have, and if you see 0 larvae down here, even though your camera is here, you can see 0 larvae on both your hatcheries. That tells you, that right there tells you, oh, I can't make a larva because I'm out of larva, and he has 2 larvae. That would be a good sign, being like either this guy is stockpiling larvae now to attack me, or I'm just ahead if he's going to make drones because he's not utilizing his larvae as effectively as he could. That's what that means. And that's a fast way to figure that out. Instead of having to literally always be like, look, 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 look. Okay, and we also saw, the other thing too is we know we made 4 lings, and we just saw like a good 6 or 8 lings come out of him right there. It was 6. So that is again, that's a little bit of a tell, where it's like, okay, we forced out a lot of lings even though we only made 4. Like he made a little bit more than us. So that's every ling he made over us is 1 more drone less than he has than compared to us. We followed up with another scout. But because we saw those lings get made, we saw that larva still sitting there, and we also saw the baneling nest. We saw the building here that would most likely be a baneling nest. It makes sense that it's going to be a bane nest if he's making a lot of lings. Okay, it just makes sense. It could be a roach warren, but if it was a roach warren, he most likely would also have a 3rd really fast. We haven't actually scouted for the 3rd, but a roach warren makes sense with a 3rd really fast more than a bane nest does. If it's going to be an all-in, because if it's an all-in, he needs to flood lings constantly behind the initial round of roaches. You could still go for a 3rd in a bane nest. These are things that, again, they'll come at higher levels. But my point is, this is where I'll kind of draw the line here and not confuse you guys. If it was a roach warren, it wouldn't hit me for a very long time. The reason why a baneling nest is scarier than a roach warren is because if he makes a lot of lings and it's a bane nest, he doesn't have to make the banelings here and here. He can make the banelings right here, or like right there, right at my base, which is way scarier. So if it is going to be a baneling all in, because again, we saw lings get made in his main and we saw larva stacked on his natural, I'll be like, shit, okay, maybe we do need this. If these lings that I'm sending out right now, which are going to get to his base before the spine is done, if they see a nice speedling flood coming out of his base, because we haven't seen one yet because the Overlord's here, but if we see a nice speedling flood coming out of his base, I will not cancel the spine, and I'll be like, okay, yeah, we need to take this seriously. So now we have a ling going to scout his 3rd, and we have a ling going to scout his main, or his base rather. We see baneling nest for sure now. We confirm it. We see a 3rd base just now starting. And we see the same amount of lings. He actually immediately surrounds him and kills him, which was great. That was really good defensive scouting, like denial by him. And because he denied my scouting and I was not sure what was going on, I didn't really get to see a whole lot. Other than the fact that he has speedlings, I go, okay, instead of rolling the dice and being like, cancel the spine, let's just let it finish. Because for all I know, he could have a bunch of lings that are literally about to run down his ramp. That was a really good denied scout by him. Because again, check this out. One more thing. Is this the first one? Did I go too far back? I did go too far back. Sorry. I want to show you guys one more thing. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. Now, if we look at the mineral line and go like this. We have 14, okay? We have 14 drones on our mineral line. And let's look at his. Does that look like 14 drones to you guys? Does not look like 14 drones to me. That looks like about 8. Like if I just ballpark that, I would say 8. I'd be like, 8 drones. And I have 14 drones. He has a bane nest. And that's it. I have 14 drones, and I have 2 tech structures instead of just 1. I have a roach warren and an evo chamber, and I have a spine. So what that means is instead of having 14 drones, I should have actually had 16 drones compared. And now I even have 15, so now I actually should have 17 drones if I didn't have 2 of these extra buildings compared to what he has. So if I have 17 drones, this does not look like 17 drones to me. Like again, it kind of just looks like 8 or like half the mineral line, about half. That is also why I let the spine finish, because I was like, we're worried about the drone count here. It's not as big as it should be, which once again makes me think if I can't scout into the main because he denies it really well, like that, he fully surrounds it and kills it. What if there are lings up here and they're just ready to just come attack me? And then he shows me speedlings when he kills that ling. That's scary. So I let the spine finish. And I don't make mass lings myself. I just make safety roaches like we always do because we're already fully saturated. And I let the spine finish because it seemed like he might all in me with this setup. So again, scouting people's larvae is important. Scouting the current mineral line is important. That's why I tell you to make these 4 lings and scout the base. And now once we fly an overseer over his base, we can see this dude is actually making drones. So we're making drones. We actually saw him making drones. And then now he actually starts making roaches after he gets a decent amount of drones on his 3rd. And he goes into this like full roach production mode. And what do? We have a changeling still in his base that's kind of giving us tabs still as to what's going on. It still is giving us a bit of information. And we have overlords spread out overlord scouts that are scouting things. Like for instance, we just saw roaches spawning there. And we also just saw roaches crossing here. We saw that. Like we should be we should kind of in ZVZ especially. This is the thing about ZVZ. This does not apply as much to ZVT and ZVP, but in Zerg versus Zerg especially, we should be looking at the minimap more often in the early stages of the game. And the reason why that is because we're focusing less on creep spread and we're focusing more on overlord spread. And what that does is we get like artificial scouts on the map that are like in the middle of everywhere. I got an overlord. I had an overlord. I think it died or I moved it. Or I think I made an overseer and that's why it's gone. I have an overlord. I have an overlord. I have all these overlords on the map. This is like artificial creep spread. So we can already see bits of the map that are across it. So if we just kind of pay attention to the minimap, we can see when he crosses my overlords. This is also why we put multiple of them out there. So we get multiple chances to catch it. And if we do catch it, this is how you're supposed to play. This is how you are supposed to play reactionary Zerg. When you catch a move out like this, then you react by making units. So if we look at the income tab, we're still maintaining a worker lead. I didn't just assume he was going to make roaches and go, fuck it, let's make roaches ourselves because I have no idea if we're going to die or not. We made a safety amount of roaches, which was nice for us. Because if he would have done a Ling Bane attack, we could have kept our drones alive, which is what we ended up doing. He ended up killing my larva, but we could have kept our drones alive in any way. This dude actually took a risk and he made mass drones, and then he went back into mass roaches now. If we would have, if this was a higher league and I would have been okay with microing, we could have totally killed a lot of it. We could have probably killed like 10 drones and ran away. Just throwing it out there. In the future, when people play like that, we will totally punish them for that. Because check this out. I'll show you. This is when he saturates his 3rd base. Watch production. Look at units tab. We have 2 Banes and 2 Zerglings. Okay? This is his whole army. Now watch production tab. Drones. 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 And look what we have. Roaches. Sitting here. With movement speed. Already about to be finished. I could 100% walk over here and fucking kill this queen. And kill all these drones he just made. And then run away. And not lose my roaches. Because he hasn't even started any. And we knew this because our overseer told us this. I scouted over his base and I saw with a changeling, he had drones over here. And he was making more drones as I crossed. And then I saw nothing but drones popping out of the eggs with no units. And if I'm comparing that to my build, he already had drones on his 3rd. We did not have drones on our 3rd yet. And again, we're comparing his build to our build. The reason why we don't have drones on our 3rd yet is because we made roaches. And then I'm still seeing drones being made. That would prompt me, if I was going to react with micro intentions properly, I would go fuck his drones up that he's being way too greedy with. You kind of need to cover your ass as well at the same time. Like, you need to play a little cautious. But yeah, saying that's why, you know, it's, and then here you go. I forgot what I was gonna say, but look at the Banes, okay? Look at the Banes. The Banes don't kill my drones. We pull them away, kill them with the roaches, and we're good. We end up seeing him cross my overlord right there. And now we also keep seeing, because we see him moving out, now we're paying more attention again to the minimap. The second you see someone moving out, you really need to pay attention to the minimap then. That's like the alarms being like, is he flooding me or is he just doing one timing? If they flood you, you need to match flood. You need to like make more waves against his flood, and you need to respect that until you know for sure you're going to overpower him. And I'm not sure that I'm going to overpower him because he did this in a way that was greedy as hell, and I let him get away with it. So this is scary to defend because we didn't punish him for being so greedy with his drones, which meant he had drones faster than me, which is why his supply is higher than mine. If we would have punished him for that, his supply would not be higher than mine. But again, the thing that makes sense, the thing that really makes a lot of sense is macro during the fight. Macro during the fight. Not after the fight, not before the fight. Or, yeah, before the fight, sure. But macro during. You need to always... You need to, okay, I said macro, not after, not before. But you need to do that too. You need to macro at every stage of the game, okay? Before, during, after. When you're not even playing this game, pretend you're macroing. You need to macro all the time. Because look at this. Obviously... I don't have the best macro at the moment either because I think I might have missed an inject. My queen didn't die, but did it get pulled off the hatchery? It did. I don't have the best injects right now myself. They're okay. They're not the worst either. But either way, I have a lot of money. I could totally spin this a little bit better. He is spinning it less effectively. Larva, in terms of larva, let's look at his base. His queens have a bit more energy than mine do even. The natural's not even being injected. The third base is okay. My point is he gained a lead by being really greedy, and we then took the lead back by being more efficient. And again, if you're ever having a problem where you're like, I can't spend my money, you're more than welcome to take a macro hatch. And he's still flooding me, as we can see, with our overlords. And we're putting another overlord back here to recover this spot that's open. So we see the flood is still on. He is still flooding roaches. So what do? We actually squeezed out drones one time because we just won that fight. It was a little bit of a drone window. Once we killed his stuff over here. And then we see him still flooding roaches across the map. He actually droned after he flooded roaches too. So we both squeezed out drones at different points. So we actually both have similar drone counts now. But we go back to making units again because he's attacking me again. It makes sense to make roaches here. And look at the efficiency again. Look at the macro. We've kind of like re-established ourselves. We're stable. We're good. He definitely is struggling a little bit.
Mineral field depleted.
So trying to always force fights to happen in micro all the time is going to distract you and cause things like that to happen, where you're going to just be like at 3,000 minerals and stuff. And you're going to fall behind because of that. Like it's literally too much of like moving the army around the map constantly. And now we max out. Even though he was the one who played greedier. He was the one who played it greedier than we did. He's actually 50 supply behind when we max out because he's doing things like running around the map constantly, trying to find openings to attack me from. And now he's doing things like also going into a Nidus Worm to continue this even further. To just try and do like all these like fancy attacks and set up damage. When really all you got to do is just macro and try your best to rely on that. The more micro you invest when you're not multitasking properly, the more you'll fall behind and you'll just die for no reason. Like there's no reason why he should die right now. If he was focused on macroing, let's look at upgrades. 1-0 for him versus 2-1 for me. So that is a bit of a reason. His upgrades are also a little delayed. But upgrades aside, he could very easily be maxed out just like I am right now. But because the max out wasn't there, this is kind of how Zerg versus Zerg works. If both Zergs are doing the same kind of army, and one Zerg kind of runs the other one over, like like what just happened here, there's literally like no recovery. About the only way you could recover is like what he's trying to do, which is like, oh god, maybe lurkers can like make the difference. But even then, it would need to be like. They would have needed to have already been done and have like this juiciest cleave ever. But this is a classic Zerg versus Zerg example where one player gains a lead, and also not only did I gain a lead in army, which is huge right now, I gained this lead when I'm killing his base currently, So even if my army does eventually get cleaned up, I'm going to do so much damage to his base that he will not be able to recover no matter what, and he'll die. Look at the supply. There you go. And then we also, he was going lurkers, but so were we. We actually had a lurker in too, and if we needed to do it, we could have done it as well. But yeah. 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 Just scouting is huge here. Again, Platinum League as a whole, as a collective thought process here, everything combined from everything we learned before, but it's really also heavily about scouting. Knowing what's happening. Oh my god, promotion. Guys, thank you very much for watching. I appreciate you guys hanging out. I know this is a long video. There were reasons. If you watched the whole thing, I'm sure you understand why it was such a long video. Yeah, normally these are supposed to only take about like 3, maybe 4 hours, not 6. But thank you for watching. I will see you in the next one in Plat 1. Have a great night. Have a great day. Subscribe if you like it. And good night.